The Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure will come to order. Today, the committee will consider H.R. 2997, the 21st Century Aviation Innovation Reform and Reauthorization Act. In order to ensure today's markup proceeds in orderly and timely fashion, opening statements on general consideration of the bill will be limited to the chairman, the ranking member of the full committee, and the chairman, the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Aviation. Also, for members' planning purposes, we plan to roll all requested recorded votes. So pursuant to Rule 5F of the Rules of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, and after consultation with the ranking member, DeFazio, we will hold the recorded votes at a time to be determined. Without objection, so ordered. I now recognize Mr. Lobiondo for a motion.
Pursuant to Rule 1A1 of the Rules of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, I move that the chairman be authorized to declare recess during today's markup.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion's agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, if I could,
Ranking members recognized.
preliminary UC request. I ask unanimous consent to include in the record letters from the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Cummings, gentlewoman from California, Ms. Napolitano. Neither can participate in today's markup because they're at home with personal family health issues. In both their letters, both members indicate they oppose the bill because it privatizes air traffic control. We wish Mr. Cummings and Mrs. Napolitano's husband a speedy recovery.
Without objection, so ordered. And I also offer my wishes to both those families. Thank you. I ask unanimous consent to discharge the Subcommittee on Aviation and call up H.R. 2997, and that it be considered as read and open to amendment at any point. Is there an objection? Without objection, so ordered. Well, good morning to everybody. We have a lot of important work to do today, so I'll be brief. We're considering H.R. 2927, the 21st Century Aviation Innovation Reform and Authorization Act. I believe the bipartisan 21st Century Air Act is one of the most significant forward-looking pieces of legislation this committee can pass. This bill is about the American taxpayer. It ends decades of wasteful spending on failed programs and broken promises. This bill is about the American traveling public. It gives them safe, efficient, modern system they deserve for a better flying experience. This bill is about American jobs and competitiveness. It gets Washington out of the way of innovation in aviation. Innovation and our pioneering spirit is how we became the world leader in aviation. We were the first in flight over 100 years ago, and we've led the world ever since. But without the reforms in the 21st Century Air Act, our dwindling lead will vanish. We simply cannot allow it to happen. We cannot let a broken government structure and old-fashioned Washington bureaucracy drag down a proud American tradition. And when I talk about that broken government structure and Washington bureaucracy, that includes the United States Congress. We've been part of the problem as we've been moving forward. That is likely to happen if we fail to act and settle for status quo just because it's the easy thing to do. This bill represents action we need to ensure our nation leads the way in aviation well into the 21st century. I want to thank Chairman Lobiondo for his hard work on this bill, and since the beginning of the year, we have held 6 hearings and over 150 meetings with stakeholders and members from both sides of the aisle, gathering input to improve the bill from last year. For example, we worked with members like Sam Graves to hear concerns and draw up his expertise as a GA pilot and strengthen our bill. I want to thank our co-sponsors, Congressman Graves, Congressman Mitchell, Congresswoman Hanabusa and Simina, and everyone who helped to improve this bill. Our bill continues to gain momentum because this is not a partisan issue. 20 years ago, President Clinton explored this type of reform, citing the same problems with inefficiency, delays, bureaucracy that still plague our system. It's not a Republican idea or a Democrat idea. It's a good idea whose time has come. And now I'd like to recognize Ranking Member DeFazio for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The FAA reauthorization is substantially agreed upon in a bipartisan way in the committee, the exception being the privatization of the air traffic control system in the United States of America. If this was 5, 10, or maybe even 7 years ago, I would have said, yeah, let's roll the dice. FAA is pathetic at procurement. But then Administrator Babbitt, while it seemed like they couldn't make ERAM work, had a radical idea. Let's put the engineers and the controllers together in one room. And ERAM today works. It is a fabulous system. It is the backbone of 21st century modernization of the system. They have since then delivered. We had ERAM, foundational platform. Secondly, we had, beyond that, they're now delivering more straight-line routes, as you can see up there on the graphic, GPS-based flight paths from origin to origin, not the zigzag routes described by the President's economic advisor, just using radio beacons. And they've already delivered $2.7 billion in efficiencies and fuel savings, and they project to deliver $110 billion of savings in the next 10 years. They're delivering on datacom, so we don't have to have the inefficient radio going back and forth, particularly when you have to change routes because of weather. And by the end of last year, datacom was in use at 55 control towers. It's being rolled out at more than 466,000 flights got clearances via text, reducing taxi time and delay. And in 2021, the FAA will deploy datacom into the en route centers, helping again with weather delays and rerouting issues. The FAA has delivered. Now this one is big, and this is one that shows a contradiction. On an ADS-B system nationwide, there are only 2 nations in the world that have ADS-B nationwide, allowing all the pilots to fly with a GPS-based system. And it would allow us to put the planes closer together, and I'll get to that in a minute. I have to qualify would, but that system is operable today. Yes, the FAA is delivering on electronic flight strips. That's the Phoenix Tower. And our electronic flight strips are going to have a capability that no one else in the world has. Canada is moving toward adopting it, which is to prioritize all the flights and shuffle them around, understanding their routes and their departures, so that we can reduce delays at the airport. And they will be fully deployed by 2020. And earlier, President Trump said it'll give us the best system in the world and never be anything like what we're doing. Well, that's already happening in our current system. So no one else has will have those advanced electronic flight strips as advanced as ours. No one else has an ADS-B system except for Australia nationwide. And no other country will have as many GPS-based precise flight routes as we'll have in 2020. If you privatize air traffic control, you won't create the world's finest system. It will be inherited by the private corporation. And I fear that the transition could screw up rolling out these new technologies. It took us a long time to get FAA in order to do this. They're going to become obsessed with splitting the agency up and the transition, and it took 7 years to transition in Canada. We don't want to delay 7 years. Well, actually, the airlines do. The 634 ADS-B towers I mentioned stand ready to receive signals from thousands of airplanes to improve capacity. But for now, we're just using them to beam weather and traffic information to GA aircraft because the airlines, the same airlines that complain FAA hasn't deployed things, has been slow to invest in ADS-B. The FAA tells us they have, and Congress did set a deadline in 2012 for the airlines of 2020 for having ADS-B. They set the same thing for GA. Everybody's going to have it or you can't use it. You can't put planes closer together if we don't know precisely where everybody is in the air. So 87 American Airlines out of their 950 have ADS-B, 211 of United's 738, 0 for Southwest out of 727. Now, I understand installing this technology so we can better utilize the airspace of the United States of America is expensive. It costs $200,000 a plane. So for American, it would cost $190 million. That would be 20% of the baggage fees they collected last year. So if next year they devoted 20% of the baggage fees to putting in ADS-B, they could have it done in a year. But they don't want to do that. In fact, the airlines have petitioned that the ADS-B deadline be delayed until 2025. That means we cannot more efficiently utilize the airspace of America. We can't utilize the investment we made in ADS-B to put planes closer together. Show that graphic, please. Next graphic. Planes closer together. Hello. There we go. We can't do that until everybody has ADS-B. And now the airlines, GA is going to have it by 2020. They haven't petitioned for delay. The airlines are saying, we want till 2025 to do that. Now, if we want to get planes closer together, more efficiently use the airspace, they have to step up and do their part. But remember, as former Administrator Babbitt said, we can do all the next-gen improvements we want. We can land them with closer spacing. We can do everything in the world. End of the day, LaGuardia, when it's one runway operation, you can still only land once every 54 seconds. If we want to reduce delays, it's not ATC that needs to reform, it's the airlines themselves. Dan Reed, longtime proponent of privatization, wrote in Forbes earlier this year, only airlines can make their planes back off their gates in the right order and at the right times in order to reduce congestion. In fact, if you look at the unrealistic scheduling that the airlines use, they are often scheduling because there's no coordination and every airline wants to fly at 9 o'clock in the morning. They schedule more planes in 1 minute than sometimes 5 or 6 times as many planes in 1 minute as could ever take off from an airport. Yet they keep adding more and more of the smaller planes, which makes it worse and worse. So we need a little cooperation on both sides here. Together with every single Democratic member of this committee, I've introduced a bill, 2800 Aviation Funding Stability Act, that will remove the Airport and Airway Trust Fund from the absurdity, and it is absurd, of congressional sequestration shutdowns that cause tremendous disruptions in the acquisition of technology and the operation of the system. And it's even more absurd because the projections are over the next 10 years, the current fee structure, which everybody knows and understands, and they're not worried about the equity issues. Now, the airlines hate the ticket tax, but still, everybody understands it. It will pay for 102% of projected costs over the next decade. So why do we mess around with that on an annual basis? Our bill would say, no, that is mandatory spending. We're going to move ahead and have an orderly system. We can roll the dice and go ahead and say, well, let's privatize for ideological reasons. I am fearful, and the more I learn about it, and the more time I've spent on this, and it has been an inordinate amount of my time for the last year, the more I fear that it will actually mess up the things we're already rolling out in an orderly way to give us the most advanced 21st century air traffic control system in the entire world. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, gentleman, for your back. And now recognize Subcommittee Chairman Lobiana for a statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a very important debate. And over the last 3 years, the Subcommittee on Aviation has held a series of roundtables and hearings on the FAA reauthorization and the state of our nation's air traffic control system. As the chairman noted, while we currently enjoy the safest air traffic control system in the world, it is no longer the most efficient. The committee also held over 150, yes, that's right, 150 stakeholder meetings since January, allowing us to gather feedback and suggestions on how to improve the bill. I want to thank those who came to the table willing to share their thoughts and work together with the committee to improve the bill. And I believe the 21st Century Air Act is a very balanced and improved bill. As we all know, the FAA has been attempting to modernize our safe yet antiquated ATC system for decades. The latest program is called NextGen, and for decades, there has been a report after report critical of the FAA's management and deployment of next-gen technologies. The FAA's progress with delivering next-gen capabilities has been plagued by delays, cost increases, and only spotty benefits to the traveling public and industry stakeholders. In testimony before the subcommittee last month, the DOT Inspector General warned that if the FAA were to deliver the next-gen in its originally promised way, implementation costs for government and industry, initially estimated at $20 billion for each, could double or even triple, and that next-gen implementation may take an additional decade. The Inspector General has also stated that the FAA's estimate of $160 billion in next-gen benefits is overly optimistic due to the use of aggressive assumptions and out-of-date schedules for key next-gen projects. Since 1981, we have invested over $70 billion in taxpayer dollars to the air traffic control modernization, and yet we're still using essentially the same ATC system, which is based on World War II era radar technology. The committee has an historic opportunity to drive the transformational change needed to ensure that we have the very best ATC system in the world. Continued delays resulting from sequestration, employee furloughs, unpredictable continuing resolutions, and government shutdowns have had a devastating impact on the FAA's ability to achieve transformational results. We must remove the operation of air traffic services and the much-needed modernization of our air traffic control system from the government dysfunction and bureaucratic procedural processes. It seems like just about every year Congress is voting to keep the government open, while the FAA and my constituents working at the Technical Center in Egg Harbor Township, New Jersey, are forced to make preparations in case they are needed to shut down or shelve the projects. That is why the 21st Century Air Act, we work to ensure that critical projects in safety in the skies continue without interruption or threats. This is an opportunity for the Tech Center and its employees that do an absolutely outstanding job, and South Jersey to reshape the future of aviation and our region's economy. Establishment of an ATC not-for-profit could yield corporate R&D projects in our region and create opportunities for regional and national academia that up to this point we have just not been able to see. Employees, the Tech Center will also have a say in its future. The Tech Center director will now sit on the transition team to develop a transition plan to be used by the Secretary in carrying out the transfer of assets and personnel. The bill will allow the corporation to utilize the resources and extensive institutional expertise of the employees at the Tech Center to improve upon the already sterling safety record that we have come to expect. We're the only developed country whose ATC system can become a political football. Budget disputes and bureaucratic red tape threaten not only the ongoing operations of the ATC system, but also the successful implementation of NextGen. I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of the bipartisan 21st Century Air Act. The bill enjoys the support of air traffic controllers, pilots, and flight attendants, as well as consumer groups. And for some who are making the argument that this is creating a safety hazard, would you ever think that the air traffic controllers, the flight attendants, and the pilots would endorse anything that wasn't safe? I think that argument is right out the window with their support. Air traffic control reforms in the 21st Century Air Act are historical, transformational, and a bipartisan bill whose time has come. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Now recognize the Aviation Subcommittee Ranking Member, Mr. Larson, for a statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Ranking Member DeFazio and Chairman Lobiando for the leadership on all the issues in this bill. And if my remarks, though, sound familiar, it's because they largely resemble comments I made at every hearing on the FAA reform and air traffic control privatization, including at last year's FAA bill markup. However, it's not going to stop me from giving those comments again, Mr. Chairman. My belief then, my belief now, is that this bill could be a slam dunk, but for the proposal to privatize the nation's ATC system. As I noted at an earlier hearing this year on ATC reform, I'm happy to have an honest discussion about how to move the system forward in a safe and efficient manner. There's no doubt that NextGen has had implementation issues at the start, but the FAA has made tremendous progress in the last few years and keeps delivering success after success. In fact, the FAA has already delivered $2.7 billion in NextGen benefits and expects to deliver $161 billion in benefits by 2030. On the other hand, the only thing privatization has delivered is an extension in September 2015, an extension in March 2016, an extension last July, and most likely another FAA extension coming up in September. So what is it that we agree on? We agree that more work needs to be done. That's why Ranking Member DeFazio and I and every Democratic member of this committee has introduced the Aviation Funding Stability Act earlier this month. Our bill provides a stable funding stream, requires top-to-bottom reforms of the FAA's personnel and procurement systems, and fixes every problem identified by aviation system stakeholders without jeopardizing the prospects of a long-term, comprehensive FAA bill. Now, while the non-ATC related parts of this legislation did not see the same collaboration as last year's Air Act, I am, though, encouraged that some parts of the bill merit bipartisan agreement. For example, this bill contains much-needed certification reforms, a sector of this industry that needs reform if the U.S. is to remain the gold standard in aviation safety regulation. It provides meaningful direction to speed up the integration of unmanned aircraft systems, or UAS, which are rapidly proliferating. And the bill rightfully provides flight attendants with a minimum rest period comparable to that of pilots and calls on the Department of Transportation to study accessibility for those with disabilities. I'm encouraged by many of these important provisions, and I hope that I have your assurance, Mr. Chairman, that we will continue to work on many of these bipartisan issues together. So with that in mind, unfortunately, I'm not yet able to support this legislation on the whole. A national consensus. Those are the buzzwords we keep hearing regarding privatization of our ATC system. The truth is, we are nowhere near that consensus. The professional aviation safety specialists, which represent FAA safety inspectors and technicians, oppose privatization, as do mayors from every state across the country. Even in Congress, opposition is far-reaching. Bipartisan appropriators have expressed serious concerns about privatization, as have numerous Democratic and Republican senators. And most telling last week, the general aviation community expressed unanimous and strong opposition to ATC privatization. We could not be further from national consensus on privatization of the ATC system. And the FAA and our aviation stakeholders can't wait any longer for the reforms that I mentioned earlier or others we will discuss today. Before September 30th, Congress needs to pass an FAA reauthorization bill, not an air traffic control privatization bill. Finally, I want to recognize today the families of some of the victims of the crash of Colgan Flight 3407 who are with us, along with Jeff Skiles, the first officer on U.S. Airways Flight 1549, the Miracle on the Hudson, who is living testament to the fact that one of the best safety devices in any airplane is a well-trained pilot. To First Officer Skiles, to the families, thank you for your continued vigilance and your advocacy in improving safety. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. We will now consider the bill for amendment. And I first recognize Mr. DeFazio for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment which I believe has been distributed in folders.
Yeah, I believe it has been, and amendment has been designated.
Yep, number 45.
Right.
Amendment number 45 offered by Mr. DeFazio.
Without objection, so ordered, the clerk will designate the amendment, which she already has. So I now recognize Mr. DeFazio for 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. As I said in the opening statement, the number one need is stable, predictable funding, and that's echoed by all people interested in the system. So Mr. Larson and I and every Democrat on this committee have joined together in introducing an alternative reform bill that all of FAA labor, including the National Air Traffic Controller, supports. The amendment I'm offering today, identical to that bill, keeps the FAA together, solving the real problems the agency faces: unstable funding, inefficient procurement, and personnel management processes, the political tinkering through the DOT and OMB. Some of the big airlines and some of the special interests supporting privatization say it'll speed up next gen, but I fear that breaking up the FAA is going to cause a tremendous transition and disruption problems. You're going to move the certification people over here. They would have to certify every new route over here. They would have to certify any new equipment over here, but the certification people don't have a funding source. They're still subject to whims and shutdowns. So over here we want to deploy a new system. The FAA certification folks, the safety folks, are shut out of their offices because of the stupidity of Congress in shutdowns and sequestrations. I think that's a very bad move. We should protect the entire agency because certification and safety are absolutely critical. You can't run an ATO without certification and safety oversight, particularly when it's being privately run. So we would take the Airport Airway Trust Fund off budget, and the current projections are the current known system of taxation, known, unlike the proposed bill, which would have Congress rescind the ticket tax. That's $11 billion a year. The airlines hate it. They say it's our money. It's not their money. It's the taxpayers' money. They pay the tax, but they want to do away with it. And then somehow they're going to replace it and raise $11 billion a year. What's that going to be? The BAA says, well, it'll be a per capita tax. If it's per capita tax, that means a substantial reduction for people in first class and business, and it means an increase for people in coach if you capitate, as opposed to going with the 7.5% tax. Cheaper tickets pay less, expensive tickets pay more, no more. I don't know. What other alternative is there? $11 billion a year. That's a tremendous concern. The other problem was in '96, since '96, we've recognized personnel reforms are needed, procurement reforms are needed, but when Congress passed that authority back in '96, they forgot to say that it couldn't be reviewed by the trolls at OMB and the Secretary's office and other political functionaries. This gives clear authority to the FAA administrator to make major procurement and personnel reforms without any interference from OMB and without interference out of the Secretary's office. And then there's the question of assets. The bill before us would transfer the entire system free of charge to a private corporation. Free of charge to a private corporation. Now, in Canada, they paid for it. In Great Britain, they paid for it, but not here in the United States. They're not going to pay for it. We'll transfer it free of charge. When we asked Mr. Poole, one of the prime movers of this, has no expertise in aviation, but he's a prime mover behind this theory that this will be better. What happens if they run short of money? He says, well, passengers are just going to have to pay more. That's the way it's going to work. And what happens if it goes bankrupt? Oh, well, we're going to have to buy the assets we gave them back because it's too big to fail, and they're now private assets, which we can't take under the Constitution. I think that really is problematic. And then, if this bill were to be declared unconstitutional, which I believe there are still questions about constitutionality despite the workarounds in the bill, then again, we're going to be in a world of hurt because we're going to have to pay to take back what we gave away. The GAO says about the bill, small and rural communities could be negatively affected by a restructured air traffic control system. That's why general aviation is adamantly opposed to this legislation. General and business aviation might see their contribution to the cost of ATC services rise. The new entity would be too big to fail. I could go on and on. This really, I believe we were offering a much simpler, less problematic, less disruptive alternative to the privatization. So we get where we need to be without changing the benefits of the system. We're not going to give control to a private entity to regulate airspace and approaches and other things. I mean, if you have a problem with a new approach, go to the private corporation and complain. Don't go to your elected representative. He or she cannot do anything about it under the new system. If you don't like the new fee structure, go to the private corporation and complain. You can't go to your elected representative and say, hey, I don't think that's fair. Well, tough luck. You got no authority. Congress gave all the authority to the private corporation. So altogether, I think this is a better way to do the necessary reforms without controversy. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Well, I thank the gentleman for offering his amendment. I think it clearly demonstrates there are problems within the FAA and the ATC today. But this amendment does nothing to solve the problems of our aviation system. Unfortunately, it will make the problems worse. Taking the FAA off budget and exempting from OMB direction simply will result in an FAA's failed bureaucracy gaining more power and less accountability, and that's going to cause a bigger problem, I believe. Congress, as was mentioned, Congress tried personnel and acquisition reforms in 1995, 20 years ago. We did the same types of reforms, and it didn't work. The FAA didn't change their procurement process. It's gotten worse over the years. They didn't change the way how they deal with their personnel. I don't believe it'll work a second time. The Congress may need to tell the FAA through statute to facilitate open communications and collaboration among employees suggests a much bigger problem than more piecemeal reform. This amendment guts the entire purpose of this bill. It does nothing to actually reform the provision of air traffic control and fix the problems that have plagued the FAA. And it was mentioned earlier, the billions and billions of dollars that have been spent to get very, very little for our money when it comes to developing new technologies. Independent government agencies with an untouchable funding stream have been tried and failed. The Post Office is drowning in debt while the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is busy crushing any business trying to create jobs. Our proposal provides real reforms that are based on proven models from around the world. And let me reiterate, this is a Clinton administration idea. The Bush administration tried it. So it's on both sides of the aisle have tried to move forward with this type of reform. As I said, our proposal provides real reforms and has been modeled around the world. Our proposal follows ICAO, the International Civil Aviation Organization's principles for separating ATO from the safety regulator used in many of the developed countries. We have nowhere else in our government does the safety regulator is the operator. Only in aviation does this happen, and it's good government policy to separate the regulator from the operator, to separate them so they're sitting in different places. And the FAA still retains its regulatory role over the airspace. It doesn't diminish that at all. It still is the regulator. Our proposal ensures the air traffic organization can operate as a high-tech service provider, not a huge bumbling bureaucracy. And the service is a 24/7 high-tech service provider. 24/7, those folks have to be up in those towers. And it's high-tech. It's getting a plane from airport to airport safely. And we still, again, have the same old technologies. I was going to pull out my paper strips, but I thought I'd leave them in my pocket for now. And our proposal, again, would save billions of dollars in operational efficiency because it ensures more effective use of the airspace, more direct routes, increased capacity, shorter flight times, reduced delays, cancellations, and reduced pollution and noise. Now, the question on the assets. The assets are owned by the American people. The traveling public has paid for those assets every time they get on a plane. And we're not talking about giving this to some for-profit corporation. It's going to a non-for-profit corporation. There isn't a profit motive. The dollars are going to be driven back into the system. So if we say to this new nonprofit organization that's going to operate and be governed by the users of the system, we want you to pay for the assets. That means the traveling public is going to pay a second time for those assets. And let's be clear on these assets. Certainly some of them will be utilized, but over a period of time, many of them will be replaced by modern technology. So again, having the traveling public, having the American people pay twice for something, I just don't think is a wise idea. Concerning the GA community, the GA community will not see their fees change from what they do today. Their fees will remain, they pay the gas tax, they'll all pay what they pay today. The only way the general aviation community sees any kind of change in what they pay into the system, which will go to the government, is if the United States Congress decides to change that at some future date. But this bill ensures that they're going to remain in the same system that they pay today. All their dollars go into the government, they pay the gas tax. Again, our proposal retains the FAA as a safety regulator, and it'll help them focus more closely on their mission, and that mission should be safety in the skies, safety on building and certifying these platforms and these avionics so that we remain a leader in the world when it comes to manufacturing. So with that, I would urge all members to oppose this amendment. Do any other members wish to be recognized? Mr. Cohen is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yesterday, like most everybody else here, I had the opportunity to fly to Washington. My American Airlines flight got here at 1:43, scheduled arrival 2:13. But they couldn't get a gate. So we sat on the tarmac for a plane that was in our gate that was supposed to leave at 1:55. We sat there until 2:15 for 32 minutes. Now, if you were going to give this system up to Federal Express or even UPS, I could see the reasons for it. They compete for every package they deliver, and they get the packages there on time, and they know what they're doing. The airlines have been basically given a monopoly on most routes, and they can't even get the plane from the tarmac to the gate within 32 minutes. And you want to give them control of the FAA? I don't think so. Mr. Chair, you mentioned the post office. The post office is in competition with UPS and FedEx and with email. Yes, their amount of volume has gone down, but they get the mail there every day through rain, nor snow, nor sleet. Nothing deters the post people from doing their job, and they get it done. I think there's no industry more reviled in this nation, basically the telephone companies of the 21st century, than the passenger airline industry. And for this committee to give them control of the FAA, I think is against what almost all of our constituents who know what it's like to be a consumer think. That is, they should have less power, more controls put over them by this committee and by government to serve the public and not just to get outrageous profits for their executives and for their shareholders. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Well, I thank the gentleman, although I would need to point out what the gentleman said is simply not true. The airlines will not control the FAA. The United States Congress will still have all the authority and jurisdiction over the FAA. The FAA will remain the safety regulator. The airlines will be on the board as a stakeholder, and it is a very balanced board across the spectrum. We went to great lengths to making sure that it was a balanced board, that nobody will dominate that board, but as a stakeholder, they will have a seat on that board, and they will have a say. So again, it's just simply not true that the airlines are going to control this board or the FAA for that matter. Any other members wish to be heard?
Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope every member of this committee has had a chance to go into a tower and visit with the folks who are on the front lines. We often get the head of the unions in here who have certainly testified favorably about the chairman's proposal. We have the pilots union and the air traffic control union and the flight attendants union. But those are still the folks who run the show. You go into a tower and you talk to the folks who are doing this day in and day out. You look at the stress that those folks endure when the weather blows in, when the eastern seaboard gets shut down. Certainly coming out of Atlanta, we know all about what happens when the skies get crowded. And you hear those folks say that they know there's a better way, that if only they had more tools, they could do a better job for the American flying public. If you haven't had a chance to go and see what they're doing in Canada, I would encourage every member of this committee to make that trip. It's compelling when they tell you they're able to deploy twice the technology in half the time at a third of the price as they would have been able to do otherwise. That's compelling. But when you look at the quality of the service that each individual controller is able to provide in the most challenging of circumstances, Mr. Chairman, the bottom line is I trust the folks from the FAA when they come and make their testimony, but these are folks in the top of the management chain. The people I need to be successful are the folks who are actually handling my plane and the planes of my constituents when they're coming in and out of Atlanta Hartsfield International Airport. And those folks on the front lines tell me that this proposal doesn't frighten them, this proposal encourages them. The folks on the front lines tell me that this proposal doesn't take away the tools they need, this proposal gives them the tools that they need. The people on the front lines say that they have seen successes in most of the industrialized countries across the planet, and their question is, why isn't the U.S. leading in this space instead of following in this space? I know that it is frightening to propose a change of this magnitude, but I am reminded that the folks who are in charge of the safety of every plane in the sky will be the same people on the ground the day after this proposal as are on the ground today keeping the skies safe. That the folks who are employed and tasked with these responsibilities will be on the ground tomorrow just as they were on the ground yesterday, and this is an opportunity to do better. I'm a lawyer. I'm not an air traffic controller, so I go and talk to air traffic controllers. I'm not a pilot. I'm a lawyer, and these folks tell me that there is opportunity to do better. I hope we will not let our anxiety about change prevent us from listening to those folks that we have trusted with our safety for all of these years, and the people that we trust tell us that we can trust them to manage this transition as well, and I hope that this committee in its wisdom will decide to do exactly that. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Any other members wish to be heard? Ms. Wilson, recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Schuster. I fully support Ranking Member DeFazio's amendment. The amendment addresses one of my top priorities, providing stable and predictable funding for the FAA. My constituents and I know all too well the impact of FAA funding disruptions. On April 4th, 2013, I found myself at an airport in my district for a reason that had nothing to do with travel. I was in a tower. I was there to fight alongside air traffic controllers, local leaders, and congressional colleagues to prevent the closure of North Perry General Aviation Airport in Fort Lauderdale due to a congressionally mandated sequester. After working closely with colleagues from both sides of the aisles to save North Perry and more than 100 other airports across the country, I vowed to do everything within my power to insulate the FAA from events like sequestration and shutdowns. Ranking Member DeFazio's amendment would do just that. It would take the airport and airway trust fund off budget and provide stable and predictable funding for all of FAA. I fully support this amendment, and I urge my colleagues on this committee to do the same. I yield back.
Other members wish to be recognized? Mr. Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I would like to thank all members of this committee for their hard work. I do think that this is an outstanding proposal, and I think that passage of H.R. 2997 would be a big step forward for the nation. First of all, I've never been a fan of the statement, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I don't think that ever really moves you ahead, and I think that it's time to be innovative and move things forward. This bill has proven to be comprehensive in nature. It has proven to be innovative, and I think that it is a step in the right direction for this nation on several fronts. Number one, implementation of technology needs to be done more quickly in a more streamlined and cost-effective manner, and this bill will ensure that. Number two, making sure that employees that work in our aviation industry have better opportunities, particularly working with the not-for-profit corporation. I think that is a tremendous help as well. The third thing that I think is important to realize is that this is a great opportunity to show that you can take something that is inherently broken because it is a government bureaucracy, employ private sector ideals and principles and efficiencies and get a better return for the taxpayer. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you, and thanks to the other members of this committee for the hard work, and I vote in support of H.R. 2997. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Larson is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to clarify a few things. First off, Mr. Chairman, no one is frightened by your proposal. Second, no one is anxious about change, and I don't think it's fair to mischaracterize our opposition to your specific proposal on privatization. We may not be able to agree if it's the right policy. I hope you can agree that I think it's the wrong policy, and that's my view, and we ought to be debating the policy. But to characterize our thoughts on this side of the aisle about your proposal, about just calling them merely we're afraid of change or it's frightening, is wrong. We think there are good policy differences, and we think there's a different approach to take, and this is a debate about the approach to address concerns that we share, and the Chairman has said it, and the Ranking Member has said it, concerns about does the FAA move fast enough? Does it move fast enough on personnel? Does it move fast enough on procurement? And Mr. DeFazio's proposal addresses those concerns and addresses the funding issue very well, the stability in funding as well. And I think we can have a debate on the policy choices in front of us without sort of, demeaning or mischaracterizing legitimate concerns that we have. By saying we're frightened by change or anxious about change. It's not so much that. We're more than willing to change, and this amendment that Mr. DeFazio has proposed addresses change, just not in the way that the majority side has put forward through the AIR Act. And I just want to make that point, and I made other points about why I think our policy is better and why there are differences. And I want to underscore another point, and I'll yield back, about the consensus issue. It's not so much that we're going to differ here, and that means there's no consensus on this particular proposal. There's quite a bit of opposition, and there's some support as well to the chairman's proposal on privatization. But we're nowhere near a consensus on that. And the big concern is we have an underlying bill, except for privatization, that is a really good bill with a lot of great changes, a lot of great reforms. We can take credit for it. Hopefully the Senate can take credit for it, and the administration can take credit for it. But for this issue on privatization, it could be a really great bill, a great step forward that is a permanent step forward, not an extension, not yet another extension, but a permanent step forward on good changes on certification, on UAS, and other things, but for this particular issue. And I want to underscore that point, and with that, yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. Mitchell is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would agree with my colleague that we certainly don't want to mischaracterize opposition or the bill. Unfortunately, already this morning, we've done so. We've done so in a comment that we're going to turn the FAA over to a private organization. We're not. The FAA will remain functional. We're taking the air traffic control out of the FAA and putting in a private nonprofit board, one that is specifically tasked to get ATC, air traffic control, updated to current standards in the world, to get it, frankly, out of the dark ages. It has a 13-member board. It is not, as some have suggested already today, dominated by the commercial carriers. Large commercial carriers have only one seat. Regional carriers have one seat. So I suggest to my colleagues that maybe we need to step back from the mischaracterization, because already we're talking about this bill as if we're taking an entire agency and throwing it out with the bathwater or turning it over to the dogs. We're not. We're not. I spent a lot of time already on this in my first year here. As you know, Mr. Chair, I'm a student pilot. I own a couple of aircraft. They don't let me fly them alone yet. I get some time, I'll actually get my pilot's license. Mr. DeFazio's proposal, in fact, removes the FAA further from oversight. We'll continue the current bureaucracy, in my opinion, without making the progress we need to get in terms of efficiency in air traffic control. Let me give you a recent example. My brother-in-law is a commercial pilot, flies charters. Last week, he was bringing a charter flight back from Columbus, Ohio to Oakland Pontiac Airport. The route was via a VOR off of Cleveland. Yes, it's not uncommon. He flew a giant V. Cost the customer another $2,500 in costs. That happens every day on multiple flights in the United States right now. That's why your flight got in early, because they got direct routing when they weren't anticipating it, so then it sat on the tarmac. The only way to fix this, in my opinion, is to proceed with this bill. I support it, and I oppose Mr. DeFazio's amendment as is counter to getting some action and outcome on air traffic control updating. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Any other members wish to be heard? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote on the amendment. Are there amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, if not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those that signify by saying nay. Nay. Opinion of the chairs.
Chairman, on that asked recorded vote.
The gentleman has asked for a recorded vote. We're going to roll this. A recorded vote is requested. A sufficient number of members have requested a recorded vote pursuant to Rule 5F of the Rules of Committee on Transportation Infrastructure, and after consultation with Ranking Member DeFazio, we will hold the recorded vote at a later time. We will now move on to any other amendments. Mr. Barletta has an amendment at the table.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read.
Without objection to the order, the clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 15, offered by Mr. Barletta.
Mr. Barletta is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Since coming to Congress, I've remained committed to investing in our nation's infrastructure, and I think we can all agree that airports play a critical role in that system. However, many of our airports are struggling to address their critical infrastructure needs. Nationally, our airports need more than $20 billion per year for the next 5 years to complete their project lists. That's why I'm again offering an amendment to increase funding for the Airport Improvement Program, more commonly known as AIP, with my friend Sam Graves. This is a program that invests in the most basic infrastructure projects. We're talking about runways, taxiways, noise reductions, safety, and emergency equipment. It is a crucial program that our small and medium-sized airports rely on. My amendment will restore the AIP program to the FY11 level of $3.52 billion and then increases the program by 2% in the following years, just like the schedule outlined in the bill right now. It is important to note that this amendment does not raise any new revenue and it doesn't cut any programs. Last year, this language passed by a strong bipartisan vote of 47 to 12. I am hopeful that my colleagues on both sides of the aisle can come together again on this very important issue. There is a strong industry support for this amendment. The Transportation Construction Coalition, made up of 31 national associations and trade unions, support this language. For years, the airports in and around my district have talked about projects that they want to move forward with, but that they could not fund. I'm sure that every member on this committee has heard similar feedback from their local airports. That is why I again am asking my colleagues to support the Barletta-Graves-Lipinski amendment to help us put a dent in the airport project backlog, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. DeFazio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I strongly support this amendment. We have a large and growing balance in the FAA Trust Fund, but because of rules of the House, which are waived on any given afternoon if the majority so wishes, we can't expend additional funds from that large balance to make needed improvements in our airports and deal with some of the issues that we hear about all the time. There wasn't a gate open. We couldn't taxi because there wasn't adequate space available, et cetera. The airports, or the FAA has identified a need of $32.5 billion for AIP over the next 5 years. So this amendment would help fill in that need, that gap. It would not create any new debt. It would not, except in an imaginary sense, create more deficit because we don't have capital budgets. We aren't allowed to spend down a trust fund, which is only available to do projects or make investments like this with taxes that have already been paid 1, 2, 3, 4, or 10 years ago, because that balance has been growing for 10 years. So, I would hope the committee will adopt this amendment, and, then we can go to the Budget Committee and ask for them to give one of the waivers that they're happy to hand out for tax cuts or other bills. Why not for real capital investment, real jobs, real relief to congestion at airports? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank gentlemen. I thank both gentlemen. When I've discussed with, I think, both gentlemen, this amendment does raise, or this amendment raises the AIP contract authority above baseline levels, which would then result in a cut-go issue unless, as the gentleman from Oregon has pointed out, increases somehow offset the bill before it comes to the floor. The underlying bill does raise AIP funding over the current levels, and I think that's a step in the right direction. But I'm moving forward. I'm committed to working with the gentleman to see what we can do to resolve this issue. So for now, I have no objection, and if we want, Mr. Graves is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to belabor the issue because obviously there's a consensus here, but we've got some AIP amendments coming up later too, and I do want to just real briefly explain what the history of this program is. This program was designed to keep, because we were having a problem with GA using the larger airports, because the large airports were in much better condition. It was created so that we had a program and a process to have a very vibrant secondary airport, regional airports, whatever you want to call it, our small rural airports, to be able to provide for improvements, help commercial operations, non-commercial operations, whatever the case may be. It's been highly successful. It works very, very well. It's funded through gas tax from GA and by the airlines through through taxes, and it's something that we have to keep strong. This amendment bumps it up a little bit more to make up for some of those, some of the cuts we saw back in 2012. But it is a good amendment. It helps. Everybody in this room has an airport that is affected by this, and so I would urge everybody's strong support.
I'm willing to move forward on this. If there's anybody else wants to be heard, we can go ahead and take a quick, fast vote and move on. So if there's no more amendment, is there amendment to the amendment? If not, the question's on the amendment. It's Mr. Barletta's amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. As a ruling of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Are there any other amendments? Ms. Norton's recognized for her amendment, for 5 minutes to explain her amendment, or recognized to her amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I can only hope that my amendment will be equally non-controversial, but I fear it may not be.
Is your amendment at the desk?
I have an amendment at the desk designated number 1.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 31 offered by Ms. Norton.
So I ask unanimous consent that it be considered as read.
With objection, so ordered. Gentlemen and ladies, recognized for 5 minutes.
The controversy, Mr. Chairman, about this bill has been about the word privatization. Equally serious is the question, to whom are we handing over control? Understand what we're doing here this morning. We're taking a vital asset which everyone would agree is an inherently governmental function, and we are turning it over to a private corporation to be run by private interests. Never before in the history of this country have we turned over an inherently government function to private interests. I want to quote from Joe Brown. He is the CEO of Hartzell Propeller Corporation. Because he offered a small business perspective, he framed it this way, involving all the questions raised by this bill. As a businessman, I think that what we will find is that we will raise more questions than we can answer, questions that don't have clear answers, and questions that will burn up precious time trying to answer, like how will we assure equity among users, and how will we finance this organization, and what borrowing risk can it take, and what about new market entrants? How do they fit into this picture? These are all valid questions. But they are the kinds of questions that can be answered only by this private corporation. Now, the average consumer who is among the traveling republic is probably most interested in who has the power to decide how much I will pay. I, a consumer, will pay to use this system. But look at this bill. It contains nothing that protects the flying public. We've offered them nothing, no seat at the table. After all, giving them a seat at the table would not take much from those special interests who are there. Why deny them that? My amendment simply provides the safeguards necessary for the traveling public to feel that they are represented when we turn over this function to a private corporation. First, the amendment would require that 2 directors of the ATC Corporation, remember the board is appointed by the Secretary of Transportation, and that these members would also, must, quote, act in the public interest. Otherwise, I see nothing in this bill that we can call checks on the Secretary's appointments that will assure that these appointments do not represent solely special interests. Now, the second thing my amendment does is require that the 2 at-large directors on the corporation's board represent nonprofit public interest groups with specific expertise in consumer protection matters. They will be appointed by the Secretary to represent the interest of air travelers. Finally, my amendment will ensure that at no point in time could the corporation's board of directors include more than one director representing mainline airline carriers. And remember how what we have learned about how there are basically 4 major carriers in our country today. Consolidation has been so extraordinary, which gives them all the power in the first place. This will prevent the major airlines from finding a workaround to get an additional seat on the board in the future. Together, these changes would provide consumers and the public at large with at least some voice, a voice that I would think both sides of our committee would believe that they deserve. So I hope my colleagues will support my amendment that gives your own constituents a seat at the table. And I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady, and now recognize Mr. Mitchell for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I assure you'll be shorter than 5 minutes in the interest of time, sir. I think we need to go back and look at the board composition that is in the bill. There are 13 members. The Transportation Secretary appoints 2 seats on that board with the interest of supporting the fiduciary responsibility of the nonprofit board. The board is intended to update and maintain an effective and efficient air traffic control system. I think we need to move beyond the fear, what stealth efforts are going to be made by one group or another on this board. The great deal of effort's been put into a balanced board with all the interests involved in air traffic to ensure that we can get an effectively functioning corporation that will focus on one primary mission, which is updating air traffic control. For that reason, to say it briefly, I oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues to do so that we can move forward with getting this completed. Thank you, sir.
Any other members wish to be heard? Mr. Fazio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I support the amendment. As it is now, there are 4 discretionary seats on the board, 2 appointed by the Secretary, 2 political appointees, and 2 chosen by the board itself. There are no limitations on what interests they might represent. Yes, theoretically, they represent the fiduciary interests of the ATO. It doesn't mean that you couldn't take someone representing an airline or someone representing labor and say, well, don't worry, they're bound by that, even though they came from that organization. What I find odd is that there is no seat reserved for a real consumer representative. We sometimes hear from fake consumer representatives, but there are some real consumer advocates out there. The traveling public, as has been pointed out, paid for this system, the majority of the traveling public. So I think saying that there should be some consumer representatives, that they should be people appointed who have to act in the public interest would not be a stretch. Last year, the bill required the Secretary to appoint directors to act in the public interest. We've now changed that to say they have to act in a fiduciary sense for the interests of the ATO. There's a pretty big difference between the public interest, which could go to what sorts of fees would be assessed. I mean, optimally, I'm acting in the interests of the ATO. I want to tax the heck out of people because I want more money. Congress has nothing to say about it. So is that in the public interest, or that's following the fiduciary rule, but it may not be in the public interest if you do it in that manner. So I think some refinement and restriction on the 4 discretionary board members, 2 who are purely political and 2 who would be chosen by other board members is merited. And nowhere in the bill is the word consumer or air traveler anywhere in that bill. And I think that's an oversight. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Graves is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it's the role of the government, including the Secretary of Transportation, when regulating this corporation to represent the public interest. There are 2 board seats, and by the way, it takes a supermajority to be able to assign the 2 at-large board seats. We've got we worked real hard to try to make this board as diverse as possible, and then adding that extra layer on top of it by requiring a supermajority, it's going to take a pretty darn good consensus to be able to move those forward. And we've got the 2 government seats on there, which could be the Department of Defense, they could be the the FAA, could be the DOT. You're going to have the government oversight on the board as well. This is, I think it's set up very, very well. And, you know, I share the gentlelady's commitment to ensuring that air traffic control reform is in the public interest, but I do not believe that this amendment advances that goal, and I would urge all members to oppose it.
Thank the gentleman. Any other members wish to be heard? Seeing none, I wish to be heard. I thank the gentlelady for offering her amendment. I do oppose it. As was mentioned during the debate, these directors are going to have a fiduciary responsibility to the corporation. That's a legal responsibility to the corporation. And because it's governed by a board of stakeholders, if anybody has interacted with a co-op before, it functions very much like a co-op. And what the users do is first of all, they can't tax. It says right up there on the wall under Article 1, Section. Only Congress can tax this system. But these folks are going to want to have the most efficient system possible. They're not there to drive up costs. They're there to drive down costs. They want to have an efficient system with the highest technology possible to move forward. And again, as the gentleman from Missouri pointed out, the Secretary of Transportation, I don't know that I want to specifically put in there, but I do believe the Secretary of Transportation will put somebody on that board that has an interest for the traveling public. And so, again, giving them flexibility to sort of devise those 2 seats that are at large, as Mr. Graves said, looking out there and seeing what kind of expertise they want I think is important. Again, the government will have representation, and the government is the people. Doubling the number of directors appointed by the Secretary, I think, would upset the balance and move this more to a government corporation. So taking away that ability to elect directors, finding that skill set, I think is really important here. So I share the gentlelady's commitment to ensuring that the public interest is looked at, and I truly believe that it will be. So at this point, I must oppose the amendment. Any other members wish to be heard? Seeing none, if there is amendment to the amendment. Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. No.
Mr. Chairman,
Apparent of the chair, the noes have it. Gentlelady is recognized.
I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. A sufficient number of members have requested a recorded vote pursuant to Rule 5F of the Court Rules of Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. And after consultation with Ranking Member DeFazio, we will hold the recorded vote at a later date. All right, where are we here? Where am I? Are there any amendments? Mr. Perry has an amendment. Is your amendment at the desk?
It is, Mr. Chairman, Amendment 51.
And the clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 51, offered by Mr. Perry.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment simply raises the DB threshold to $150,000 for airport development project. The current threshold creates, in my opinion, in too many cases, a monopoly on transportation and infrastructure contracts where the $2,000 threshold is just unrealistic. And I just remind everybody that the $2,000 threshold was put in place in 1935. So since 1935, anytime you go above $2,000, it invokes the DB requirements. And you know, you can look at studies from states and federal government. You know, you can find all kinds of numbers. I think the cost is somewhere. The increased cost for projects is probably somewhere verifiable between 7 and 20% in an increase in cost for all the taxpayers. And you know, it's curious that it's called the prevailing wage. It's the prevailing wage, yet the wage is 22% higher than market wages. Well, if it's prevailing, which means it's everywhere, how is it 22% higher than market wages? Folks, that's just tax dollars paying for projects. That's just 22% more that we're paying for what we could get elsewhere with what is actually prevailing. by doing this, by actually increasing the threshold, I think we'd create a whole pile of jobs and empower our small businesses. As a matter of fact, raising it to $150,000 brings it in line with the simplified acquisition threshold, which is specifically designed to help small businesses win federal contracts by cutting through bureaucratic red tape. I find it, quite honestly, un-American. It is the last vestige of Jim Crow. It is literally it's racist legislation from 1931 that was amended in 1935 specifically to make sure that black employees weren't working in projects, and certainly in the northern part of the country. That's what it was for. Be no doubt about it. I mean, just check the history. You don't have to believe me. Just check the history. It's $150,000, $2,000 on a federal contract. I will tell you this. I doubt that any federal contracts, or many, would be let at $150,000, let alone $2,000. So, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate this opportunity. And it seems to me that if we want to do the best we can by taxpayers that are paying for these bills and do the best for our infrastructure, it's reasonable. It's wholly reasonable to update the law since 1935 to bring it in line with today's standards, which is a minimum of $150,000. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues for a yes vote, and I yield.
The gentleman from Oregon is recognized for 5 minutes.
Quick question for the gentleman. He cited this 22% figure. I assume he's using an average of all wages in a community. This is community-based. It would be all electricians in the area is the way Davis-Bacon is calculated. I assume your 22% figure comes from including McDonald's servers and looking at average wages, which is a totally different construct.
No, it's 22%.
Wait, I've got to yield to you before you answer. I would yield to the gentleman. Okay.
Yeah, it's 22% higher than for that particular trade. Doesn't include McDonald's.
With that, I'd reclaim my time. I believe the gentleman is mistaken because I've studied this issue for years. It's been argued for years. We have defeated attempts to erode it forever. Granted, if we were writing the law today in a different atmosphere, we might use a slightly higher threshold. But this is just the nose under the tent to undo Davis-Bacon. And Davis-Bacon, according to an economic policy institute, has analyzed a number of economic analyses from different sources, and they find the prevailing wage regulations do not inflate the costs of government construction contracts. Labor costs are not the primary cost driver in government construction contracts. What it does do, and what it's always intended to do, is to avoid cheap labor being brought in to undercut the trades and dragging down skilled workers to the McDonald's level and whatever that happens to be the minimum wage in some state or given community. And given the fact that there's hostility here to raising the federal minimum wage, which is set at an absurd level, and in that atmosphere, I have to adamantly oppose this amendment. I do not want to see any erosion of Davis-Bacon or nose under the tent. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other members wish to be heard? Ms. Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to object to the use of race by the gentleman in order to justify this amendment. Whatever were the circumstances at the time of Davis-Bacon, please know that today, blacks and other people of color are disproportionately represented by trade unions. And therefore, whatever the historic figures are, and we could use those figures on almost any piece of legislation at the time, for example, Planned Parenthood, you can certainly not use those figures today. And if you were to ask those who represent the African-American community, the NAACP and the like, they would be where the Democrats are today in opposition to the gentleman's amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Any other members wish to be heard? Mr. Capuano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think there are a lot of issues in this bill that we can disagree on, but they're thoughtful disagreements. They haven't brought any emotions. This one, I'm looking at some of my union friends. You'd best see this for what it is. You think you're going to not be next? The prevailing wage helped build the middle class in this country. Talk about a philosophical difference? Big difference. I understand you see it differently, We see it significantly differently. I see this as an incredibly important protection of the middle class. I don't see anything in this proposal that would limit the income of the CEOs of the companies that would be hiring these people. Yet for reasons that I can't understand, you want to limit the income of the middle class. The guy who actually carries a hammer or a jackhammer or a drill. They're somehow the enemies. But yet the guy with a suit and a tie who may play with the accounting just a little bit, that's not a problem. So a guy can walk away with an extra $1 million, but God forbid a guy walks away with $5 an hour extra. That is the problem, not just with this amendment, but the long-term problem with privatization. You're right. I am proud to be a member of a party who cares about building and maintaining the middle class by making sure that not every dollar spent goes to the wealthiest amongst us. I am not against the wealthy. I haven't proposed a bill that says let's limit the income or the pay of CEOs, nor will I. But you're darn right, I'll stand on the side of the working men and women of this country every day, every minute, and be proud of that. This amendment is a direct thrust into the heart of hardworking Americans. For what? You honestly think that the CEOs are going to reduce the cost? They're just going to pocket it themselves and make more and come back to us demanding their tax cuts on that. That's what this amendment does, and I hope that those people that are watching this saying, well, maybe privatization is not a bad thing. This is where you will be in a few years, and you will not be able to come back to us to ask for our help, our protection, and our support, because we will be out of it. And I say that because up until now, this bill has been a thoughtful, philosophical disagreement. I respect it. Thoughtful, good people can disagree. This amendment brings forth, in my opinion, base differences of philosophies in this country and has no place in this bill that, other than one item, is a very bipartisan bill. And even with the one item we disagree on, it's not provoking a lot of emotional response. We understand and respect people who disagree with us. This one goes right to the heart of what has the people who have built America. That's why I oppose it, and I hope every member of this committee opposes it.
Any other members wish to be heard? Mr. Lobayando.
Yeah, I'd like to speak in strong opposition to this amendment. This helps build our communities. In my state, in my district, building trades are the backbone of the community. Building trades volunteer for coaches. Building trades get involved with community projects. And it keeps jobs local, not from people who are going to come from out of state, take local jobs, and hurt our economy. I urge all my colleagues in the strongest terms to oppose this amendment.
Gentleman yields. Any other members wish to be heard? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the amendments? If not, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. No. Opinion of the chair, the nays have it. Gentleman has requested a recorded vote. A sufficient number of members having requested recorded vote pursuant to Rule 5 of the Rules of Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, and after consultation with the Ranking Member DeFazio, we will hold the recorded vote at a later date. And with that, we'll move on to the next amendment. Mr. Nadler is recognized for his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk designated number 22. I ask unanimous consent that it be considered as read.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will designate. It's been designated.
Amendment number 22 offered by Mr. Nadler.
Mr. Nadler is now recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment addresses a very troubling problem with this bill, and one that contradicts longstanding policy of this committee and of the Congress. This bill, like its predecessor last year, gives away billions of dollars in federal assets to a private corporation controlled by the airline industry and its allies. It just gives it away, all of it, for free. In fact, the Department of Transportation Office of Inspector General testified before our committee that the net book value of FAA assets at the end of the last fiscal year was $13.7 billion. That's just the baseline and does not consider that the real property values in markets like Long Island, Chicago, Southern California, among others, on which these assets sit, continue to skyrocket. The Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, on a bipartisan basis, has consistently operated on the general principle of requiring fair market value in exchange for any public asset that is conveyed by legislation. This principle has always been that if the taxpayer acquires a piece of property, that the taxpayer should receive full value for that asset. Sometimes discounts are given to the buyer based on use restrictions, capital investments made by the buyer, or to reflect the long-term control and maintenance costs an entity may have spent on the property. None of these exceptions apply to the transfer of FAA and General Service Administration assets contemplated in the privatization of ATC. We apply this fair market value principles across the board. It applies when Congress conveys land to a private party. It applies when Congress directs the GSA to enter into a land disposal agreement with a state or local government. It even applies when federal agencies transfer land among each other. The Office of Management and Budget requires the receiving agency to pay fair market value for the land to the granting agency. For example, as the Department of Defense continues the disposal process for the Walter Reed Medical Center, and both the District of Columbia and the Department of State have been required to purchase parcels of the site from the Department of Defense. In addition to giving away federal assets free of charge as drafted, this bill allows the ATC Corporation to take control of all of Air Traffic Organization's assets and then sell them. Instead of the American taxpayers getting value for the assets they paid for, this private corporation hits the double jackpot. It gets the property free of charge, and if it doesn't want it, it can sell it off and pocket the cash. Over the last 20 years, the American people have invested more than $50 billion in the facilities and equipment used by ATO, the Air Traffic Organization. They deserve to receive the fair market value for those assets, and this amendment would make sure they do. In addition, this amendment requires that the ATC Corporation, in the first 3 years after the transfer, returns to the United States Treasury any proceeds received from the sale or disposal of any of the property it received from the federal government. This amendment brings this bill into line with longstanding principles of this committee and of the Congress. I urge its adoption. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Mitchell is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I speak in strong opposition to this proposed amendment. Only in government is what we spend on something viewed as its value long-term and is somehow an asset. When you look at a recent hearing, we spoke about the assets, I use that term loosely, that the FAA has for air traffic control. The best description I could get well, they're really old. Yeah, they are. Much of the property that the air traffic control centers sit on or around them, in fact, a bunch of it has been identified as being in a brownfield. Yet somehow we think there's massive value in transferring those. The other concern I have is that these assets have already been paid for by the taxpayer. Now we want to pull money out of this private corporation for some value yet to be determined, and yet it's going to have to be paid for again by the same people that paid for it the first time. I have to tell you, I believe that part of the intention is to either scuttle the idea of privatizing this with a nonprofit, or in fact, obtain money through one means or another to use for other purposes in our budget, both of which I oppose. These assets need to be transferred to enable this private corporation to proceed with modernizing air traffic control. We spoke earlier about an amendment concerned about the financial stability of the FAA and air traffic control. Now we want an amendment that, in fact, will milk cash out of this organization for some alleged value of these assets. I guess the question I would have is I'm not sure that my colleagues understand what it is they want, but this amendment would be destructive to the efforts we're making to move forward with modernizing air traffic control. I oppose it, and I urge my colleagues to oppose it as well. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman, and now recognize Mr. DeFazio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, remember, we've heard a tremendous amount. The chairman even saw fit to take the committee up to get the sales pitch from NAV Canada. And many parts of the bill replicate what's been done in Canada. There's one glaring omission. Only 2 countries in the world have privatized their air traffic control systems. Only 2, Great Britain and Canada, and, of course, both paid for the assets. Now, how is it different? Here in the U.S., we're going to give away tens of billions of dollars of assets, yet up there, it was considered equitable since it was going to a private corporation, and in Canada, it is a non-profit private corporation, it's exactly the same as here, but we're going to give it away. Now, we hear a lot of talk about how decrepit this whole system is. And of course, I just mentioned ERAM earlier. That was a $2 billion recent investment. We're going to give that away. And then this is the Houston TRACON. Pretty spiffy, brand new. One out on Long Island also. Not a brownfield that I'm aware of, but even if it is a brownfield, the building is constructed. If the corporation saw fit the day after privatization to sell that for office space, they get to keep all of the money. Now, this amendment says, all right, you're going to give it away for free. We don't want to do that. But secondly, let's say if they sell it within the first 3 years, like day one, they don't get to keep the money. The money goes back to the taxpayers. And a point's being made about taxpayers. There's 2 sets of taxpayers involved in this debate. One is people who pay user fee taxes when they fly, or GA pays, a user fee on their gasoline. That's one set of taxpayers. But guess what? Some of that TRACON was paid for, and many of the assets in the system historically, the land and other things that were acquired, were paid for out of partially general fund. That is all the taxpayers in the United States, not just the people who fly and use the system. So there are 2 sets of taxpayers here. And we're saying, well, just give the stuff to the corporation. I raised 2 other problems with that earlier. This is too big to fail, folks. This is really too big to fail. If it goes under, like the system did in the UK, because of a downturn in traffic, because of a tragedy like 9/11, they had to come in and bail it out. We're going to have to come in and bail it out. If it's bankrupt and we have to take it back, or if a court finds it's unconstitutional and we have to take it back, under our Constitution, if we gave them without restriction these assets, we have to pay market value to get them back. Think about that for a minute. This is an experiment. The experiment doesn't work. You gave away $30 billion of assets. You're going to have to pay $30 billion to get them back. Now, that would be a substantial burden, I think, on taxpayers. So I think this amendment is very well targeted at the major difference in this bill between the U.S. and Canada. In Canada, it was considered very equitable to reimburse the country as a whole and all the taxpayers as a whole for the assets. But here in the United States, we're saying, forget about that. Just give it away. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Lewis is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition of this amendment for a number of reasons, but let's just take a look at what the bill authorizes and what it doesn't. It transfers operation of air traffic services and those assets from the FAA to this separate, non-for-profit corporate entity to provide more efficient operation and improvement of air traffic services in our country. To the degree that we charge this new entity with hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars, because we think paying for them twice is warranted, then there's going to be less efficiency immediately in reforming air traffic control services. Why would we want to handicap them right from the get-go? Second of all, if you read the actual language in the bill, it says not-for-profit corporate entity. Now, I know my colleagues on the other side love to use the word privatization as though it's a pejorative. Let me be clear. Let the committee understand this. There is no maximizing profits. There are no shareholders in this board. There are stakeholders. Everybody who flies is a stakeholder, well represented by the board. But there is no profit that's going to flow to private entities. So the use of the term privatization, I think, is horribly misleading for a deliberate intention to think we're going to make somebody rich. The money is going to flow back into air traffic control services to improve this dilapidated system. So I just want everybody on the committee to understand that when we talk about privatization, we are not handing it over to Wall Street or anybody else. We're handing it to a not-for-profit board. And by the way, if this not-for-profit board is made up of a bunch of people that are going to gain in an unwarranted fashion from this, what about every other not-profit in this country? Many of whom have liberal and conservative viewpoints, but are they all maximizing profits for their own benefit? No, they're not. Nobody would suggest that. But this is the same thing. This is a board destined to improve air traffic control services, so let's not handicap it with a big bill right from the get-go, and let's understand nobody's maximizing profits for private gain on this. And I yield back, and I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
Thank the gentleman. Any other members wish to be heard? Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've had some of this debate, a little bit of the debate during the hearing on FAA reauthorization and ATC reform. And on this issue, it really only seems to me that the only way that the privatization scheme works is if the U.S. government gives away these FAA assets at no cost. In addition to that, the only way it works is if the U.S. government and the taxpayers who put the money into the trust funds commit the unspent funds in the trust fund in order to what was told to us to capitalize the privatization scheme. In other words, all that investment that has been made over time that has come out of the U.S. taxpayers' pocket and by the U.S. flying public, whether it's actual dollars or whether it's in asset form, goes to this private corporation without any recompense to the U.S. taxpayer and to the flying public. It seems to me that the real debate here is that this is the only way to make the privatization scheme work. That is not a good enough reason not to compensate the U.S. taxpayer and the U.S. flying public for the dollars that they have put in. In fact, the Secretary, under questioning, we didn't agree on a number, but she did say, in fact, that she agreed that the value of these assets, the FAA, is certainly more than zero. It is not zero, it is certainly more than zero. And we don't know what number that is. She seemed to be open to negotiation in my assessment. I want to speak for her in my assessment. But the idea that this bill on, seems to on, some section here, Transfer Facilities Corporation, line 20, page 90, does say that these will be transferred at no charge. It does seem that the Secretary indicated that there should be some charge. But the system, it doesn't work unless it is handed over to this private corporation at no charge. That seems to be the only reason why it's in here. Not because it's a good idea, not because it's a bad idea, only that it makes it work. And it doesn't seem to me fair that the assets that have been paid for by the taxpayer, the assets that have been, and by the U.S. flying public, would get no compensation at all. This is why Mr. Nadler's amendment is important, why it's necessary, and why I support it.
Would the gentleman yield?
Who am I yielding? I yield to Mr. DeFazio.
The gentleman on the other side pointed out that, this can be a private corporation and, that this, giving them the assets, they're not going to be trying to make a profit. Well, there are many nonprofits that make a profit. And one of the incentives here could be that the CEO, there are no limitations on CEO compensation in this new private corporation, can say, gee, if you show a surplus in a given year, we will pay you a bonus of X% of the surplus. We will pay you $1 million bonus, whatever, if you run a surplus because of concerns about the stability of the organization. So if the CEO decides to sell off a couple of $1 billion worth of real estate, then the CEO might well get a cut of that. There's no restriction on that. So I think all the arguments the gentleman made, plus Mr. Nadler made, plus the fact that there could be an incentive for the CEO of this corporation to move assets, to move them and sell them, things that are valuable, things that not only the flying public, but the general taxpayers of the United States of America pay for. I mean, you could make the argument about the Statue of Liberty. That was, government owns that. We want to transfer it to Disney or, someone else. Why should they'll run it in a nonprofit sense. Why should they pay for it? I mean, it's already been paid for. They'll charge more admission, so it wouldn't be fair. I mean, that's the underlying argument here. And again, there are no restrictions in this bill. I mean, the assumption is the current system of taxation, which is principally a ticket tax, goes away, and the private corporation determines who and how they will raise $11 billion a year with no input from the elected representatives of the United States of America. Go complain to the corporation about the fees. Your congressman, your senator, your congresswoman can do nothing about it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back. Thanks.
Thank the gentleman. Any other members wish to be heard? Seeing none, I will like to be heard. Where do I start? First of all, the Statue of Liberty was a gift to the United States from France. So we got a good deal on that.
It's the real estate.
Second,
The island underneath it.
second, page 91, the sale of property of corporation after date of transfer. If the corporation sells any of the property conveyed to the corporation under paragraph 1, the corporation shall use the proceeds received from the sale of property for the acquisition or improvement of air navigation facilities or other capital assets. It's pretty clear. And how those two other countries that we pointed out, Canada and Great Britain, I believe, I have no idea how they paid, who paid for, where the money came from. I'm sure it had to do with some sort of taxing scheme. And by the way, Great Britain, that was 25 years ago, and Canada was 20 years ago. Now, if we were talking about our system 25 and 20 years ago, I might say there was some new technology out there. I think our technology is not new technology. But that being said, there's a misconception out there. I think that people, as Mr. Lewis pointed out, this is a not-for-profit corporation. It is governed by the users. I believe that it puts them in a position where they want to have the most efficient system possible. They want to drive down the cost, and we believe they can. There's a misconception that the federal government, the American taxpayers, own these assets. Well, yes, they do. They paid for them already. The flying public already paid for these assets. And so what we're going to do if we do this is take these old assets, many of them won't be around for a long period of time, and we're going to say, we're going to strap them with this, whatever the number is, and you're going to pay a second time for it, even though you've already paid. You're paying a second time for these things that we're going to replace in many cases. So again, we're double paying for these assets. So I just believe that, again, paying for them once, and I will make the point also, Mr. DeFazio pointed out that it's only the traveling public that paid for these. Well, that's not true. Anybody that's received a package from FedEx or UPS or some other air service, you paid for these things. So I would venture to say, guess, a vast majority of Americans, maybe as much as 90% of Americans, have contributed over the last 20 years to this system. Because again, if UPS or FedEx is delivering a package to your house, and it was in the airspace, they paid a fee, they paid a tax, and now it's coming to your house. I'm sure there's going to be a little bit of that built into the price. So again, I think what Mr. Nadler's amendment does is that it hamstrings this new corporation to make business decisions to shed any unproductive assets required by the FAA. It will require those proceeds derived from the sale of transfer to be reinvested solely in capital needs of the system, which of course we already do in the bill. The amendment would create a bad incentive for corporations to hang on to whatever it does not need and delay much modernization. So we're trying to create a corporation that can move quickly and do the right things. It doesn't make any sense to me to apply the restrictions to this corporation because, as I said, only hamper its efficiency. So once again, I appreciate the gentleman offering his amendment, but I urge all members to oppose.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Move to strike the last word.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, if I purchased a car and paid cash for it, or if I paid for it over the course of 60 months, at the end of that time, I would own the car. Now, if I chose to give that car away, and then to whom I gave it wants to sell it back to me for some reason, I would have to pay double. But if they wanted to take the thing that I gave to them, that car, and sell it on the open market, they could either keep the proceeds, as would happen if Mr. Nadler's amendment is not passed. They could either keep the proceeds, or if Mr. Nadler's amendment passes, which I rise in support of, within the first 3 years of the time that we gave it, time that I gave them my car, they would have to pay me for any parts that they took off that car and sold on the open market. I believe that this is just a common sense and very reasonable amendment. The fact that we would take the air traffic control system and just give it away, the citizens, this is a publicly owned operation. We would give it away without compensation just makes no sense to me, particularly when this, having been done in other countries, was done in the way that citizens of those countries received some remuneration for the asset that they gave away. I don't see why we would deviate from that practice if we pass this underlying legislation. So I rise in support of the Nadler amendment, and with that, I yield back.
Any other members wish to be heard? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying nay. Nay. Opinion of the chair is the nays have it.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman's recognized.
and then I request a roll call vote.
The gentleman has requested a recorded vote. The recorded, sufficient number of members have requested a recorded vote pursuant to Rule 5 of the Rules of Transportation Committee. After consultation with Ranking Member DeFazio, we will hold the recorded vote at a later time. Chairman recognizes Ms. Johnson for an amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Could you speak into the mic a little bit more, Ms. Johnson? Can't hear you. Ms. Johnson?
I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read.
Without objection, so ordered. Clerk will designate the amendment.
My amendment would cap the compensation of the CEO of the ATC Corporation at an amount no greater than the current salary of the President of the United States. According to Title III of the U.S. Code, the U.S. President shall earn a salary of $400,000. I believe that many of my colleagues would agree that it is more than fair that the CEO of the ATC Corporation should not be allowed to earn more money than the Chief Executive of the United States. Despite the nonprofit status of the corporation, there is no guarantee that this corporation would not fall victim to the same greed or abuse as we might witness in any other nonprofit entities. In fact, nonprofit status does not immunize any organization against astronomical executive compensation. Many on this committee have drawn parallels between the proposed corporation before us today and the nonprofit civil air navigation operator in Canada with NAV Canada. I can think of no better example in support of my amendment than to point out that the CEO of NAV Canada makes a startling $3.2 million per year. It would be unacceptable, in my view, to put our constituents and aviation users on the hook for what I believe is an exorbitant salary. Air traffic control is a serious job. However, the CEO must be focused on keeping the flying public safe while balancing the public interest. Our constituents will be paying this CEO's salary through user fees every single time that they fly. I would find it very difficult to explain to my constituents that they must pay more money to simply fly because we need to fund a huge salary for the ATC CEO. If we take the smart step and cap CEO compensation, this problem goes away. If the President of the United States is compensated $400,000 a year, then I believe this salary should also be good enough to attract talented executives who can safely manage the corporation and our airspace. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, which will keep the corporation on check, honest, and focused on its essential role of ensuring safety and efficiency in our skies. I thank you and yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Any other members wish to be heard? Mr. DeFazio?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, since the private corporation will be coming up with a new system of user fees, and I see no way that they're going to raise $11 million a year without assessing fees on the passengers. The airlines have pledged that they expect they will pay basically the same amount that is now in ticket taxes. And again, the Business Association, Aviation, came up with a study showing that, if they apply it on a capitated basis, coach pays more first and business get less. But we know that passengers are going to be paying for a substantial portion of the operating costs of this corporation. So I have concerns about an unlimited salary for the CEO. I think it's pretty reasonable to say that we will cap the CEO compensation at the same compensation available to presidents of the United States who take a salary. I'm not sure whether Donald Trump does or not. But again, one could argue that the corporation is not quite as big as an organization or as important to the American people as the United States of America, and the statutory salary is $400,000 a year. I think that should be more than adequate for anybody to run a nonprofit. Now, there were last year, there were 4 nonprofits that paid their CEOs more than $10 million a year. In the case of NAV Canada, he's a very warm host, the gentleman who's been trying to sell us their system for years, very warm host, but he gets a cool $3.2 million a year. That would be paid for by passengers in good part, if not in toto, depending upon what sort of user fees beyond the control of Congress are assessed by a private corporation. To me, it is extraordinary that any member of Congress, particularly anybody on Ways and Means, would say we're going to allow a private corporation to determine what the traveling public pays to use the public airspace of the United States of America, and Congress will have no oversight or say in what those fees are, and those fees might include a $10 million salary for the CEO. So I think $400,000, I'd take the job. Probably most other members here would, more than double my salary. But we'll hear, oh, gee, out there you can't get somebody good for only $400,000 a year, ha. So again, I think it's a very reasonable amendment, and I urge its adoption.
Any other members wish to be heard? Seeing none, I'll yield myself time. I appreciate the lady offering her amendment, but I oppose it. The Air Navigation Service Corporation will be a private corporation. I don't believe it's appropriate to tie the compensation of salary for a CEO. Now, Canada was mentioned and what their CEO makes, but also over the last 20 years, the user fees in Canada are 40% below the rate of inflation. 40% below the rate of inflation. That's pretty good performance. And in fact, they've lowered those rates 30%. And just recently, they just gave a rebate back to the users of the system, over $100 million. We don't ever see any of that coming out of the FAA. In fact, it's just the opposite. We consistently raise fees. We consistently spend money. We consistently have to dip into the general fund. So again, it's a private entity. They have the flexibility to offer compensation packages that do attract the best talent. We put things in there. There will be a board that will be required to have a compensation committee. It will approve the pay of the CEO, the chief financial officer, and the chief operating officer. And while I come back to it is a not-for-profit corporation, it is run like a co-op, and the users of the system will have a say. So again, I appreciate the lady's intent, but I urge all members to oppose the amendment. Anyway, Ms. Titus is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, I'd like to point out that Mr. Huerta, who is the administrator of the FAA, has a salary that's capped at $185,000. Thank you. I yield.
And Mr. Johnson?
I think a good point, Mr. Chairman.
Was Mr. Johnson?
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, a great point has been raised about the fact that the chief operating officer, the chief information officer, and any other officer that has a big title is not covered under the amendment, under the Johnson amendment. And I support the Johnson amendment, but I would point out that a lot more work needs to be done in terms of protecting customers from exorbitant salaries, and not to mention salaries, even fees that are earned by subcontractors that the private so-called nonprofit corporation will give out contracts to. All of those could be very well padded with excessive amounts of dollars coming straight from the pockets of customers, the flying public, right into the pockets of the private sector so that the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. For that reason, I support the Johnson amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Anybody else wish to be heard? Seeing no one, any amendments to the amendments? Seeing none, the question is on Ms. Johnson's amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed signify by saying nay. Nay. Opinion of the chair, the nays have it.
Mr. Chairman,
The gentlelady from Texas is
I
recognized.
request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. A sufficient number of members have requested a recorded vote pursuant to Rule 5 of the Rules of Committee of Transportation and Infrastructure. And after consultation with Ranking Member DeFazio, we will hold the recorded vote at a later time. And just to inform people, probably roughly 12:45-ish, we're looking at having that first series of votes. And we're supposed to vote on the floor at 1:30, just to keep people situational awareness. Mr. Davis is recognized for an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, Davis 26, and I ask that it be considered as read.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 26, offered by Mr. Davis.
Mr. Davis recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. From precision agriculture to helping with search and rescue to increase safety for bridge and roof inspectors, the sheer number of industries and people that can benefit from UAS technology is staggering. Small business owners and entrepreneurs are excited about the cost savings and innovative solutions to problems that drones can provide. However, the existing regulatory regime for UAS in the United States still has a lot of room for improvement. Last year, the FAA finally published its final Part 107 rule for the operation of small UAS. A number of concerns that I brought up during the markup of the AIR Act last Congress were addressed in this rule, but unfortunately, many users, from one-man shop startup businesses to Fortune 500 companies, still have difficulty navigating the regulatory regime. In addition, the FAA's rule for small UAS did not distinguish between drones weighing from 0 to 55 pounds. Uses and risks for UAS on either end of this spectrum are very, very different and should be treated based on risk. My amendment would create an aviation rulemaking committee to develop recommendations for the FAA to create a classification specifically for micro drones, those weighing less than 4.4 pounds, including payload. This would provide a more proportionate level of regulation of these small devices subject to risk-based safety and operational restrictions. In making their recommendations, the Aviation Rulemaking Committee would be directed to consider creating a risk-based operating and safety procedure for UAS systems that weigh 4.4 pounds or less, operated within the line of sight, less than 400 feet above the ground during daylight at a speed of no more than 40 knots, not over unprotected people and more than 5 miles from airports. Further, the FAA must consider developing an online aeronautical knowledge and safety test to ensure these users confirm their ability to safely operate in the airspace. Importantly, my amendment requires the FAA to consult other appropriate agencies, which would include the Department of Defense, the Department of Homeland Security, to ensure that any security concerns are discussed and addressed. Developing a microclassification for low-risk users would promote compliance. Further, creating a system based on risk for small systems incentivizes innovation by manufacturers like Horizon Hobby and Hobbico, headquartered in my district in Champaign, Illinois. By adopting this amendment, the committee would make it clear that ensuring safety and promoting innovation in the UAS space are not mutually exclusive. I urge adoption, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. I now recognize Mr. DeFazio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, a year ago I said to the FAA, what happens, most people here, I'm sure in this room, have seen the movie Sully. That was birds ingested into an engine. And I said, birds have some mass, but they're not particularly brittle. What happens when a brittle object like a quadcopter or something else is ingested into a turbine engine? And what the FAA said was, we don't know. We don't know. And I said, well, maybe you ought to kind of find out. So they contracted for a study, which has been completed by apparently a consortium of nonprofit engineers somehow relating to engine manufacturing. They're going to roll those results out here on the Hill in July. Now, this causes tremendous concern. And I was talking about micro stuff, like quadcopters. You get up to 4 pounds, you're sure as hell going to cause turbine failure. And I'm sure that their study is going to show that. And so, these things need to be, rigorously regulated. And I'm concerned about a number of the provisions in this legislation as looking kind of like a mandate that these things should be allowed under certain conditions, and the person does not have to have an airman's certificate. Well, what sort of conditions will be applied to these people? Who will they be? We've already got a problem with hobbyists who are irresponsible. It's a minority of hobbyists who are violating airspace when pilots are looking out the window and saying, oh, there's a quadcopter. I'm at 7,000 feet on approach to LaGuardia. Oh, look, there's another one. It's only a matter of time till one of those things gets ingested. And, these larger drones with one irresponsible person or one terrorist could take down a plane very easily. So I'm concerned about a number of the provisions of this amendment as being a bit broad, and I think it would be useful to have the study before we include this sort of a mandate in the bill. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman. Any other members wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Hunter is recognized.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I believe I have language in your mark that that basically makes it so that the Department of Defense, which is already dealing with these small quadcopters and stuff in places like Iraq and Syria, the Department of Defense has figured out ways to shut them down in certain corridors and not affect the flight of Black Hawk helicopters, Hueys, Cobras, airplanes coming in and out. And the language that I have in your mark makes it so that the FAA has got to work with DOD because they've already kind of figured this out. You're not going to have quadcopters flying into jet turbines because on those pathways that those airplanes take into airports, they're going to be fenced off from anything. You're not going to have any UAVs flying. We have the technology for it. We don't want the FAA to take 20 years researching this, thus my language. But you're going to have corridors when Mr. Davis's language goes into effect, you will have corridors where you can't have any UAVs at all flying. And the airports themselves will be fenced off, and the corridors of flight will be fenced off too, the same way that the Department of Defense is defeating ISIS drones, dropping little mines and explosives on our soldiers in Syria. So with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Any other
Mr.
members wish to
Chairman?
be heard?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to.
Well, I think Mr. Sanford was recognized, and he can yield to your time anytime he has left if Mr. Davis wants time.
I would just make the the following point, which is
I think there has been a great degree of study. If you actually look at France, if you look at what's happening in New Zealand, I mean, they are using drones at levels that we aren't in the United States very, very safely. So we're producing the innovation here in the United States, but it's being used in other countries in a way that isn't the case, that could help a roof repair guy simply looking at the roof of a house, pulling it out of his toolkit. I think that this idea of going to a risk-based system is consistent with what's happening in other countries where the drones have been deployed successfully. And I think the bigger question we've got to look at, going back to Mr. Duncan's comments, which is, are we looking, Mr. Hunter's comments, are we looking at stagnation or are we looking at innovation? There is a fine line between the two. And this notion, as his amendment does, of keeping it 5 miles from an airport, below 400 feet, is something that I think makes eminent sense. But with that, I'd yield to Mr. Davis.
Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleagues, Mr. Sanford and Mr. Hunter. I appreciate you bringing up the existing regulatory structure and existing technologies in dealing with UAS technology in airspace. But let's take a step back. A year ago, this amendment passed by the voice vote. And this is a debate about whether or not we're going to allow innovation to move forward and have drone technology manufactured at a small micro drone category to be able to be utilized as a tool for many American workers to do their job more safely. Imagine being a roof inspector. There is no reason with technology in UAS that we have today and cameras that we have that anybody should climb up onto a roof to inspect damage. That makes it safer for the American workers and safer for workers across this country. We ought to make sure that we create a category and not have government stand in the way of creating a category of micro drone usage that becomes a tool in a toolbox, just like a screwdriver, just like an extension cord. That's what they should be able to carry and not have to worry about calling the FAA every time they want to stand up and inspect a roof or inspect a bridge or inspect their agricultural land. These are the types of debates that we continue to have as policymakers, that we can either be stagnant or, as my colleague Mr. Sanford said, we can innovate. So thank you, and I urge a yes vote.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman, Mr. Aramundi. Oh, Mr. Nadler.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I believe for reasons already stated, this is a very dangerous amendment, and I yield to the gentleman to the ranking member.
Mr. Chairman, I fully support a safe integration of drones and the use of drones. And the bill, the FAA is giving, broad scale categorical exemptions. We're moving ahead in an orderly way. But again, here's a comment from the FAA on this amendment. The FAA and its partners continue to research the effects of potential UAS ground collisions with unprotected persons, but results to date, blah, blah. And then, they go on to say, a 4.4-pound aircraft in a free fall would be potentially deadly well before reaching 50 feet, let alone 400 feet. Congress could direct the next step and require FAA to complete a rulemaking based on that ARC, which would facilitate UAS operations over people. So I believe there's an alternative to being this prescriptive. 4.4 pounds, still deadly, in a less than 50-foot fall. This is, I believe, too prescriptive, and we would benefit from something more directive that within a certain period of time, following the recommendations of the ARC, FAA should adopt more broad-scale, exemptions for drones. And I believe the Senate bill actually goes along those lines, but not as a prescriptive approach as being considered here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Will the gentleman yield?
Mr. Nadler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Does the gentleman from California want me to yield to him? John? Okay, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. Gentleman from California. We'll get to him. Gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The gentleman is on to a very, very important issue here, and it's the issue of trying to prescribe how and where these unmanned aircraft can be operated. And I want to thank him for bringing this to our attention. It also provides the opportunity for the administrator to issue regulations, which they presently cannot for lack of authority from us. All good. I am concerned, however, with the prescriptions that are provided in your proposed amendment. After authorizing this committee and giving it certain directions, you then proscribe what they can actually accomplish. And I think that's a mistake. I think there's also, but I'd like to work with you on this as we go forward to eliminate those proscriptions and allow the committee to come forward with a full-throated description of what should be done in this case. There's one additional thing that needs to be done, and that is we need to know who owns these things. When they fall out of the sky, as could have happened at my grandchildren's graduation a few weeks back, when somebody was operating a drone about 50 feet above a crowd of a couple of thousand, you go, what if this thing falls out of the sky? Somebody's going to get seriously hurt. Who owns this thing? There's no real way to find out. So I think there needs to be some sort of a registration program, perhaps at the point of sale, so that if there's an accident, if there's something that is illegally done with this particular machine, we can find out who actually owned and operated it. So I would suggest that there be modifications going forward to this particular piece of legislation. And with that, I yield back and urge that you add to this a registration mechanism.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized. Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to support Mr. Davis's amendment. We need to move forward with effective rulemaking on UAS systems and would encourage the committee to endorse this amendment. I will yield to Mr. Davis who has additional comments.
Thank you to my colleague from Michigan. I'd like to respond to Mr. Garamendi's concern. The underlying bill still maintains the registration process for drones, so we don't touch that with this amendment whatsoever. And also to respond to Mr. DeFazio's remarks earlier, our bill, our amendment specifically says you cannot fly these micro drones over people. So micro drones falling out of the sky over people would be against the law, against the intent of the amendment. Again, the intent of the amendment is to innovate, and this is the only way we can do such a thing and encourage manufacturers to begin to manufacture drone technology in even a safer fashion than exists today. And that's the intent of this. Again, I would urge a yes vote, and I'll yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Any other members wish to be recognized? Seeing none, I'll yield myself such time. As these drones continue to grow and be used, there have been a number of issues that have come up to the attention from pilots and industry groups and federal agencies. Again, this amendment creates a process to address those issues and provide recommendations with experts at the table. So I think it's a well-thought-out amendment, and I urge support of this. With that, are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying nay.
No.
According to the chair, the ayes have it. Moving on to the next amendment. Mr. Rakita is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I have an amendment at the desks, specifically amendments.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 20 offered by Mr. Rokita.
I thank the chairman for that. I also like to add Amendment 21, 22, and 24 to the discussion for the purpose of withdrawing.
Without objection, so ordered.
I thank the chairman. And also for the purpose of maybe getting a little bit of extra time. Mr. Chairman, I greatly appreciate the work done by this committee. As you know, I'm an active participant in it. And there's nothing more that I want than FAA reauthorization to continue so that we have and continue to have the best, most vibrant, and safest airspace and industry in the world. And there's some great things about this bill so far, including the certification reform that Mr. Larson referenced in his opening remarks that I'm very interested to get to. I'm also aware, Mr. Chairman, that we are in a different climate than when this committee last addressed the ATC quote-unquote privatization issue. You know, we now have a different president in office, a president who comes from the business world and understands that the private sector can operate more efficiently than the government can. And I have supported the president on a number of things and will continue to do so moving forward.
And we both support the concept of privatization, which grants authority to a dispassionate, disinterested third party to run a concession. I mean, that in its essence is the definition of privatization. However, the ATC part of this bill is not privatization, it's really corporatization. We're taking a monopoly and we're giving it to special interests, any one of which could dominate the entire asset. Now, I also support the President's efforts to reduce our federal bureaucracy by reducing the size of our federal workforce. And frankly, the more and more I look into this and to have discussions with the administration, the more and more I'm convinced that their interests with this bill mostly remain in reducing the federal workforce and reducing federal pension liabilities, all real concerns and good goals. President Trump, for example, has set a goal of reducing the number of federal employees by 50,000 individuals, and I'm committed to helping him. And frankly, a true privatization effort would actually reduce the number of employees significantly and help to address a number of underlying issues, such as the growing cost in our government federal pensions. But this bill does not reduce the regulatory state or the number of workers. It does shift them to a different entity. Neither the jobs or the pension obligations disappears with this transfer. The employees are still there, and the pension obligations are still there. The regulatory state does not get any smaller with this bill. We could also implement policies to help the FAA and really all our agencies develop a more business-like culture, and I'm behind all of that. Some possible steps that could be taken include making new employees at-will employees, while also maintaining the protection so that they cannot be fired for political beliefs or any civil rights violations. Another option would be to limit the number of the appeals process for employees to a single agency, or to cap damages at, let's say, $50,000 per federal employee. This would certainly allow us to reduce the number of federal employees in our workforce without giving away the national treasure that is our airspace. So these are just some of the common sense ideas that I think we should pursue, not only in this committee, but throughout Congress as we look to improve government efficiency. But beyond my concerns about how should we reform the FAA is the need to recognize that our airspace is, like I said, a national treasure. From the Wright brothers more than 100 years ago to today, it has grown to support a thriving commercial sector that moves people and cargo and is the envy of the rest of the world. No one else can compare to the vitality, to the scope, and the safety of our aviation industry. It has also created a general aviation community which no other country can even remotely compare. It generates $219 billion in economic output and supports more than 1 million jobs. This is not by accident, and it's not found anywhere else in the world. And it's not just the general aviation community that relies on unfettered access to airspace. Our small businesses, the economic drivers of our economy that are found in every district in this country, rely on our current system to get around, and it's not getting around by the airlines solely. They are thriving because they are not held back by a corporate board. They are not held back by an airline schedule. Many of the individuals who have expressed the most concern about this idea are also the same people who last November, especially in our rural areas, who voted for a new direction. They are looking to Washington to fix the problems, not to create more uncertainty and confusion. We have gotten to this point because we have not allowed one group or another to dominate our airspace system. Anyone can use our airspace. You pay your gas tax and you can land at any public use airport in the country. It doesn't matter if you're a 747 carrying 500 passengers or a single engine Piper with a single pilot. Everyone has an equal right to the airspace and airports because of the money we put in. And just like everyone, whether you're an 18-wheeler or a Mini Cooper, you have the right to use our roads. It's the same concept. The ATC part of this bill has been called privatization. It's really the corporatization of a monopoly. And I happen to know a little bit about this. When I was Indiana Secretary of State, we privatized the Indiana Toll Road, and there are a couple differences there I'd like to mention compared to this bill.
Gentleman's time has expired, but I recognize myself and yield the gentleman as much time as you may consume.
I thank the chairman. When we privatized the Indiana Toll Road, first of all, we didn't give the toll road away. We leased it for 99 years for the price of $3.8 billion. Secondly, like I said at the beginning of my remarks, we leased it as a concession. Everyone was allowed to bid. anyone who was interested, and we gave the bid to the best bidder, a dispassionate third party that ran the concession, that did the work. Here's what we didn't do. We didn't give the Indiana toll road to the truckers and say, you run this state treasure, you run this asset, and I'm sure while you're doing that, you'll take care of the cars too. When you're trying to get cold rolled steel out of the steel mills in Northwest Indiana, I'm sure when your trucks need to get out, you won't block access on the on and off ramps. You won't do other things. You won't charge extra fees. We didn't do that because it wouldn't work. And that's the problem we're seeing here with this, the way this is being set up. We're not giving it to a disinterested, dispassionate third party to run a concession. We're giving it to a board. And yes, there's different seats on this board, and yes, the number of seats have been changed and added to and subtracted from and this and that, but really that's a red herring. Because under the theory of working control, quote unquote working control, a board can be controlled with 20% of the board seats. Effectively, a minority can run the board on any given issue, especially when that board is made up of very interested parties who, in an ecosystem, albeit, have very different interests. And so that brings me to this letter that I found. There's been a lot of talk of how general aviation interests have been satisfied. For the record, Mr. Chairman, without objection, I'd like to submit a letter from the Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association, the Experimental Aircraft Association, the General Aviation Manufacturers Association, the Helicopter Association International, the National Business Aviators Administration, and NATA, the National Airport Transport Association, all still opposing this bill.
Without objection, so ordered.
I thank the chairman. So whatever work has been done on this, it still appears there's many groups, many parts of this industry that are still opposed. When I got the markup language, and I appreciate the chairman getting the language out earlier, much earlier than last year, I set apart trying to improve the language, attempting to be constructive. And in fact, the amendments that I mentioned earlier, the 3 of the 4, are all meant to do that. And as the process goes forward, perhaps we'd like to look at some of those. But even when I try to correct the holes, to try to improve the legislation that I saw to protect all members of this ecosystem, I found out I still failed. I still failed. There are still remaining holes. There are still problems. There are still unintended consequences that could result no matter how much we try to work on and try to improve this language. And the reason for that is because as these general aviation and other interests say, the concept is fundamentally flawed because it really isn't privatization. It's corporatization of a monopoly where one part of the ecosystem can take over the rest. And so it's with that in mind that I'm finding it difficult to support this bill at this time. In closing, Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to reference one slide, and this goes back to the board. If we can scroll on. Yes. No, back one. Thank you so much. We went back and looked at delays, air traffic control delays, and we found that from 2008 to 2013, half the time, the delays that we're talking about that this board is supposed to cure actually come from the weather. Nothing to do with technology, even though I maintain our technology is the best in the world for how big our airspace is. Not even anything to do with airline glitches in their computer systems. It's with the weather. So how is this board going to improve on that? How is this board going to deal with God to make us, as others who are proponents of this proposal say, are going to make us on time, never late again, not delayed, when half the time we're simply dealing with. Mr. Chairman, I yield. Thank you.
Fired, but I believe the gentleman from Missouri will yield you a minute or so.
Absolutely. Claiming my time, I'd yield it to the gentleman from Indiana.
For a minute.
And I yield back. I thank the gentleman.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. DeFazio is recognized.
And as I said in the beginning, Mr. Chairman, we do withdraw amendments 20, 21.
Gentleman's withdrawing his amendments?
Yes.
Which ones are they again?
20, 21, 22, and 24.
I thank the gentleman, and with that, Mr. DeFazio doesn't.
Well,
Mr.
I
DeFazio is
would have supported the amendments, but the gentleman intends to withdraw. But just two quick points. Yes, some non-discrimination language has been placed in the bill, and GA is being assured they'll only have to pay the existing fee structure. But he listed all the groups opposed, and just a quote from their letter. We have concluded that any structural and governance reforms that require protections for an important sector of users, general aviation, is fundamentally flawed. And here's the rationale. The corporation is going to pay for itself with user fees. So anybody who's paying a user fee, and depending on how they structure those, they may get preference in the system if we have limitations because of weather or other concerns. And that discretion is always up to the controllers when you, let's look at this. I mean, then GA is a cost center and they don't provide revenues. They're not paying whatever user fee the passengers on the commercial airliners are paying or other categories of commercial aviation. So the ATC, could say, well, geez, you are an external to this economy, you're a cost center, and if a GA pilot flying under visual flight rules asks for flight following, so the controllers can monitor them on radar and advise them of conflicting traffic, there is already a system in place, and I assume it'll be extended, where the controller can say unable. Unable, I can't do that safely, unable. Well, in the future, you might find a heck of a lot more times, because they want to be able to put more throughput of the people who are paying the user fees, you might hear a lot more unables. And I believe that's one of the reasons that all of GA is still adamantly opposed to legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, gentleman. Gentleman withdraws his amendment. With that, Mr. Larson is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, number 21.
Amendment without objection, so ordered. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 21 offered by Mr. Larson.
Mr. Larson is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. That's unanimous consent to be considered read. Mr. Chairman, for 37 years, the Airport and Airway Trust Fund has been the pipeline for a guaranteed funding stream for aviation programs. Excise taxes on airline tickets, cargo shipments, and aviation fuel sales provide substantially all of the funding for existing aviation programs. In fact, according to the most recent Congressional Budget Office baseline, these taxes will provide 102% of projected funding needs through 2027. Yet, post-privatization, H.R. 2997 will cut off this dedicated funding stream for the FAA's facilities and equipment and operations account. It will subject these safety-critical programs, including safety oversight of the airline system, to year-to-year appropriations from the general fund. It will fund these safety programs through general revenue, with taxes paid by many people who don't even fly, covering such essential FAA activities. So my amendment will correct this error and will restore trust fund funding for these important programs. It will ensure that the entire facilities and equipment accounts remains connected to the trust fund as it is today, and it will authorize modest appropriations from the general fund for the FAA operations while ensuring that the majority of FAA operations are funded through the trust fund. Appropriators provided more than $850 million from the general fund to cover FAA operations in fiscal year 2017. This amendment will continue that general fund contribution for operations through fiscal year 2023 while delivering the balance of operations funding through the trust fund. Congress created the trust fund with foresight, Mr. Chairman. This amendment stays true to that vision. It ensures that those who use the system pay for the system while minimizing the burden on general taxpayers. I think it's a common sense amendment. I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, gentlemen. Now recognize Mr. Graves from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I stand in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. The authorization levels that we have in this bill are based on the current baseline, and putting caps in place forces the Aviation Trust Fund to supplement, obviously, these FAA safety programs. The gentleman's amendment also locks in a general fund contribution is at the low end of historic norms, and it simply doesn't adhere to the statutory formulas. Many other model agencies in the Department of Transportation are funded through the general fund. These FAA safety programs, they've generally been funded this way, and that makes sure that the Aviation Trust Fund is used and reinvested in aviation infrastructure, in the building of runways. This is a point that I would imagine my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would appreciate, given their affinity to spending big on infrastructure. You know, one of my priorities in this bill, in this whole process, has been to ensure that the AIP program was protected and it was properly funded going forward. You know, we're able to do that by ensuring that the AIP program is the sole program funded by revenues in the Aviation Trust Fund, while the safety programs continue to be funded by discretionary funds. You know, I think this is a bad amendment, and that's why I would oppose it, and I urge all the members to oppose it as well. Thanks. Yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Any other members wish to be heard? Mr. DeFazio?
Mr. Chairman, I think probably a lot of people aren't following this real closely. Right now, we have an integrated FAA where all of the functions of FAA are covered by user fees and taxes, 102% over the next 10 years. In this case, and we have, what's the balance in the trust fund today? $6.7 billion in the trust fund as of today. Now, this would say that the FAA programs that stay with the FAA and don't go to the new private corporation would rely on the general fund of the Treasury instead of the Airport and Airway Trust Fund, which for 37 years has been the guaranteed source of funding for these programs. Now, I know there is just like, that the airlines really want to get rid of the ticket tax. Whether they'll retain those funds, a few years ago when John Mica caused some disruption and the ticket tax expired for 2 weeks, only one airline in the United States of America reduced their ticket prices by 7.5%. The others were happy to take the $400 million in unearned earnings. And that was Alaska Airlines. Thank you very much, Alaska, and shame on the rest of you. So when the ticket tax goes away under this private corporation, are prices going to come down? Is business aviation right that coach passengers are going to pay more and first class pay less, or is everybody just going to pay more? And they'll retain that 7.5%. We don't know. But now we're going to have orphan functions from the FAA that are no longer paid for by the users, and we say, oh, don't worry, user fees. No, we're going to pay for it out of the general fund. The general fund, which is, where we're decimating time and time again. There was a news story out of Canada, and I asked about, I was up there, where they polled the pilots, and they said a disaster is likely because of the cuts in the safety program that were made under the previous conservative government. Now, Trudeau is restoring those funds. I can well imagine that this administration would follow the track of the previous administration in Canada and say, we don't need to be spending all that money on inspectors and all that. I mean, I remember when Elizabeth Dole cut back dramatically on FAA inspectors. We have still never recovered from those cuts. And we've gone to virtual inspections instead of real inspections in many cases that have found problems. So this is going to make that problem amplified by 10 times. $853 million from the general fund, that is going to be a big reach. So to sever the agency in half and remove the funding source for safety, certification, and other functions of the FAA and say, oh, just go to the appropriators, they'll take care of you. We don't want to pay for that stuff. We're the ATO. We don't want to pay. Maybe the government could start charging them to certify the new routes. Maybe the government could start charging them to certify the new equipment or something. I don't know. But I don't know how we're going to pay for those absolutely vital functions. I mean, the biggest thing to the manufacturers in the United States of America is reform of certification and stability for certification to expedite that process, and we do some things in that bill to do this. But if they don't have a funding source to hire the certifiers, and we already heard testimony here earlier this year from a new entrant who has an innovative model to serve underserved cities, And he said, what's holding him back is there aren't enough people in certification. He said, they're doing a great job, but they are overworked. We can imagine what's going to happen in the future when the nominal funding source we have today goes away. We're still shorting them, but we aren't creating deficit by shortening them, except in people's imaginary minds, because we're raising more revenues than we need to pay for an adequate number of people in certification. This is going to make that problem worse if this amendment is not adopted. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Any other members wish to be heard? Seeing none, are there amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, questions on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. Nay. According to the chair, the nays have it.
Mr. Chairman.
Members, the gentleman from Washington.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'd ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. A sufficient number of members have requested a recorded vote pursuant to Rule 5F of the Rules of the Committee on Transportation, and after consultation with the ranking member, we will hold the recorded vote at a later time. Okay, what we're going to do is Mr. Capuano has an amendment, and after his amendment, I think we're going to go towards voting. So if the staff present in the room wants to get their members coming back here, I'd appreciate it. And with that, I yield to the gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I will try to make this brief. This is an amendment that actually theoretically shouldn't do much because I'm told that this is what the bill is supposed to do anyway. This is a clarifying amendment which simply says that when it comes to dealing with noise under the flight paths, it is the FAA that will be making the decisions, not this private corporation. During the hearing, it was a little unclear. I believe the Secretary and others indicated that that is the intent of the bill anyway, and I hope that it is. And if that's the case, this should be an easy amendment. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but bottom line is, look, anybody who has an airport in their district understands that noise is part of life. And all most of us try to do, I have Logan Airport in mind, is we can't get rid of it. Nobody's trying to shut down the airport. We're just trying to distribute it fairly and to minimize it whenever it can be done within safety parameters. The FAA is working with us right now in Logan Airport, trying to minimize some of the noise issues that have actually been caused because of RNAV. We're not against RNAV. We're all for it. It's a great thing. But it has caused some problems that were unforeseen. And I think that my average constituent, I think all of our constituents, would prefer to be able to call us to work with a government agency to deal with the quality of life issues that are caused by an airport. And again, as I understand the intent of the bill, the intent was to do just this anyway. So I hope that this is the easiest amendment of the day and that you can embrace it and show just a little love.
I always show the gentleman love, but I don't always embrace him. I thank you for offering the amendment. Some of what you say is accurate. After the data transfer, the FAA will have to approve any proposed airspace or air traffic management changes to the corporation by the corporation. Therefore, the responsibility of the NEPA process and noise reviews will remain the responsibility of the FAA. But what your amendment does, while well-intentioned, it prohibits the corporation from reaching agreement with the communities to resolve the noise disputes. The amendment actually denied the corporation the ability to be a good neighbor and work to mitigate the noise impacts of the proposed airspace. Again, the amendment additionally expands the definition of noise exposure beyond what is currently required. The underlying bill provides many provisions to address noise concerns. I believe this amendment is unnecessary, may actually delay efforts to address noise impacts. And as I said, it takes out the corporation being able to be at the table and interacting and maybe not even need to go to the FAA. So at this point, I would oppose the amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's recognized. Morgan.
I believe in the bill, it is not, I think the gentleman is correct, it is not clear because it says only if the noise violates a current standard. The staff is thumbing through the bill trying to find that. And that standard in terms of noise relates back to a time when we had more scattered approaches. And now we're getting complaints, even though the individual aircraft may not be violating that noise standard, the repetition of aircraft all in that narrow corridor is creating a problem for the people who live directly under it. And, you know, we're having enough trouble getting the FAA to look at varying approaches. Mr. Capuano and I have met with the FAA to say, do you really have to use that same exact corridor every time? And they're like, well, no, but that's the most efficient one for saving fuel. We're saying, well, maybe we're not going to be able to save quite as much fuel as you want because it's making that area underneath that particular approach uninhabitable. And maybe you could vary that approach, during the week and still have it safe and still have it as efficient as possible, but not ultimately the most efficient every time, every plane route. The bill would not allow for that. It just says if the individual planes in that approach don't violate that standard, then it would be up to the corporation, not the FAA. The FAA could only intervene when the individual planes are exceeding. That's my reading of the bill. Now, that may not be true, but it is ambiguous. The Secretary was ambiguous when she said the FAA would still have authority. I really don't want to be put in a position, I've already mentioned it with user fees, when suddenly we're capitating passengers and coach passengers are paying more and first class are paying less per head in terms of their ticket prices. That you can only appeal to the corporation to change the user fees, not to your elected representatives. I don't want to be in a position where noise complaints can only be appealed to a private corporation and not to the elected representatives of the people. And I think the bill takes us there. It seems like it's the chairman's intent not to go there. I think this language needs some work, if I can say that. Whether or not you accept this amendment, I would hope the chairman would agree that we will look at that and try and sketch out the intent that the FAA still has the authority, working with the new private corporation. We certainly don't want to exclude them, but the ultimate authority would lie with the FAA if the corporation and the FAA disagree, because the corporation says, well, that's the most efficient approach. I don't care about the noise. And the FAA says, no, we want to vary it. Noise level provision, I'm sorry, that was in the Trump plan, but not this bill in terms of that specific standard. But in any case, I share the gentleman's concern. So that specific standard wasn't in there. But Ms. Chow was quite vague in terms of FAA having final authority.
And demonstrating my great affection to the gentleman from Massachusetts, if the gentleman would be willing to withdraw his amendment, we would be willing to work with you to try to figure out a solution to this.
Sharing that love, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to withdraw.
So the gentleman withdraws? The gentleman withdraws, and I think because this was so quick and easy, we're going to have to do another amendment to get members here. Mr. Mitchell's amendment, Mr. Mitchell is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
Amendment at the desk. Designate the amendment.
Amendment number 14, offered by Mr. Mitchell.
Mr. Mitchell is recognized to explain his amendment.
The 21st Century Air Act is a significant step forward in reforming the FAA and modernizing our air traffic control system. Our aviation system, while the safest in the world, is far from efficient. This bill addresses that issue. It strengthens general aviation, in contrast, apparently, with some groups believe. And by the way, Mr. Chair, some of those groups, while I'm members of them, apparently didn't ask opinions regarding that. It improves America's competitiveness, enhances aviation safety, and modernizes our infrastructure. This bill is an improvement from the last Congress. It came from multiple stakeholder engagement meetings, multiple hearings, and feedback from our constituents. The support this bill enjoys from controllers, pilots, and flight attendants reflects that support and that engagement. I'm pleased to offer today my amendment to that bill, which builds upon the work so far. Much of the concern regarding the 21st Century Air Act relates to the federally chartered not-for-profit corporation that will operate and modernize the air traffic control system. My amendment improves the board structure and oversight of it, making the corporation more responsible and responsive to Congress, the public, and increases efficiencies in the corporation in updating air traffic control. My amendment imposes term limits on board members to ensure a board member does not become entrenched internally within the corporation, ensures they remain apprised of developments in various sectors, and encourages greater stakeholder engagement. My amendment also puts a date certain requirement on the corporation's report to Congress. The base bill requires corporations to report to Congress on the state of air traffic control services. This broad report lets the American people know the corporation is serving them. By putting a deadline on when it is delivered, we strengthen congressional oversight of this corporation. My amendment contains provisions that improve the ability of the corporation to modernize the air traffic control system, and also provisions that ensure the corporation stays on track towards meeting the goals. I've added language that tells the implementation status of improvements and what next steps are underway. To keep the board looking forward, I require them to submit an annual action plan both to the board and to Congress. This action plan informs the public what specific, tangible, actual goals the corporation has for the coming year. This new requirement creates still more oversight and accountability and further ensures the corporation makes progress on the goals that we hold for them. Put it simply, the corporation needs to tell us what it is they're going to do and what they've achieved in a year. I come from the world of private business, have worked and served on various boards. I know what it takes for an organization to run efficiently. I believe this improves in the structure, and I urge my colleagues to adopt it. I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized. Mr. DeFazio.
Mr. Chairman, although I don't support the construct, I do support the gentleman's amendment. I think it does improve the bill, and with that, I would yield back my time.
Any other members wish to be heard? Seeing none, I'll just say that I appreciate the gentleman putting forth his amendment. The gentleman, I think, as most people know, okay, he owns airplanes. He's not an active pilot, but been a pilot, a GA pilot. He's run companies, successful companies and corporations, and he's been on a board. He's been on a number of boards. So the gentleman brings this great expertise to the committee, and again, we've relied on him a lot in developing the board construct. This is a strong amendment that improves air traffic control reform, the governance of the corporation, and the transition process. So I thank the gentleman for his leadership on the issue. I urge support of the amendment, and with that, any other members wish to be heard? Seeing none, any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. According to the base chairs determines the ayes have it. The amendment is approved. We will take a 5-minute recess until members come here. Then we're going to consider voting. How many votes are we going to have? 6 votes, 5 minutes. Mr. Capuano, don't be late coming back. Committee will come to order. Everybody please take their seats. Oh, sorry. Okay, we are voting on 6 amendments. First will be the DeFazio Amendment 45, the Norton Amendment 31, Perry Amendment 51, Nadler Amendment 22, Johnson Amendment 16, Larson Amendment 21. So with that, beginning with DeFazio Amendment, the Amendment 45, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Schuster?
No.
Mr. Schuster votes no. Mr. DeFazio? Mr. DeFazio votes aye. Mr. Young? Mr. Young votes no. Ms. Norton? Mr. Duncan? Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Mr. Lobiondo?
No.
Mr. Lobiondo votes no. Ms. Johnson? Ms. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Graves of Missouri? Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Cummings? Mr. Hunter? Mr. Hunter votes no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes yes. Mr. Crawford? Mr. Crawford votes no. Mr. Capuano? Mr. Capuano votes aye. Mr. Barletta? Mr. Barletta votes no. Mrs. Napolitano? Mr. Farenthold?
No.
Mr. Farenthold votes no. Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Lipinski votes aye. Mr. Gibbs? Mr. Gibbs votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Mr. Sears? Mr. Sears votes aye. Mr. Denham? Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Meadows? Mr. Meadows votes no. Mr. Carson? Mr. Carson votes aye. Mr. Perry? Mr. Perry votes no. Mr. Nolan? Mr. Nolan votes aye. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Titus? Ms. Titus votes aye. Mr. Sanford? Mr. Sanford votes no. Mr. Maloney?
Aye.
Mr. Maloney votes aye. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes no. Ms. Esty? Ms. Esty votes aye. Mr. Rokita? Mr. Rokita votes no. Ms. Frankel?
Aye.
Ms. Frankel votes aye. Mr. Katko? Mr. Katko votes no. Mrs. Bustos? Mrs. Bustos votes aye. Mr. Babin? Mr. Babin votes no. Mr. Huffman? Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Graves of Louisiana? Mr. Graves votes no. Ms. Brownlee? Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mrs. Comstock?
No.
Mrs. Comstock votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Rouser? Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Payne? Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Boss? Mr. Boss votes no. Mr. Lowenthal? Mr. Lowenthal votes aye. Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes no. Mrs. Lawrence? Mrs. Lawrence votes aye. Mr. LaMalfa? Mr. LaMalfa votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier? Mr. DeSaulnier votes aye. Mr. Westerman? Mr. Westerman votes no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Mitchell? Mr. Mitchell votes no. Mr. Faso? Mr. Faso votes no. Mr. Ferguson? Mr. Ferguson votes no. Mr. Mast? Mr. Mast votes no. Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis votes no. Mr. Denham votes no.
Any other member not voted? Any other members not voted that are here? All members have cast their vote, so we're good to go.
On this vote, the yeas are 24, the nays are 34.
According to that, the amendment fails, and the next amendment is going to be the Norton Amendment, number 31. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Schuster?
No.
Mr. Schuster votes no. Mr. DeFazio? Mr. DeFazio votes aye. Mr. Young? Mr. Young votes no. Mr. Norton? Excuse me, Ms. Norton? Mr. Duncan? Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Mr. Lobiondo? Mr. Lobiondo votes no. Ms. Johnson of Texas? Ms. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Graves of Missouri? Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Cummings? Mr. Hunter? Mr. Hunter votes no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes yes. Mr. Crawford? Mr. Crawford votes no. Mr. Capuano? Mr. Capuano votes aye. Mr. Barletta? Mrs. Napolitano? Mr. Farenthold?
No.
Mr. Farenthold votes no. Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Lipinski votes aye. Mr. Gibbs? Mr. Gibbs votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Webster? Mr. Sears? Mr. Denham? Mr. Denham votes no. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Meadows? Mr. Meadows votes no. Mr. Carson? Mr. Carson votes aye. Mr. Perry? Mr. Perry votes no. Mr. Nolan? Mr. Nolan votes aye. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Titus? Ms. Titus votes aye. Mr. Sanford? Mr. Sanford votes no. Mr. Maloney? Mr. Maloney votes aye. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes no. Ms. Esty?
Aye.
Ms. Esty votes aye. Mr. Rokita? Mr. Rokita votes no. Ms. Frankel?
Aye.
Ms. Frankel votes aye. Mr. Katko? Mr. Katko votes no. Mrs. Bustos? Mrs. Bustos votes aye. Mr. Babin? Mr. Babin votes no. Mr. Huffman? Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Graves of Louisiana? Ms. Brownlee? Ms. Brownlee votes yes. Mrs. Comstock?
No.
Ms. Comstock votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Rouser? Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Payne? Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Webster? Excuse me, Mr. Bost, I apologize. Mr. Bost? Mr. Bost votes no. Mr. Lowenthal? Mr. Lowenthal votes aye. Mr. Weber? No. Mr. Weber votes no. Ms. Lawrence? Ms. Lawrence votes aye. Mr. LaMalfa? Mr. LaMalfa votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier? Mr. DeSaulnier votes aye. Mr. Westerman? Mr. Westerman votes no. Mr. Schmucker? Mr. Schmucker votes no. Mr. Mitchell? Mr. Mitchell votes no. Mr. Faso? Mr. Faso votes no. Mr. Ferguson? Mr. Ferguson votes no. Mr. Mast? Mr. Mast votes no. Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis votes no.
All members voted. I think Mr. Webster, has he recorded?
Mr. Webster is
No, you're not on you yet, Zeros.
Graves,
Mr. Webster
Louisiana,
is
no.
no.
Graves, Louisiana, no.
Grays of Louisiana, no. Mr. Barletta? Mr. Barletta is no.
Mr. Sears of New Jersey, how's he recorded?
Mr. Sears is not recorded. Mr. Sears votes aye.
Mr. Duncan of Tennessee? Did you want to vote yes? Did you want to vote yes on this issue? Yeah, Norton, yes, sir.
Yes, I want to vote.
Mr. Duncan is changing his vote.
Mr. Duncan votes aye.
All members voted? Report the vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 25, the nays are 34.
The amendment is not agreed to. That we go to Mr. Perry, number 51. Proceed.
Mr. Schuster.
Pass.
Mr. Schuster votes present. Mr. DeFazio. Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young votes no. Ms. Norton. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Nadler. Mr. Nadler votes no. Mr. Lobiondo. Mr. Lobiondo votes no. Ms. Johnson of Texas. Ms. Johnson? Ms. Johnson votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Cummings? Mr. Hunter? Mr. Hunter votes no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Crawford? Mr. Crawford votes no. Mr. Capuano? Mr. Capuano votes no. Mr. Barletta? Mr. Barletta votes no. Mrs. Napolitano? Mr. Farenthold? Mr. Farenthold votes aye. Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Lipinski votes no. Mr. Gibbs? Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes yes. Mr. Sires? Mr. Sires votes no. Mr. Denham? Mr. Denham votes no. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes yes. Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Meadows? Mr. Meadows votes yes. Mr. Carson? Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Perry? Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Nolan? Mr. Nolan votes no. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Titus? Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Sanford? Mr. Sanford votes aye. Mr. Maloney? Mr. Maloney votes no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes aye. Mrs. Esty?
No.
Ms. Esty votes no. Mr. Rokita? Mr. Rokita votes no. Ms. Frankel?
No.
Ms. Frankel votes no. Mr. Katko? Mr. Katko votes no. Mrs. Bustos? Mrs. Bustos votes no. Mr. Babin? Mr. Babin votes yes. Mr. Huffman? Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana? Mr. Graves votes yes. Ms. Brownlee? I'm sorry, Ms. Brownlee? Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mrs. Comstock?
Yes.
Mrs. Comstock votes yes. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes no. Mr. Rouser? Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Payne? Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Bost? Mr. Bost votes no. Mr. Lowenthal? Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes yes. Mrs. Lawrence? Mrs. Lawrence votes no. Mr. LaMalfa? Mr. LaMalfa votes yes. Mr. DeSaulnier? Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Westerman? Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Mitchell? Mr. Mitchell votes aye. Mr. Faso? Mr. Faso votes no. Mr. Ferguson? Mr. Ferguson votes aye. Mr. Mast? Mr. Mast votes no. Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis votes no.
How's Mr. Crawford recorded?
Mr. Crawford is recorded as a nay. Mr. Crawford votes aye.
That was Mr. Schuster recorded?
Mr. Schuster is recorded as present.
Aye.
Mr. Schuster votes aye.
Any other members would not have not voted? Seeing none, report the vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 21, the nays are 37.
The amendment is not agreed to. Next amendment is Mr. Nadler, 22. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Schuster?
No.
Mr. Schuster votes no. Mr. DeFazio? Mr. DeFazio votes aye. Mr. Young? Mr. Young votes no. Ms. Norton? Mr. Duncan? Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Mr. Lobiondo? Mr. Lobiondo votes no. Ms. Johnson of Texas? Ms. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Graves of Missouri? Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Cummings? Mr. Hunter? Mr. Hunter votes no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes aye. Mr. Crawford? Mr. Crawford votes no. Mr. Capuano? Mr. Capuano votes aye. Mr. Barletta? Mr. Barletta votes no. Mrs. Napolitano? Mr. Farenthold?
No.
Mr. Farenthold votes no. Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Lipinski votes aye. Mr. Gibbs? Mr. Gibbs votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Mr. Sears? Mr. Sears votes aye. Mr. Denham? Mr. Denham votes no. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Meadows? Mr. Meadows votes no. Mr. Carson? Mr. Carson votes aye. Mr. Perry? Mr. Perry votes no. Mr. Nolan? Mr. Nolan votes aye. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Titus? Ms. Titus votes aye. Mr. Sanford? Mr. Sanford votes no. Mr. Maloney? Mr. Maloney votes aye. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes no. Ms. Esty?
Aye.
Ms. Esty votes aye. Mr. Rokita? Mr. Rokita votes no. Ms. Frankel?
Aye.
Ms. Frankel votes aye. Mr. Katko? Mr. Katko votes no. Mrs. Bustos? Mrs. Bustos votes aye. Mr. Babin? Mr. Babin votes no. Mr. Huffman? Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Graves of Louisiana?
No.
Mr. Graves votes no. Ms. Brownlee? Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mrs. Comstock?
No.
Mrs. Comstock votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Rouser? Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Payne? Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Bost? Mr. Bost votes no. Mr. Lowenthal? Mr. Lowenthal votes aye. Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes no. Mrs. Lawrence? Mrs. Lawrence votes yes. Mr. LaMalfa? Mr. LaMalfa votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier? Mr. DeSaulnier votes aye. Mr. Westerman? Mr. Westerman votes no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Mitchell? Mr. Mitchell votes no. Mr. Faso? Mr. Faso votes no. Mr. Ferguson? Mr. Ferguson votes no. Mr. Mast? Mr. Mast votes no. Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis votes no.
All members been recorded? All members been recorded? Appears, hold on one second. Okay, report the vote.
On this vote, the The yeas are 24, the nays are 34.
The amendment is not agreed to. The next amendment is Ms. Johnson's amendment. It's Amendment 16. You can call the roll.
Mr. Schuster?
No.
Mr. Schuster votes no. Mr. DeFazio? Mr. DeFazio votes aye. Mr. Young? Mr. Young votes no. Ms. Norton? Mr. Duncan? Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Mr. Lobiondo? Mr. Lobiondo votes no. Ms. Johnson of Texas? Ms. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Graves of Missouri? Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Cummings? Mr. Hunter? Mr. Hunter votes no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes yes. Mr. Crawford? Mr. Crawford votes no. Mr. Capuano? Mr. Capuano votes aye. Mr. Barletta? Mr. Barletta votes no. Mrs. Napolitano? Mr. Farenthold?
No.
Mr. Farenthold votes no. Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Lipinski votes aye. Mr. Gibbs? Mr. Gibbs votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Mr. Sears? Mr. Sears votes aye. Mr. Denham? Mr. Denham votes no. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Meadows? Mr. Meadows votes no. Mr. Carson? Mr. Carson votes aye. Mr. Perry? Mr. Perry votes no. Mr. Nolan? Mr. Nolan votes aye. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Titus? Ms. Titus votes aye. Mr. Sanford? Mr. Sanford votes no. Mr. Maloney? Mr. Maloney votes aye. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes no. Ms. Esty? Ms. Esty votes aye. Mr. Rokita? Mr. Rokita votes no. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel votes aye. Mr. Katko? Mr. Katko votes no. Mrs. Bustos? Mrs. Bustos votes aye. Mr. Babin? Mr. Babin votes no. Mr. Huffman? Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Graves of Louisiana? Mr. Graves votes no. Ms. Brownlee? Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mrs. Comstock? Mrs. Comstock votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Rouser? Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Payne? Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Bost? Mr. Bost votes no. Mr. Lowenthal? Mr. Lowenthal votes aye. Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes no. Mrs. Lawrence? Mrs. Lawrence votes aye. Mr. LaMalfa? Mr. LaMalfa votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier? Mr. DeSaulnier votes aye. Mr. Westerman? Mr. Westerman votes no. Mr. Schmucker? Mr. Schmucker votes no. Mr. Mitchell? Mr. Mitchell votes no. Mr. Faso? Mr. Faso votes no. Mr. Ferguson? Mr. Ferguson votes no. Mr. Mast? Mr. Mast votes no. Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis votes no.
All members been recorded? Have all members been recorded? Report the vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 25, the nays are 33.
The amendment is not agreed to. And the final amendment is Larson Amendment 21. Call the roll, please.
Mr. Schuster?
No.
Mr. Schuster votes no. Mr. DeFazio? Aye. Mr. DeFazio votes aye. Mr. Young? No. Mr. Young votes no. Ms. Norton? Mr. Duncan? Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Mr. Lobiondo? Mr. Lobiondo votes no. Ms. Johnson of Texas? Ms. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Graves of Missouri? Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Cummings? Mr. Hunter? Mr. Hunter votes no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes yes. Mr. Crawford? Mr. Crawford votes no. Mr. Capuano? Mr. Capuano votes aye. Mr. Barletta? Mr. Barletta votes no. Mrs. Napolitano? Mr. Farenthold?
No.
Mr. Farenthold votes no. Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Lipinski votes aye. Mr. Gibbs? Mr. Gibbs votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Mr. Sears? Mr. Sears votes aye. Mr. Denham? Mr. Denham votes no. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Meadows? Mr. Meadows votes no. Mr. Carson? Mr. Carson votes aye. Mr. Perry? Mr. Perry votes no. Mr. Nolan? Mr. Nolan votes aye. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Titus? Ms. Titus votes aye. Mr. Sanford? Mr. Sanford votes no. Mr. Maloney? Mr. Maloney votes aye. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes no. Ms. Esty? Ms. Esty votes aye. Mr. Rokita? Mr. Rokita votes no. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel votes aye. Mr. Katko? Mr. Katko votes no. Mrs. Bustos? Mrs. Bustos votes aye. Mr. Babin? Mr. Babin votes no. Mr. Huffman? Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Graves of Louisiana? Mr. Graves votes no. Ms. Brownlee? Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mrs. Comstock?
No.
Mrs. Comstock votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Rouser? Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Payne? Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Bost? Mr. Bost votes no. Mr. Lowenthal? Mr. Lowenthal votes aye. Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes no. Mrs. Lawrence? Mrs. Lawrence votes aye. Mr. LaMalfa? Mr. LaMalfa votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier? Mr. DeSaulnier votes aye. Mr. Westerman? Mr. Westerman votes no. Mr. Schmucker? Mr. Schmucker votes no. Mr. Mitchell? Mr. Mitchell votes no. Mr. Faso? Mr. Faso votes no. Mr. Ferguson? Mr. Ferguson votes no. Mr. Mast? Mr. Mast votes no. Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis votes no.
All members recorded? Any members need to vote? We're good. Report the vote. There's a vote going on right now. You have 12 minutes, and there's 3 votes on the floor. Three votes, and then come back immediately. We'll get started. All right? Report the vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 24, the nays are 34.
The amendment is not agreed to. See you back here shortly. Committee stands adjourned. Committee stands in recess. Committee will come to order.
Okay. Mr. Chairman?
I recognize Ms. Comstock for an amendment.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk numbered Comstock 28. I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read.
Without objection, so ordered. Would the clerk designate the amendment?
Amendment number 18, offered by Mrs. Comstock.
I recognize Ms. Comstock for 5 minutes to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the chairman for yielding and for working with so many members on this important FAA reauthorization bill. My amendment builds on bipartisan work that members of this committee have undertaken to establish a pilot program to assess the operational benefits of remote
Ms. Comstock, could you speak closer into the mic?
Okay.
It's hard to hear you.
My amendment builds on bipartisan work that members of this committee have undertaken to establish a pilot program to assess the operational benefits of remote air traffic control towers. A remote air traffic control tower is exactly what you'd think it would be. It's a system of cameras, sensors, and other high-tech equipment that allows air traffic controllers to be able to provide safe and reliable service remotely. I have seen firsthand this innovative new technology in my district at the Leesburg Executive Airport in Loudoun County, and I can attest to how innovative it is and how far into the future it could take air traffic operations. The chairman was kind enough to include our bipartisan work to establish this pilot program in Section 610 of the underlying bill. And I'm pleased that our air traffic controllers also find great promise in the technology and are working with the FAA on certification of the Leesburg system. The amendment I offer here today is straightforward. Members of this committee share a desire to make our air traffic operations safe and reliable. Further, many of us highlight the chronic staffing shortages in the air traffic controller community. This pilot program, established in Section 610 and improved by this amendment, seeks to address both issues. First, the amendment makes the Remote Control Tower pilot program eligible for funds under the Airport Improvement Program. Doing so brings parity between this type of project and the litany of other airport development projects eligible under these programs. It should also be noted that Secretary Chow expressed her support for making this sort of development eligible under AIP. Second, the amendment directs the FAA administrator to establish a repeatable process by which future certified remote air traffic control tower systems can be commissioned. I thank Representatives Katko and Lipinski for their work on this initiative also. I urge my colleagues to join us to bring this new technology to the forefront of the aviation community. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady, and any other members? Mr. DeFazio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the idea of remote towers, particularly at uncontrolled airports. Currently pilots have basically got to rely on their eyesight to avoid other aircraft. And it makes sense that the base bill creates a pilot program that includes 3 uncontrolled airports for evaluation of remote control tower technologies. But as we earlier had a discussion about AIP funds and the fact that we cannot break the precious the limits set by the budget people, even though we have needs far beyond that, and the money's in the bank, and it wouldn't create any new deficit or debt, we were told we couldn't do that. In this case, we've got $3.62 billion per year in the AIP, but the FAA has identified $6.5 billion per year needed for the next 5 years. That's a shortage of about $16 billion. Remote towers are air traffic control facilities, not airport facilities. So I think, taking that funding from an account that's already inadequate, that pays for infrastructure improvements such as runways, taxiways, and terminals, is, I think, problematic. And since we're moving toward this spiffy new private corporation, which is going to control the ATO, I would say that this should be the duty of the new ATO, since there are promises that they will do all they can to enhance and pay for improvements in the system that benefit GA. This would be certainly an improvement that would benefit GA. It relates to air traffic control, and if we're going to do this, it shouldn't come out of an account that's already inadequate. It should be paid for by the new corporation. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Any other members wish to be heard on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Lipinski.
Thank you. I just want to rise in support of Ms. Comstock's amendment as a co-sponsor of it. We should be using this new technology, moving it forward. The issue that we've had in speaking with the FAA is there is no clear path as to, after having this Leesburg pilot underway, there is really no clear path that they're going to set out for how another remote tower to be approved. So I think we need to make sure that this process is moving forward. We all want to embrace new technology, and this will be very useful, very helpful in help moving our air traffic control forward. So I want to thank Ms. Comstock again for leading on this amendment, and I ask for support and yield back my time.
Thank you, gentlemen. Any other members wish to be heard on this? Seeing none, I'll yield time to myself. I want to thank the gentlelady for offering this amendment. This amendment improves the remote tower pilot program, making deployment of technology more efficient and cost affordable. Remote towers have the potential to transform air traffic control services across the country, especially in small and rural areas. To the fact that the ranking member was talking about, that the new corporation ought to do this. Well, the new corporation isn't set up yet. It won't be for 3 years, so I would hate to not see this technology continue to move forward. And again, the FAA is not conducting any pilot programs at the time. I understand the state of Virginia is actually doing it, but the FAA is not. Now, other nations are operationally deploying remote towers as a testament to why our system and nation cannot wait for the ATC reform in this bill. Once again, I appreciate the gentlelady's offering the amendment, and I urge members to support the amendment. Any other members wish to be heard? Seeing none, any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. According to the chair, the ayes have it. And with that, we'll move on to the next amendment.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I ask unanimous consent to offer the Lipinski amendment. And I don't know what the number is. It's not written down here.
Is the amendment at the desk?
Oh, 041.
Without objection, so ordered. Is the amendment at the desk?
The amendment is at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Lipinski Amendment Number 41, offered by Mr. DeFazio.
With that, I recognize the gentleman from Oregon to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we had a discussion of this issue in a more narrow way earlier, and this it covers two things. It covers Buy America, and it covers Davis-Bacon. And it would apply the provisions of Buy America and Davis-Bacon to the new ATC corporation. So, you know, the FAA is subject at this point for any acquisitions for the ATO to Buy America and to apply Davis-Bacon to federally funded projects. Now, in this case, of course, unless they're using directing AIP money, these would be taxes or fees paid by the traveling public to a private corporation. And I think most members of the public would like to see that whatever new tax or fee this private corporation decides to levy upon them to raise $11 billion a year would be applied to things that are made in America and that people are paid a decent wage. So they couldn't pay for construction contracts, they couldn't pay no less than the locally prevailing wage rates. It just applies the same Buy America Davis-Bacon requirements to FAA to the corporation for the purposes of the ATO. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman. Ms. Comstock's recognized for the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do oppose this amendment. I do think it seems to be a poison pill amendment. It would place undue burdens on a private corporation. I believe we need to streamline processes and lower costs, and I just don't think this takes us in the right direction. So again, I appreciate the spirit in which it was introduced, but I would urge members to oppose.
Any other members wish to be heard? With that, Mr. Davis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to be a Republican with a strong record of supporting Davis-Bacon prevailing wage provisions. And earlier today, I voted against an amendment that would have weakened Davis-Bacon protections for certain airport development projects. But it's clear this amendment is not about Davis-Bacon or Buy America. This amendment is being offered with the sole intention of killing the underlying bill. I've been a champion for pro-labor issues in the House, and if this was truly a priority for labor, I'm sure members like myself and others on this committee with long histories of being pro-labor would have been engaged and involved, but we were not. For those of us who sincerely want to ensure Davis-Bacon protections, trying to divide us by proposing the unprecedented step of requiring Davis-Bacon and Buy America for a private, not-for-profit corporation is not productive. I will continue to support Davis-Bacon provisions in Congress and fight attempts to weaken them, but I will oppose this amendment masked as an attempt to strengthen prevailing wages when its true intent is to kill the bill. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Sanford.
I thank the Chairman. Again, I just want to echo the sentiments of my colleague, Mr. Davis, with regard to the poison pill component of this amendment. Again, it sounds reasonable, it looks reasonable, but I think in this instance would have real ramifications in terms of the underlying bill. I would also echo his sentiment with regard to the purposes of the corporation itself. I think at some point, for the corporation to see, in essence, yield the benefits that we would like to see in terms of innovation and change to the underlying air traffic control system that we have in this country, we have to lift federal burden. And I think that there are a number of different federal burdens that can be costly, this being one of them, and for that reason would oppose the amendment, would yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman. And Mr. Lipinski is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say if it just is a way of showing that we're taking a step back, I think, in labor protections by moving to this not-for-profit corporation. If Davis-Bacon is covering it right now, it won't cover it under this. I just want to make sure everyone does understand that. I understand some of the arguments being made opposed to this, but I think it's clear that this is taking away some protections that are there right now for working men and women, and therefore I do support this amendment. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. Bost.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to join in Mr. Davis in saying that both he and I and several on this committee are very strong advocates of Davis-Bacon. But then to tie it with Buy America, let me tell you, I will continue to support Davis-Bacon, but I think Mr. Davis is correct in the fact that this is kind of a plan to try to kill the bill. But let me also say, as far as Buy America, I'll be offering an amendment to that effect later on during this markup. With that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Any other members wish to be recognized? Seeing none, are the amendments to the amendments? Seeing none, the questions on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. Nay. Opinion of the chair, the nays
Chairman,
have it.
On that, I ask a recorded vote.
Mr. DeFazio has asked for a recorded vote. A sufficient number of members have requested a recorded vote pursuant to Rule 5F of the committee, rules of Committee on Transportation, and after consultation with Mr. DeFazio, we will hold the recorder at a later time. Mr. Lewis is recognized for an amendment. You have an amendment at the desk?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk and ask that it be considered read.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 10 offered by Mr. Lewis.
Mr. Lewis recognized 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, my amendment addresses the quickly growing drone industry and the lack of abilities for localities, states, tribes to be involved in the process of regulation. I have created, I think, with the amendment, a framework overseen by the FAA after consultation with stakeholders, which will provide direction for coordinated limitations throughout the country at a low altitude. The bill also addresses the need to ensure privacy and property rights as they pertain to unmanned aviation. My amendment also ensures that these restrictions cannot bar the drone industry from moving forward and continuing to innovate. In fact, under this language, no level of government can unreasonably impede the ability of a drone to reach the navigable airspace, and it protects the right of operators and commerce. The language reaffirms the FAA's authority over the national airspace, does not limit the ability for the FAA to regulate drones for safety or security, but simply allows localities to look out for their interests. The FAA cannot put in place dynamic limitations around crime scenes or forest fires, law enforcement, public events, schools, common law nuisances. Only our local governments have the resources necessary to address a variety of these events that may warrant some minor limitations. No federal process run by the FAA can efficiently or economically substitute for thousands of already existing laws and regulations and processes at the state and local level. The industry will never operate at a scale and thrive without local government being involved. Forcing technology into neighborhoods without the input of residents is a recipe for a backlash, a lack of acceptance, and decades of litigation. There are, for instance, 250 million cars in America, but the rest of the DOT, unlike the FAA, relies on the states for making decisions where and when vehicles can operate while correctly focusing on safety standards. We would never expect the Department of Transportation to micromanage where and when automobiles may operate. So how can we expect the FAA to do so with unmanned aircraft systems, which already exceed manned traffic in volume and eventually will exceed automobiles in daily traffic? Federalism is key in our republic. We cannot expect federal preemption to resolve every local dispute in the over 30,000 rulemaking jurisdictions in the United States. Last year, Congress asked the FAA to identify critical infrastructure, and thus far, nothing has been done. That's because what is easily known in our towns is not documented by the federal government and the FAA. Yet we insist that D.C. can properly determine what is important to our constituents at home. A centralized solution cannot scale in a nation as diverse as America. We must rely on the states and the private sector. My language launches a pilot project that invites industry to partner with local governments in order to test and innovate new technology. Currently, companies are taking their technology abroad. Japan's largest e-commerce retailer will begin package delivery in 2018, supported by technology that was developed here. Delivery can happen in Japan because they recognized that in densely inhabited districts, local officials must have the ability to make time, manner, and place restrictions. The reason this can't happen right now is that we've decided to treat Manhattan, Kansas, the same way we treat Manhattan, New York City, or New York. America can do better than a one-size-fits-all federal government approach. Groups argue that we need to wait for DAC to act, but as we've seen, there has been little compromise. Meanwhile, at least 38 states have enacted drone laws, and cities and counties throughout the country are enacting regulations regarding the use of unmanned aircraft systems. These regulations are going to court all over the country, causing the patchwork quilt, I might add, that some industry folks vehemently oppose. Whether you are concerned about privacy rights or property rights, local government must have a voice in this debate, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for yielding back, and I thank him for offering this amendment, and I commend the gentleman for taking initiative to address some very tough questions related to drones. We all know drones operate at low altitudes, and in the years ahead, state, local, and tribal governments are going to have to play a greater role in regulating their operations. The airspace, though, has been long public dominion regulated by the federal government. We need to tread very carefully as we figure out how to forge ahead with this new technology, because the chances for unintended consequences that are not good are out there. And so I would like to work with the gentleman to move forward with other stakeholders to find the right framework for regulating drones and protecting the interests and the privacy of American citizens. So I'd ask the gentleman if he would be willing to work with me.
Mr. Chairman, in that spirit, I do understand we are tackling a larger issue of air traffic control with this particular legislation and authorization. As you know, I've been very supportive of those efforts, and I know that I am committed to working in such a bipartisan manner with you and the rest of the committee, as well as industry and stakeholders and local governments, to see this issue properly addressed. So if that will help, I will respectfully withdraw my amendment from the desk.
Well, I thank the gentleman, and I commit to you to work with you on this. Again, these are difficult questions, and figuring out on this new technology how we move forward in a responsible way without getting bad consequences is something I'm committed with the gentleman. I appreciate him withdrawing. Thank you.
I yield back.
Mr. Cohen is recognized for his amendment at the desk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk. It's designated as number 43, and I ask unanimous consent it be considered as read.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk designated the...
Amendment number 43 offered by Mr. Cohen.
Mr. Cohen is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you. This FAA reauthorization bill may privatize the air traffic control system, but that doesn't change the fact that this system must continue to earn the public's trust. We can all agree the leaders and employees of the ATC Corporation will be there for one purpose, to serve the interests of the flying public and those who use the aviation system. They won't be there to profit from their position through insider information, through accepting gifts or any other form of emolument. They won't be there to make decisions that benefit airlines in which they hold stock. My amendment, which is similar or exact to what Canada and I think Great Britain also have, will prohibit directors and employees of the corporation from holding any financial interest in an aviation enterprise. It will apply the well-known and well-regarded federal ethics rule to those employees, prohibiting them from accepting improper gifts or using their position for improper purposes. A vote for the amendment is a vote for transparency and accountability in this experimental air traffic control program. Aviation safety and the sustainability of our air traffic control system require that those who run the system continue to remain accountable for their actions and that they're prohibited from letting conflicts of interest lead them to make improper decisions that affect the 800 million people who fly in the United States every year. So this is simply about transparency, and I hope that it would be supported by both sides of the aisle, and I reserve the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman. Now recognize Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It appears to me from this amendment, as well as some other matters that we deal with both in committee and on the floor, that some members on the other side of the aisle believe that the only people that can represent America, represent our interests, are Capuchin monks, that they would have no financial interest whatsoever and would prefer that they live a cloistered lifestyle. The suggestion that they could have no compensation, no financial interest means that they can't be retirees. They can't have small interests in stock and various aviation interests. I frankly don't know as many people in this committee meet that standard through their trusts, through their retirement funds and others. So I oppose the amendment, and frankly, I oppose the mentality of the amendment that says that we need to have people that have no financial interest in the world to effectively represent the world. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. DeFazio is recognized.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I would take a bit of umbrage at the gentleman's characterization that we don't want people to self-enrich at public expense, because ultimately the costs of the ATO, $11 billion a year today, let's say they're 20% more efficient, you know, whatever, $9 billion will be extracted from mostly the flying public and minimally from other users. And to say that there could be a member of the board who could self-enrich, that is a massive stockholder in one or another of the, you know, basically the entities dependent upon the ATC system, whether it be cargo or, you know, or other delivery or commercial aviation, I think is really, and to say they have to be monks, no, we don't think they have to be monks, but we don't think they should be able to have direct conflicts of interest in voting. It's pretty customary in any kind of public interest body, and I would hope that someone who controls the ATO of the United States of America will be considered a public interest body, you know, declare conflicts minimally, or if they have a substantial conflict, they refrain from voting. And, you know, therefore, I would strongly support this amendment because, again, this is a unique entity. If the Ways and Means Committee passes on this and it goes forward, the expectation is Congress will repeal the ticket tax. That raises $11 billion a year, and in a progressive way, because if you buy a cheaper ticket, you know, you pay less. If you buy a more expensive ticket, you pay more. It may move to a capitated basis, which means coach people who are being crammed into crummy little seats in uncomfortable airplanes with no amenities will be paying more to get places, and, you know, that's a major concern with how we move forward. And then to say, well, someone who has a direct conflict of interest, someone who owns a tremendous amount of stock in a commercial airline can vote on the board for a commercial airline interest, really, to me, that's not monkhood. That's not a bad mentality. That's protecting the public interest, which Congress will no longer be allowed to do. The fees will be set by the corporation with no input by the elected representatives of the people of the United States of America. It is beyond me why any elected representative would say, I want to delegate this to a private entity and I'll have no control. And if people come to me saying, wait a minute, this is really unfair, I say, oh, well, go to the next corporate board meeting if they allow comments from the public. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman for pointing out the need to restrict anybody from serving on the board that has, I'm reading from the bill, has or holds any fiduciary responsibility, duty, legal obligation, office, employment position, or material interest that would prevent the individual from satisfying the requirements of subsection under the applicable laws of the corporation. You cannot serve on this board if you have a significant share in an airline or you're the happen to be the president of a union. That is forbidden under this. This amendment, while it's well intended, it duplicates the restrictions on our proposal. Directors, as I said, already have be prohibited from receiving compensation or material benefit for businesses having an interest in the ATC under our proposal. Again, it doesn't, I don't believe, make sense to put federal ethic laws to a private corporation. We require the board to develop a code of conduct, a code of ethics for directors, officers, agents, and employees of the corporation. So we do share same goals as Mr. Cohen in ensuring the integrity of the board, and I believe that we do this. So I would have to oppose Mr. Cohen's amendment at this time.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Chairman? Does that constitute monkhood?
I'll be I'm not an expert in monks, so I couldn't answer that. I appreciate the question. Any other members wish to be heard? Seeing none, any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on Mr. Cohen's amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. Mr. Cohen has requested a recorded vote. A sufficient number of members having requested pursuant to Rule 5F of the committee. And after consultation with Mr. DeFazio, we will hold a recorded vote at a later time. The next amendment is Mr. Garamendi is recognized. Mr. Garamendi, you have an amendment at the desk? Your microphone.
It's Amendment 19.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 19, offered by Mr. Garamendi.
That'll be considered as read without objections to order. Mr. Garamendi is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think all the members of this committee on both sides of the aisle really appreciate your determination and your, I think, sincere interest in the privatization of the air traffic control system. We obviously have different views on what that might come to. Most everything that has been said about the problems with it has been said, but let me add a few words. In the testimony that we heard from Secretary Chow, the issue of the $6.7 billion in the trust fund came up. And I asked her if that was to be transferred to the new corporation. The answer was perfectly unclear. But it seems to me that in addition to all of the other assets that the corporation would receive in this privatization, that this $6.7 billion in the trust fund, which we can say is cash, should not be transferred. This is money that the taxpayers, or I should say the fee payers and or taxpayers have paid into this aviation trust fund. So the Airport and Airway Trust Fund should not be transferred. And we therefore should not ask the taxpaying traveler to provide the cash to get this organization started. So this amendment is pretty simple. It simply says that this balance in the trust fund is not to be transferred. Now, the trust fund can be used for many purposes, many of which have been identified by the various discussions and amendments here, ranging from better service on the review of equipment, individuals. I got a letter just the other day from an individual that said, I can't get my medical clearance and therefore I can't get up in can't be the pilot that I want to be until I get that clearance. We can't get the clearance because money's not available. The chairman has offered an amendment, which unfortunately was rejected, that would have provided a secure source of money. In any case, this $6.7 billion ought not be transferred. It ought to be used for the purposes of the FAA and the current air traffic control system. And that's the amendment. It says that the $6.7 billion in the trust fund cannot be transferred to the new corporation. And with that, I yield back my remaining time.
I thank the gentleman for offering this amendment. I share the gentleman's belief that this new corporation should not receive a dime of money from the trust fund. This is an outstanding amendment that completely clarifies our intention that the new entity be completely separate from the government. Taxes that go to the Airport and Airway Trust Fund the Airport Improvement Program, while the entity will charge airlines fees to operate and improve the air traffic control system, but it won't, not a dime of this should go there. So once again, I thank the gentleman for offering, and I urge adoption of the amendment.
May I ask, Mr. Chairman, if there is somebody here that can deal with the whiplash in my neck when I turned around and heard your comment?
Hey, you came up with a great idea. We don't, not either side has control of coming up with good ideas that come from us. So I accept the amendment, and without further discussion, all members in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. The bill's agreed to. Mr. Garamendi, you can go we can relax now. The next amendment is Mr. Johnson's amendment. Is there an amendment at the desk? Mr. Johnson's amendment?
It's number 33.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 34, offered by Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
And it'll be considered as read. And with that, 5 minutes. Recognize Mr. Johnson for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've all heard reports from private sector companies across the nation about the skilled worker shortage. It's a fact that well-paying positions in growing high-tech industries are going unfilled because applicants don't have the skills to do the job. That problem is especially acute in the field of aviation. In fact, the Aeronautical Repair Station Association, the trade association for the aviation maintenance industry, reports that its members consider the skills gap to be the primary strategic challenge facing repair stations. My amendment seeks to address the problem by creating an FAA-administered grant pilot program to make resources available to improve technical education, create apprenticeships, and support recruitment. Additionally, my amendment would address barriers to entry by giving priority to eligible entities serving areas with high unemployment rates and underrepresented communities within the industry. This will help to spur economic independence and resilience in urban and rural communities alike all across America. My amendment will encourage greater coordination between academia, businesses, and state or local government entities to address specific regional workforce needs while developing creative solutions that put Americans to work sustaining a strong and competitive aviation maintenance industry. I urge all of my colleagues to support this important amendment, and with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for offering his amendment, but at this point, I'd have to oppose it, just as we had the discussion of the last amendment by Mr. Garamendi, who wanted to, and rightly so, directs the AIP funds to use for what their intended purposes are, and those are for the programs at the airports. And this would divert money away from that for what is a reasonably good cause, but I believe there are already training dollars out there, not only at the Department of Transportation but other agencies to help in that vein. Again, while this is a worthy endeavor, it would use AIP money to fund programs that are outside the jurisdiction of this committee, and therefore I'd oppose this amendment this time. With that, Mr. DeFazio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, wholeheartedly support the intent. These are good-paying jobs, and we're looking at potential shortages in the future as long as we keep doing maintenance here in the U.S., although there is a disturbing trend regarding that. But as I pointed out in opposing the gentlelady from Virginia on her amendment, which again, I totally support the intent and the objective, but when you have an AIP fund, which is about $2.9 billion a year short of funding its intended purpose, which is more places to land planes, more places for planes to access gates, and potentially, more a better airport experience. I can't support diverting the funds. I'd hope the gentleman might withdraw his amendment, and we can try and work on or think of other innovative ways to reach the same conclusion.
Mr. Garamoney is recognized.
Yes. This amendment is about to go down. I just want to share with the members something that I learned a couple of weeks ago. I represent Travis Air Force Base, has a very, very large National Guard unit and a reserve unit, mostly during maintenance on the air mobility aircraft. It turns out that they actually have a very robust training program for high school students who are trained and can fulfill the kind of jobs that this amendment passes. So for those of us that represent those Air Force bases, where there are reserve units or National Guard units, we might look to those training programs as a way of providing the training and then ultimately the employment that opportunities that this amendment intends to get to.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. Johnson?
Mr. Chairman, I would at this time respectfully withdraw this amendment so that to give us time to work on perfecting it.
I thank the gentleman and look forward to working with him. With that, next amendment is Mr. Carson's amendment. Mr. Carson have an amendment at the desk. He does at the desk. The clerk designated.
Amendment number 13, offered by Mr. Carson.
Without objection, we consider that the unanimous consent the amendment is considered as read and without objection so ordered. Mr. Carson is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment was approved unanimously by our committee last year, but unfortunately, it was not included in the final version of the bill. So I'm pleased to offer the Carson-Nadler amendment today with the gentleman from New York. Mr. Nadler's district was deeply impacted by the 9/11 attacks, and I'm proud that he's joined me in offering this amendment. The Carson-Nadler amendment will improve flight safety by requiring the installation of secondary cockpit barriers on new passenger airplanes. The Federal Aviation Administration has required cockpit doors to be heavily fortified since 2001. However, there are no barriers in place to protect the flight deck when pilots open the door to use the bathroom or stretch their legs while on duty. This leaves the flight deck vulnerable and pilots defenseless to potential attackers looking to seize control of the aircraft. Unfortunately, Americans continue to be susceptible to terrorist attacks. Since 2001, there have been at least 43 hijacking attempts around the world, 5 of which were successful. Last month, someone attempted to breach the cockpit of a U.S. flight from LAX to Hawaii, but thank God they were not successful. Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman. Any other members wish to be heard on this amendment? Mr. Nadler?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, I am proud to co-sponsor this amendment with my good friend, Mr. Carson, requiring the installation of secondary cockpit barriers on new passenger aircraft. This amendment is based on the bipartisan Saraceni Aviation Safety Act, H.R. 911, named after Captain Victor Saraceni, who was killed on 9/11 when terrorists hijacked United Flight 175. His widow, Ellen Saraceni, who is with us today, has been a tireless advocate for cockpit safety legislation, and she supports this amendment, as does the Airline Pilots Association, the Transportation Trades Department of the AFL-CIO, and the Association of Flight Attendants, CWA. One of the clear and convincing lessons of 9/11 was the need to improve cockpit safety. Following the attack, Congress mandated the installation of reinforced cockpit doors. But there are times during many flights when the cockpit door must be opened, such as when the pilot needs to use the restroom, for meals, and for other operational reasons. In order to fully secure the cockpit, we must install a secondary barrier, typically a lightweight wire mesh gate between the passenger cabinet and the flight deck that can be locked into place when the cockpit door is open. These secondary barriers are cost-effective and generally recognized as the most efficient and safest way to protect the flight deck. Since 2003, a few airlines have began to voluntarily install them, but it is incumbent on Congress to ensure that they are installed on all domestic air carriers. This amendment would require the installation of secondary cockpit barriers on all new passenger aircraft in the United States. A similar amendment was adopted by this committee during consideration of the FAA bill in the last Congress, and it is my hope that we will do so again. It has been almost 16 years since the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001. It is long past time for us to enact this common-sense security measure. I urge my colleagues to support the Carson-Adler amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman. Any other members wish to be heard on this amendment? Mr. DeFazio?
Mr. Chairman, I've actually been working on this issue since, well, I've been here a long time, since, probably for 25 years of my career. At one point, I had convinced United Airlines to, when they first started flying the 757, to put in secondary barriers, sort of a lightweight chain link thing that you'd pull across, or wires. I was visiting United at their major maintenance facility in San Francisco, and they started putting them in, and they said the nickname for them was DeFazio Gates. Unfortunately, the program at some point for cost savings was cut. Other airlines didn't adopt it. There was no mandate, and then we had 9/11. We do have reinforced doors now, but the plane designs do not provide secure facilities for the pilots to get food or to have restroom breaks in other than 747s, maybe the 380s, I don't know, where they're exclusively behind the door. The plane takes up. In El Al, the pilots get in, the door is locked, and until they land, the pilots don't come out. Unfortunately, here in the States, those doors are open frequently. I fly across the country almost every week. Sometimes the door will be open 3 or 4 times during a flight for food delivery, for restroom breaks, et cetera. And a flight attendant, male or female, stands menacingly in front of that door. Sometimes they are even armed with a food cart to keep people from accessing while that door is open. And sometimes I see, in violation of the rules, the door staying open for quite some time while some chatting goes on. It would take only a few seconds for a determined person to vault over the cart, push the person out of the way, and penetrate the flight deck. So I think, we're looking at a problem that has potential for very high risk. So I fully support the amendment as a low-cost, high-impact solution to prevent future tragedies.
Thank the gentleman. Any other members wish to be heard? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none. Questions on the amendment? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying nay. According to the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment passes. Mr. Nolan has an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the desk. I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read.
Without objection, so ordered. Designate the amendment.
Amendment number 42, offered by Mr. Nolan.
And Mr. Nolan is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, my amendment will preserve the mandatory $113 million fund to the Department of Transportation for the Essential Air Services program. This is an important program not only for the 5 airports in my district that receive Essential Air Service funding, and by the way, they're all kind of regional hubs. It's not money that's going to every little airstrip in America, but communities that have an opportunity for real business growth. And Brainerd in particular has been recognized as one of the fastest growing micro-cities in the country. But in addition to Bemidji and Chisholm and Hibbing and International Falls, other communities up in our area, there are 166 other airports all across the country that rely on this critical program for aviation success and community and business growth. When Congress deregulated the air industry in 1978, and oh, by the way, I was here at the time, along with Brother Don Young from Alaska, and It should be noted there was another fellow on the committee by the name of Bud Schuster, who went on to become a great chairman of the committee and was very supportive of this program in particular. But it was done in '78 with a promise that air service essential to rural America would continue. Congress established the EAS program to supplement the service that in a deregulated environment would be offered absent this kind of support. It's critically important to the ability of these small, medium-sized growth communities to attract new businesses, to create more good-paying jobs, boost tourism, compete with larger metropolitan areas. In the most recent fiscal year, the EAS program funding totaled $279.9 million, with 113 of that million in mandatory funding that comes from overflight fees charged to the operators of aircraft that transit U.S. airspace without taking off or landing in the United States. That $113 million in mandatory funding, or 38% of the total EAS funding, is critical to the vitality of this program. Yet, Mr. Chairman, this bill will sunset the mandatory funding component once the air traffic control system is privatized and the new private air traffic control provider begins charging its own fees to those foreign operators. More than a third of the EAS program funding will lose its mandatory guaranteed status if that injustice in this legislation is allowed to happen. This committee has already come dangerously close to a grievous error of shutting major parts of the EAS program over the past few years. The Republican bill in 2011, the FAA bill, would have sunset the entire program except for Alaska and Hawaii. The Trump administration budget for fiscal year 18 proposed to eliminate $175 million in discretionary appropriations for the Essential Air Services program. For such a modest investment, EAS funding provides huge returns. It links rural communities to the domestic and international systems of commerce. Every time Congress has confronted a proposal to decimate EAS, cooler heads have prevailed and the program has been preserved. Let's make sure we prevail again. My amendment will correct this injustice of the loss of mandatory funding for EAS by precluding the Secretary of Transportation from transferring air traffic control services to the private corporation unless the Secretary is certain that mandatory funding for EAS will not be reduced. This is a bipartisan issue. It always has been. There's no reason it should not have bipartisan support today. I urge my colleagues to accept this amendment. Mr. Chairman, I reserve the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman, and I, at this point, must oppose the amendment. I share the gentleman's goal of preserving and protecting Essential Air Service program. This amendment provides us with a roadblock. I have a EAS airport, the Altoona Blair County Airport, in my district, and I do not want to do anything to jeopardize that program. I also share the gentleman's goal, ensuring the air traffic control reform does not harm or disadvantage small communities, medium-sized airports. That's one of the reasons we were able to plus up the AIP. We have included numerous provisions ensuring that small communities and rural air service will thrive under this bill, and I look forward to working with the gentleman moving forward. I would ask the gentleman if he would consider withdrawing his amendment, and as we move forward, we work together to address this concern on EH funding, because again, it's a concern of mine. Mr. DeFazio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I support the amendment because we currently subsidize the EAS program principally out of overflight fees. This bill it would not continue that payment. So that means we've just lost $811 million over 10 years out of the EAS program. Yeah, it may continue in a discretionary form subject to annual appropriation out of the general fund of the United States. Yeah, well, good luck with that one. And of course, you know, there are 173 airports in America. that get EAS grants. Nearly a third of those are in Alaska. I'm surprised the gentleman from Alaska isn't here speaking this issue, since he would have 60 airports lose air service in Alaska under this legislation. It authorizes additional funds from the trust fund, so we're going to say it's up to the appropriators if they want to spend down the trust fund to continue EAS, and of course the President proposes to eliminate all of the funding from EAS, so I would say it's kind of in jeopardy here. It loses a guaranteed funding source, overflight fees, and it now gets thrown into the pot with all of the other things that we need to fund out of the trust fund subject to annual appropriations, whether it's an enhancement to AIP or any other aspect of the vestiges of the FAA that are doomed to the general fund budget and the continued threats of sequestration and shutdowns. This would fix the problem. It would continue the guarantee that has been put in place many, many years ago, and I would strongly urge my colleagues to support the amendment. If just before I yield back, I mean, you're whistling past the graveyard if you think your small communities are going to believe that taking away a fee that is collected today and is principally paying for the program and allowing that money to be shifted to the private corporation, it's just what's going to happen. They're not going to stop overflight fees. It's another $811 million to the private corporation over 10 years. If you think somehow the Appropriations Committee is going to come up with an extra $811 million to sustain this program, you're whistling past the graveyard.
As I stated in my statement, look, I want to figure out a way to solve this, and again, I'm willing to work with the gentleman as we move forward, because it is important to me, and where I come from in Pennsylvania, I do not have a big airport. I have an EAS airport, and there's a couple in my state. So again, this is something that I would like to figure out as we move forward and get it funded. So again, I would request the gentleman withdraw his amendment. I'd commit to work with him as we move through the process.
If I could, Mr. Chairman, I would support your request to the gentleman if he's amenable, but I would request that if we can't work something out, that you support this being allowed as an amendment on the floor.
It is my goal to get to a place where we can get this solved, because it is extremely important to me and my constituency and my district.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if I could be assured that I could have an opportunity to offer an amendment on the floor, I would.
I will not stand in the way. And I hope it's something that we can work through and get it there where we can be very supportive of it. Because again, I can say it over and over again. I only have one airport in my district. It's an EAS airport. I understand the ramifications of this, and I can tell you I'm trying to figure out a solution for it, and I'd love to work with the gentleman to do that. But I will not stand.
Well, I certainly appreciate the gentleman's offer to collaborate and cooperate on this whole thing. My ranking member, I regret to say, makes a more compelling argument on the survival of this program, and we all have to make a lot of tough votes on this, Mr. Chairman. So I'm going to ask for a recorded vote.
Any other members wish to be heard? Seeing none other amendments to the amendment. Seeing none, the question is on Mr. Nolan's amendment. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, signify by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it.
Mr. Chairman, on that, I request a recorded vote.
Gentleman requests a recorded vote. Sufficient number of members have requested a recorded vote pursuant to Rule 5 of the Rules of the Committee on Transportation. And after consultation with the ranking member, we will hold the vote recorded at a later time. Now, Ms. Titus has an amendment at the desk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment of the desk designated Titus number 13, and I ask unanimous consent that it be considered as read.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will designate.
Amendment number 13 offered by Ms. Titus.
And Ms. Titus is recognized for 5 minutes to explain her amendment.
Thank you. In the bill before us to privatize the nation's air traffic control system, the National Air Traffic Controllers Association, NATCA, has managed to safeguard, at least for the time being, the rights and protections for controllers that are contained in their current collective bargaining agreement with the FAA. However, in this bill, it's unclear how NATCA will leverage these rights and protections in future negotiations with the ATC Corporation, which, as we've heard in testimony, will be looking for surefire ways to cut operating costs, be more efficient, could involve reducing controller staffing levels and pay rates. I would also remind you of our good friend, Mr. Bob Poole, who, when I questioned him, and who has been one of the biggest champions of this proposal over time, when he testified in front of this committee, he's done it a number of times, but he was written also extensively about labor cost as being the biggest contributor to running the cost of the cost of running the system. Now, it's not just Mr. Poole, and it's not just airlines. We have heard this sentiment and action. We've seen it taken against labor from private corporations time and time again, and I don't know what makes this new ATC corporation any different. So I'm offering this amendment, which I have done it with the support of Ms. Esty from Connecticut. I'm sorry she's not here, but I appreciate her support, which will lock in the minimum compensation levels for our nation's air traffic controllers so that the ATC Corporation can't pay our controllers any less than what they make on the day that they transfer to the private entity. The amendment will also ensure that the corporation does not drop below minimum safety-critical staffing levels that have been determined by NATCA and the FAA. At an aviation subcommittee hearing just last summer, we heard about a national shortage of air traffic controllers. And we heard further about the importance of ensuring that each air traffic control facility is staffed according to objectively calculated staffing needs. We've also heard that the safety of the flying public depends on adequate staffing in air traffic control facilities. NATCA experts have worked with the FAA to develop these minimum staffing levels for fully certified controllers in each facility. This amendment will require the new corporation, the ATC Corporation, to maintain these minimum staffing levels. The ATC Corporation must not be permitted in the process of saving money to deviate from these numbers. I think it's literally a matter of life and death. Our air traffic controllers provide an essential service and keep the flying public safe. These demands are only going to increase in the coming years, and I worry that the new private ATC Corporation will not prioritize their concerns in the ever-changing marketplace as they look to be more efficient. I've heard my colleagues now across the aisle time and time again praise our great air traffic controllers. They claim the problem is not with the air traffic controllers. They are protected in this bill. They deserve to be paid and compensated. They're not going to be targeted by the new private corporation. I say, okay, great, now prove it. Vote for this amendment so that you can show that your word is good and that you really do intend to protect these fine public servants under the new private corporation. So I urge your support for this amendment, and I thank you for your time.
I thank the gentlelady. I appreciate your offering the amendment. I oppose it. I'm a little confused. The air traffic controllers have endorsed our reform. And if you talk to the air traffic controllers, they talk about being in a system that they don't have the ability to participate in the development of new technologies. They're frustrated by the way that the system operates. And our proposal, the corporation will have to collective bargain with the unions. The amendment duplicates and interferes with the very strong worker protections we have proposed. Our proposal actually ensures collective bargaining agreements remain effective and that federal employees can keep their benefits. Air traffic controllers are critical to this system. And right now, we have about 30% of the air traffic controllers that can retire today. They can retire today. So there's no incentive, zero incentive for this new corporation to not make sure they're keeping these controllers happy and involved in the system. Again, this is too critical to the security. They're critical to safety. Again, and as we've said, we have put in this bill strong collective bargaining agreements that remain in effect, and that's why I believe the air traffic controllers have endorsed this what we put forward today. So again, I oppose the gentlelady's amendment and would ask other members to vote against this amendment. And with that, I yield to Mr. DeFazio.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I mean, actually, the amendment is not interfering in the operation, and I believe if NATCA members were asked specifically, do you believe, since we had a horrible tragedy in Europe where with the Swiss system, one air traffic controller in the bathroom, planes collided, people died. We had the famous sleeping controller at National Airport. And again, that led us to have a consultation between FAA management and the air traffic controllers, bringing in other experts to consult. And they came up with mutually agreed upon minimum staffing requirements. No technology in the world is going to change the need for those minimum staffing requirements, or at least none that is known today. Perhaps when we have ADSB in and out, and as I mentioned earlier, the airlines don't even want to pay for ADSB out, let alone in, would we have any other way to prevent these sorts of tragedies? So this would say that the corporation just would be bound by what has been mutually agreed upon by the air traffic controllers and other experts on minimum staffing levels. I don't believe it's overly burdensome on the new corporation, because they are going to be looking for ways to cut costs at all times. And then secondly, this amendment would say there cannot be a tier 2 for air traffic controllers. That you can't say, well, yeah, all the existing ones get their pension rights and they get their health care and all that, but starting on the date of the new corporation or at the expiration of the current contract, the corporation is going to advocate for Tier 2, as many of the airlines did, et cetera, over the years. I could fully expect that the corporation will do the same thing, that dramatically or in any way lowers the current compensation level to controllers. And I think today's controllers, realizing the difficulty of the job, the stress of the job, would not want to see that they're seeing a bunch of new recruits coming in who are getting paid half of what they are, or some fraction of what they are. And this would assure that there would not be overall reductions. Essentially, it is a guarantee that we don't get into some hard-nosed contract negotiations when the current contracts expire. We've gone through that in the past under the Bush administration, and there could well be problems resulting from that. So this provides both a guarantee of safety and a guarantee of adequate compensation into the future. I strongly support the amendment.
As I said, all those collective bargaining agreements are carried over to the new corporation. I disagree with the gentleman strongly. If you look at the staffing levels that are there today, it's because it's in this system of the bureaucracy in Congress and the uncertainty of funding. So that's why we have those staffing levels not met. I believe that as this corporation is stood up, that it's the controllers, and I believe that's why the controllers support it, because they see the benefits of working out from under this bureaucracy that, again, doesn't produce the technology that will help make their jobs better. It'll help us with safety, and I believe it'll help their productivity. And generally, when you see productivity of a workforce go up, you see wages carry along with that. So again, I oppose this amendment, and I would urge all members to oppose it. Any other members wish to be heard? Seeing none, any members have an amendment to the amendment? With that, the question is on, whose amendment is it? Ms. Titus' amendment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The agreement is not amended to. Ms. Titus?
Just request a roll call vote.
The gentlelady has requested a recorded vote. Sufficient number of members have requested the vote pursuant to Rule 5F. After consultation with Mr. DeFazio, we will hold the recorded vote at a later time. Mr. Huffman has an amendment at the desk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe this is designated as amendment number 56, and I ask unanimous consent that it be considered as read.
Without objection, so ordered. Please designate the amendment.
Amendment number 56, offered by Mr. Huffman.
Mr. Huffman is now recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One thing I think most people here have in common is our desire to make sure we move forward with the advanced deployment of next-gen. And here's one reason why next-gen and modernization of our air system is so crucial. Air travel is one of the fastest growing sources of greenhouse gas pollution. And so reducing emissions from aviation is critical for tackling climate change. Shorter, more efficient routes means less jet fuel is burned, fewer emissions of carbon dioxide and other pollutants will occur. And that's why I'm pleased that Airlines for America indicated earlier this month that they continue to support the agreement by the International Civil Aviation Organization to phase down pollution from flights. This is a global agreement, and under that deal, airlines will purchase carbon credits from projects across the world to offset future growth in emissions from international commercial flights. This proposal protects our American-based companies from one-sided unilateral action from entities like the European Union and ensures that U.S. carriers have a seat at the table. And we've seen why we need action on this front. Just this month, excess heat in Phoenix grounded more than 40 flights. It was simply too hot to fly. Think about that. With temperatures over 120 degrees in Phoenix, the air was too thin for some planes to generate the lift that they need to take off. That may be unusual today, but it's going to occur more and more often in other locations as well as temperatures continue to heat up. That's the future of aviation without a coordinated international approach to climate change, and it's exactly what the ICAO has done, stepping up with a negotiated carbon offset and reduction scheme for international aviation. My amendment's very simple. It recognizes the existence of climate change induced by human activity, and it directs the FAA to continue to work with ICAO and others to implement this agreement. I thank the chairman for consideration of this amendment and urge an aye vote.
I thank the gentleman for offering his amendment, although at this point I need to oppose the amendment. The aviation is a global industry, and therefore a global response to aviation emissions is required. The International Civil Aviation Organization, or ICAO, has already created an emission standard that were broadly supported by the aviation community. The amendment takes a position that I don't believe belongs in aviation policy. It's the FAA is a safety regulator, not a gas house emissions regulator, a greenhouse gas emissions regulator. Therefore, I understand the members' wishes to address this. The FAA reauthorization, I don't believe, is the appropriate vehicle to do this in. And what we're trying to do here by separating the regulator from the operator is, we believe, with technology, and we've seen this in places around the world where they have better technology, they burn billions of less fuel because they're more efficient. They draw straighter lines, are up, they're in the sky less, and with greater efficiency, again, there's less gas. So I would encourage a gentleman to support my bill, or the bill, because we believe they'll burn billions of fuel less. I know that the Canadians actually they measure, and they can give you an exact number of how much less fuel they are if you're flying in and out of their airspace. So again, I urge all members to oppose this amendment. Any other members wish to be heard? Mr. Fazo is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I do oppose the amendment. I don't think it's necessary, but I would point out that as the chairman just indicated, the Canadian experience has been quite productive in terms of reducing fuel use and also reducing greenhouse gas emissions. From 97 to 2015, according to NAV Canada, over 13 million tons of greenhouse gas emissions were reduced. They are forecasting between 2016 and 2020 another 8 million tons being forecast. In 2015, NAV Canada initiatives saved enough jet fuel to fill 3.6 million barrels of oil. So there's been enormous fuel savings because of the more efficient, modernized system that the Canadians have in use, and I thank the chairman for his leadership in helping to try to bring such beneficial changes to the United States as well. Following the Canadian example, if the Canadians have about 1/10 or so the number of flights taking off that the United States does, we could expect fuel savings and greenhouse gas emissions to be dramatically reduced in the United States with a more efficient system that the chairman's legislation will help bring about. As such, I oppose the amendment.
I thank the gentleman. Any other members wish to be heard? Seeing none, are there amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on Mr. Huffman's amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The gentleman requests a recorded vote. Sufficient number of members requested a recorded vote. Pursuant to Rule 5F, in consultation with Member DeFazio, we will hold the recorded vote at a later date, a later time. Mr. Lowenthal has an amendment at the desk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have an amendment at the desk, and I request unanimous consent as read.
Without objection, so ordered, and would the clerk designate the amendment?
Amendment number 17, offered by Mr. Lowenthal.
Mr. Lowenthal is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you. This amendment will reverse a 2014 FAA rule and clarifies the original congressional intent that state and local general sales taxes should not be required to go towards local airport spending, as aviation fuel excise taxes are. In 1987, Congress passed FAA authorization amendments that required airports to spend aviation fuel excise tax revenue on airport uses. For the past 29 years, the rule was implemented in this way until 2014, when the FAA made a final rulemaking that included any state or local tax on aviation fuel, including general sales taxes and taxes specifically targeted elsewhere, that they must also be designated for airports uses. This rule supersedes the will of the voters as well as local and state elected officials. It's estimated by the California Department of Finance that the FAA's policy change would impact about $25 billion of state general sales tax revenues. Further, they estimated that the total cost to both state and local government sales tax revenues to be about $70 million. These are funds that the state and the local municipalities have budgeted, and in many cases where voters have directly allocated these funds through ballot initiative processes. This rulemaking overturns the will of my constituents to tax themselves for specific purposes. This amendment is co-sponsored by Representatives Napolitano, Garamendi, and Huffman, and is supported by the National Governors Association, the National Conference of State Legislatures, the State of California, the California League of Cities, and the California Association of Counties, as well as a number of local transportation authorities. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for offering his amendment, but I oppose this amendment. In 2014, the FAA clarified policy guidance to ensure that sales tax revenue derived from aviation fuels were subject to the same revenue requirements as all other airport revenue. Federal law requires any taxes on aviation fuel to be used to improve airport or other aeronautical facilities, and the reason that's being done, there is federal taxpayer dollars by the hundreds of millions of dollars going out to these communities to support their airports. And the rationale is that those investments generate revenue. They should stay on the airport and not be diverted away for other intended purposes. Airlines, airports, general aviation, business aviation all support the FAA policy of clarification and strongly oppose state and local governments using aviation tax to balance their budgets and, again, divert for things off the airport, again, in light of the fact that there are millions and millions of dollars of federal taxpayer dollars are going to improve those. I recognize there's circumstances like voter-approved taxes and bonds for multimodal projects where the policy can be drawn too broadly. I'd be certainly willing, if the gentleman to withdraw, to continue to work with him and his co-sponsors to find a solution that balances the concern of local governments and the long-standing bipartisan opposition of revenue diversion by this committee. So at this time, I would need to oppose the amendment.
Mr. Chair, I would be glad to work with you to see whether we can come up with something that meets both the needs of the airports and also state and local government.
So the gentleman withdraws.
I withdraw.
I appreciate the gentleman. I commit to, we'll work as we move forward on this bill to try to figure out a solution.
Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. Okay, we are going to do the in-block amendments, so I ask unanimous consent to consider the following amendments in block and allow any member to be recognized for 2 minutes on the in-block amendment. Am I supposed to read down them all? Yeah, you have to read them all. Okay. These are the amendments that are in the in-block amendment. Brownlee, 20. Both 20s? Bustos, 20. Huffman, 55. Huffman, 57. Johnson, 33. Lawrence, 24. Lowenthal, 19. Norton, 34. Payne, 20. Barletta, 16. Comstock, 17. R. Davis, 25. J. Lewis, 9. Mr. Woodall, 3. Sanford, 32. Larson, 23. Young, 70. Mast, 17. Rakita, 23. Lobiondo, 20. Bustos, 21. And Brownlee, 19. Is there an objection? Without objection, so ordered. Do any members wish to be recognized for the en bloc amendment, and the 2 minutes will be strictly enforced? Mr. Lobiondo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today I'm offering a very important bipartisan amendment which would fix a terrible decision made by the Obama administration regarding the flags of convenience in our airline industry. The flag of convenience business modeled on one where owners of a company can locate segments of their operation in different countries in order to avoid our regulations is an industry destroyer for the United States. We have already seen this practice devastate the maritime shipping industry, costing U.S. workers their jobs and billions to our economy. H.R. 2150, which I offer as an amendment here today, would clarify existing law that our international trade agreements must be enforced and must support U.S. airlines and U.S. aviation workers. I am absolutely delighted to have worked with Ranking Member DeFazio, my counterpart, Ranking Member Larson, for this amendment, as well as my colleague from Georgia, Representative Ferguson, as original co-sponsors of the bill. I would encourage everyone on this committee to join us in supporting this amendment and ensure that our global airline industry remains strong and competitive. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. I now recognize Mr. Sanford.
I thank the chairman, and I simply rise to thank you for incorporating it in the in-block amendment. This particular amendment that we've offered would require the FAA to exercise leadership domestically and internationally in creating regulation and policy that leads to certification and safe and efficient operation of supersonic aircraft. Now, why is that important? It's important because it's vital that we change with the time. We've had any number of different conversations thus far in the markup on this issue of drones and how will the FAA incorporate the change in technology that's occurred there. What's important to note is that over the last 45 years, since there's been a moratorium on supersonic flight over the domestic U.S., the technology has in fact changed. It's changed dramatically. As Gulfstream and Boom and Aviation and a number of different companies out there have said, wait a minute, there's a different technology out there, there's a change in composites, there are new things that can be done that would minimize and substantially change the notion of sonic boom that used to be a problem in the 70s that is not today in current form with some of what they've looked at in terms of new technology. So it's about recognizing how we need to change with the time. It's about creating a bias for action. The FAA presently has a, in essence, do nothing standard in the way that they look at supersonic. And I think it's important to create a bias for action because indeed the technology has changed so that we could indeed lead to certification and safe operation over domestic U.S. And finally, this is about simply recognizing that if we allow this, there could be a whole new wave of flight that's unimaginable. I mean, imagine going, instead of 11 and a half hours from New York to Tokyo, you're talking about 5 hours. You talk about having flight distances to a whole host of places around the globe. This brings with it the possibility of real change, and for that reason, I appreciate so much you including this in the block amendment.
I thank the gentleman. Any other members wish to be heard? Seeing none. Mr. Boss is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On Mr. Lewis's amendment, I did want to comment. I appreciate the opportunity to join with him in offering an amendment. The aviation offers many potential lucrative and rewarding career pathways for young people. In my district, Southern Illinois University offers both undergrad and graduate degree programs in aviation. Graduates can go on to work for some of the best companies in the aviation industry and earn salaries in excess of many of their SIU alums. However, despite the outcome, thousands of young people may not even consider an aviation industry as a potential career path. I believe this amendment will help them address that, and with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Cohen's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank Mr. Davis for working so hard on this, on the amendment that he and I share on rental car taxes, and saying that they're only used at airports. For years, they were used for everything unimaginable, under the theory of don't tax me, don't tax thee, tax that guy behind that tree. So we're getting to logical, fair, and transparent taxation, and I thank the committee for accepting this as part of the bill.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Lewis is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank you, Mr. Boss, for supporting our amendment. My amendment on career and technical education training recognizes that aviation and aerospace has a strong demand for high-skilled workforce and employees. It recognizes the importance of CTE in training the workforce for the future, equipping students with the skills they need to succeed in the aerospace industry and the defense industry. These are quality jobs where workers earn significantly more than the national average. They gain exposure to the benefits and opportunities of mechanical trades and apprenticeships and the like. We have got to disabuse ourselves that every single student needs to go to a 4-year liberal arts school when we've got jobs going unmet in some of these trades. So I'm very appreciative of the support for the amendment, and I urge my colleagues to support it. Thank you. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Any other members wish to be heard? Mr. Payne, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2017 has been a year in which the airline customers have begged for an advocate and defender. Several notable incidents aboard commercial airliners have proven that there are gaps in the government's role in consumer protection for airline passengers. The Congress is a necessary and worthy partner in the airline industry. My amendment asks that the Secretary of Transportation to conduct a study on the feasibility and advisability of requiring airlines to disclose takeoff and landing times of flights during customers' purchasing of tickets. A wise man once said, "Sunlight is the best disinfectant." My amendment, along with other consumer protection amendments offered today, seeks to put an adage into practice. I believe more transparency and more information will lead to the beginning of a renewal of the relationship between skeptical passengers and the airlines. The aviation industry started in America and is something that we are rightly proud of as a nation. Let's now work together, government and industry, to rebuild the confidence in the great national treasure. And with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Any other members wish to be heard? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the amendments? Before I go to the final vote, I want to thank Mr. Lobiondo for his efforts on his amendment, and it's about American jobs. We want to make sure we keep working through this, making sure we have no unintended consequences. So thank you, Mr. Lobiondo, for all your work. Again, no amendments to the amendment. It's on the question is on the in-block amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. With the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The in-block amendment is passed. And now Mr. DeFazio is recognized. He has an amendment at the desk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at desk number 053, asking unanimous consent be considered as read.
So ordered. Can designate the amendment.
Amendment number 53, offered by Mr. DeFazio.
Mr. DeFazio is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Hopefully this will come up on the screen. In my opening statement today, I showed that, in fact, we have covered, it's not coming up on the screen, hold up the poster, please, that we have covered successfully the entire United States of America with an ADS-B system. It actually exceeds the capability of any satellite-based ADS-B system because this system, yes, Sharon, it will be able to do both in and out, whereas the satellite-based systems cannot do that. You know, the airlines have said that they really don't think it's worth investing in. Now, the benefit of the system is you can fly planes closer together, and that would obviously enhance the capabilities of our airspace in congested areas to handle more traffic. There is still obviously the point of getting them on the ground. And since we lack capacity and gates in many places and we're failing to get adequate investments there, there'll still be problems. But the point is, it's been delivered. Only one other nation in the world has it, Australia. But the airlines have not invested to use the system. Congress gave them a deadline 5 years ago. That's plenty of notice, of 2020. So that's, you know, a total of 8 years to comply so that we can use the system. You can't use it till everybody has it. General aviation is currently, I hear some complaints, but we're subsidizing general aviation, helping them out a little bit with it. If they want to use controlled airspace, they'll have to have it. They're moving there. Nobody, AOPA, nobody has asked for a delay for general aviation, even though the burden falls on individuals. In this case, corporations are saying, you know, they don't want to invest in it, yet they're complaining. I mean, I keep hearing always vague complaints about the FAA is so outmoded and they're so behind. And when I sit down with individual airlines and say, well, what technology is out there today that isn't already in the pipeline to be delivered that you would deliver through a private corporation? And there's a resounding silence. Well, here's one that we've delivered, but we can't use it. We can more efficiently and very safely use the airspace with precise locations of planes in the sky. I hear complaints about using the old radar-based system. Well, we have a non-radar-based system, but we can't use it. And so, you know, I wonder why they asked for the delay, and I wonder if perhaps the idea of the delay is, well, we're going to get a new private corporation, and we're going to go to the private corporation and say, hey, we can more efficiently use the airspace. We can fly planes closer together. Don't you guys want to do that? But would you please pay for the equipment so our planes can use it? So this amendment is quite simple. It says that, you know, there aren't going to be any more extensions of the ADS-B requirement for commercial airplanes. And secondly, that the private corporation cannot subsidize private airlines or publicly held airlines, private interests, with, you know, and burden them with paying to install the equipment in these planes and obviously passing those fees on to the users. You know, I would observe further, as I did earlier, that, I mean, this is very expensive for all of the U.S. fleet, and some of them are equipped now, particularly the ones that fly oceanic. It would cost $743 million to purchase and install it, and that would be almost 25% of the bag fees that was extorted from passengers last year. So, you know, just for 1 year, forego 25% of your bag fees, put in the equipment so we can use the airspace more efficiently in the United States of America, or stop complaining about it. If you're going to say, gee, the FAA is so far behind and we can't get more efficient, you can't say that and then say, well, we don't want to use a state-of-the-art system that only one other country in the world has to fly planes closer together. And then again, there's two sides to this. One is out, one is in. In would give a pilot real-time information about everything else in the sky around him or her. That's the second level of the system, which a satellite-based system cannot provide. So we have the world's most advanced, state-of-the-art ADS-B system covering our entire territory, but we can't use it. With that, I would yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. Graves is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I respectfully oppose the gentleman's amendment. And I do disagree with him, too, from the GA standpoint, because GA is way behind on equipage, and probably for the same reason the airlines are, because everybody's waiting to the last minute to do it, because it is extraordinarily expensive. It's getting better, but it is expensive. And I might point out, too, that the corporation is going to have no regulatory authority to require equipage. That still stays with the FAA, and I would like to leave that authority, or at least the ability, to, if we need to have an extension, to have an extension. And to be quite honest with you, GA is fixing to ask for an extension because we just aren't going to hit it. Is that the right thing to do? I don't know. You know, we get into these extensions, and that creates problems, and it pushes things further out and further out. And he's right on many, many points from that standpoint. But the fact is going to be, and in fact, if you figure out if you just look at the GA aircraft out there and the number of GA aircraft that are going to have to be equipped, and then you just look at the number of repair stations to be able to do it, the math doesn't work. It just simply doesn't work. We can't get there. So that creates a problem in and of itself. So with that, I would respectfully oppose the gentleman's amendment and would ask other members to do the same. Yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and I also oppose the amendment. And again, just want to point out that the new corporation will have no regulatory authority to require equipage. That authority will remain with the FAA as it does today. So with that, do any other members wish to be heard? Seeing none, any amendments to the amendment? All those in favor of Mr. DeFazio's amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. No.
Chairman, on that,
In opinion of the chair, Mr. DeFazio has requested a recorded vote. And under the rules of the committee, we will hold that recorded vote at a later time. And with that, where are we with the floor? Where were we with the floor? We are going to attempt to do Mr. Perry's amendment now. We shouldn't vote for another 10 or 15 minutes, but we'll have some time. So with that, Mr. Perry has an amendment at the desk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Amendment 050.
And designate the amendment.
Amendment number 50 offered by Mr. Perry.
Considers read consider read and without objection. Mr. Perry is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Part 107 allows the FAA administrator to grant waivers to operate beyond the visual line of sight for UAS over people and at night, but not for delivery operations. Now, this is purely an artificial limitation. I mean, if a company can make the safety case, the administrator should have the authority to grant such a waiver, but the administrator does not have that authority at this point. Now, the United States, I think, must keep step in an increasingly competitive global marketplace or really risk losing the bulk of the economic impact of UAS technology. For instance, Japan's government is aiming to implement UAS delivery services in rural areas by next year and in Tokyo in time for the 2020 Olympics. So it's coming. As a matter of fact, companies in France have been flying routinely beyond the visual line of sight in nighttime operations for years. This amendment does not circumvent the UAS air carrier certification rulemaking already included in the legislation. It's an important rulemaking that, when complete, will allow companies to conduct routine delivery operations if, and only if, they meet the FAA safety requirements without engaging in a burdensome waiver and exemption process. In the meantime, I think we should give the competitive marketplace the opportunity, just the opportunity, still at the discretion of the administrator, to demonstrate safe delivery operations that will actually help inform the rulemaking process. That's all it is. And Mr. Chairman, I asked for the affirmative vote from my colleagues and to yield the balance of the time.
Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the amendment being offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. The amendment improves the FAA process for granting waivers for Part 107 requirements for commercial drone operators by requiring the agency to issue sample safety justifications that have been approved by the FAA to each type of regulatory waiver. This amendment also requires FAA to revise the online waiver and air traffic control authorization process. Part 107 was a great step forward for integration of drones in the national airspace, and these reforms to the waiver process contained in this amendment will be helpful to the commercial drone industry and the U.S. economy, and we support this amendment. With that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Any other members wish to be heard? Ms. Titus, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to thank Mr. Perry for his work on this important issue. We've worked together before last Congress, provisions in the last bill, and now on this amendment. And I thank him, and we share our concern about promoting the UAS industry in this country. Nevada is fast becoming a leader in the drone industry. Since it was designated as a test site back in 2013 until today, it's really moved forward in this exciting new area. In fact, Nevada was the first state to perform a test of package delivery by drone. So I feel that if our technology is going to continue, we've got to allow the regulations to catch up with it, or we will not be a world leader in this field. We've got to innovate, develop, and put into practice some of the things that we know are potentially available to us. So I would urge your support for the Perry-Titus amendment as well. Thank you, and I yield back.
General, you yield back? Yes. Any other members wish to be heard? Seeing none, there are amendments to the amendment. Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Penny the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Okay. All right. We think we're going to be able to get one more amendment. So I believe Ms. Norton has an amendment at the desk.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, but before I offer it, may I ask unanimous consent that the studies that are necessary by the U.S. Department of Transportation, Office of the Inspector General, be included in the record in order to sustain a provision that has always been in our bill for the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program, the so-called DBE program, so that we can continue to address discrimination and barriers for minority and women-owned businesses seeking to do business in airports across the country.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I have an amendment at the desk designated as 033. I ask unanimous consent that it be considered as read.
Without objection, so ordered. Designate the amendment. Clerk will.
Amendment number 33, offered by Ms. Norton.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, I offered this amendment last time, and it got bipartisan support and was passed. Prohibits the use of electronic cigarettes and vaping devices on commercial airplanes by including use of these devices within the definition of smoking. We made great progress. There's no smoking in this room, for example. Smoking tobacco products on commercial airplanes has been banned for years. But with the increased use of electronic cigarettes and vaping devices in their place, it is necessary to update our laws to reflect this new nuisance to the riding public. The U.S. Department of Transportation issued final rules in the last 2 years banning the use of these devices on commercial airplanes and banning the transport of e-cigarettes in checked baggage. Congress should institute a permanent statutory ban on the use of electronic cigarettes on planes, particularly considering the increasing popularity of electronic cigarettes. We're almost there. We need to be there for the public. Electronic cigarette use has increased over the last decade, ironically, because of the dangers posed to the public through traditional cigarettes. So there are more and more people who are moving to electronic cigarettes. In 2010 and 2011, e-cigarette use among adults doubled. Public health experts have voiced their concerns over the use of e-cigarettes because there are still so many unknowns about the chemicals these devices can produce. The American Lung Association has cited many concerns about the lack of regulation of e-cigarettes because they are on the market while the potential harm from e-cigarette exposure secondhand remains an unknown. The American Lung Association has identified 2 studies that show harmful irritants coming from e-cigarette emissions. In addition, the temperature of an e-cigarette can affect how harmful the cigarettes are, but with no configuration standards, it is too difficult to uniformly assess the health effects of smoking e-cigarettes. Now, mind you, we're talking about on airplanes. This year, we celebrate 26 years since legislation was passed banning smoking on domestic flights in our country. The current smoking ban applies to the smoking of tobacco products on all scheduled passenger flights and on scheduled passenger flight segments on foreign air carriers in the U.S. and between the U.S. and foreign countries, unless a waiver is granted based on bilateral negotiations. Shows you how important this ban of smoking has been conceived by our country. My amendment would simply change the statutory definition of smoking to include the use of electronic cigarettes, defined as a device that delivers nicotine or other substances to a user of the device in the form of a vapor that is inhaled to stimulate the experience of smoking. I encourage support of my amendment, just as there was bipartisan support of the same amendment in the bill the last time we passed it. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentlelady. Does anybody seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Duncan, Mr. Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose the amendment, Mr. Chairman, for a few reasons. Let me start with the first one. If you look at Code Part 252.3, it says smoking means the use of a tobacco product, electronic cigarettes, whether they are a tobacco product or not, or similar products that produced a smoke, mist, vapor, or aerosol, with the exception of products other than electronic cigarettes, which meet the definition of a medical device in section, et cetera, et cetera. This is from current code. This covers all electronic cigarettes, saying the Department of Transportation already provides for you not being allowed to smoke electronic cigarettes or vape electronic cigarettes on planes. And let me show you the problem that I have with Ms. Norton's amendment. This electronic cigarette has nicotine in it. And her amendment specifically says she defines an electronic cigarette in this section as a term. Electronic cigarette means a device that delivers nicotine to a user of the device in the form of vapor. This one has nicotine. This will be illegal under federal law. This will now be a federal statute that this is illegal. That has nicotine in it. This one does not have nicotine. There's no nicotine in this. This is not covered under Ms. Norton's amendment. That doesn't make sense to me. Either say that an electronic cigarette is illegal whether it has nicotine or not in it, or whether it has or has not. And number two, it's already covered by current law. This was a bipartisan amendment that passed by one vote last Congress prior to this code being put into effect. This wasn't around last Congress. The owners of the planes, the airlines already have the ability to tell you, you can't vape on this flight, and they all do. They all say there's no use of electronic cigarettes, smokeless tobacco, or otherwise on this flight. Every time we fly every week, that's what they tell us. There's more to it. There's a reason, in my opinion, that the American Health and Lung Association and other organizations don't like electronic cigarettes. For the first time since the cigarette was invented, the number of smokers in this country has gone down, for the first time ever. And the way it's going down is not because of the patch or because of lozenges. It's because people have the option to use this instead of an actual cigarette. Therefore, massively, healthcare costs are going down for the numbers of smokers. If we want to have fewer smokers in this world, fewer people getting lung cancer, having heart disease because of smoking, this is the only thing in human history that's been shown to get more people off of cigarettes than any other device ever. I don't think it's this committee's intent to discourage people from quitting smoking and going to an alternative. In Europe, you get a discount on your life insurance and your health insurance if you vape versus smoke. So if you're a smoker and you quit and you start vaping, you get a discount on your insurance. That's how much better it is for you than smoking. There have been studies, if you want to mention studies, that have shown that these devices like this are 95% less harmful than traditional tobacco. So in the end, there's no fire when you have a electronic cigarette or a vaping device. There's no fire, there's no combustion. That's why it's safer than smoking. Airlines already say you can't do it on a plane. U.S. code already says that if it has nicotine or does not have nicotine, it's already illegal on planes. Therefore, I think that this amendment by Ms. Norton is just more extra law that we're going to pile on to current code that's going to discourage people from smoking and make it a federal crime so the federal marshals can come grab somebody who hasn't smoked or who quit smoking and is now vaping. Are the pilots going to have to land if there's some kind of vape smoke in the air? The pilots have to land and the person gets rushed off the plane like the United Airlines, dragged off the plane for having a vape on the airplane. That should not be the case. Right now, the airplane, pilots and flight attendants can already stop you. It's already not allowed on planes. And I would urge my colleagues to vote no on this. It's just more extraneous law.
Will the
piled on
gentleman
current
yield?
law.
Will the gentleman yield?
With that, I yield back.
With that, Mr. Larson, or Mr. Larson's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just enter this statement in support of Ms. Norton's amendment for the record in the interest of time, because there's a vote on the floor. And with regards to Mr. Hunter, you said there's nicotine in the little one, and I'd ask what was in the red one, but I'm afraid of the answer, so we'll just leave it at that. And with that, I yield back.
I appreciate it, gentlemen. I, for the record, oppose Ms. Norton's amendment. The DOT has already conducted a rulemaking on this issue, so I think it's settled. So with that, any other members wish to be recognized? Make it quick, because we got to vote.
Yield to the gentlewoman from D.C.
I just want to correct what the gentleman said. It's not a matter of statutory law. It is in the regulations, which means it could be changed at any time. He applauds that it's gotten people off of cigarettes. It's gotten people off of cigarettes into something that appears to be even worse. And we haven't done the necessary research on all of the substances in e-cigarettes. So the notion that says you shouldn't smoke anymore, you should do something that may be even worse for you, does not, to me, seem to be rational, and I yield back.
I thank you, gentlelady. With that, any other members wish to be heard? Seeing none, are there members to the amendment? No members to the amendment. All those in favor of Ms. Norton's amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. No. According to the chair, the noes prevailed and the amendment is not agreed to. With that, we are going to...
Could I ask for a roll call on that?
The gentlelady asked for a roll call vote. Roll call vote. We will do that at a later time. With that, we are going to recess until 4:45. There's 3 votes on the floor. We should come back about 3:35. We will have a series of votes in committee when we come back at 4:45. So staff, if you're listening, make sure your member knows. And we're now stand in recess. Committee will come to order. All right, we are going to do the requested recorded votes. There are 7 of them.
I ask unanimous consent that the results be foreordained and we forego the votes.
25-34. That's in this. That. In this order: Lipinski, 41; Cohn, 43; Nolan, 42; Titus, 13; Huffman, 56; DeFazio, 53; and Norton, 33. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Schuster?
No.
Mr. Schuster votes no. Mr. DeFazio? Mr. DeFazio votes aye. Mr. Young? Mr. Young votes no. Ms. Norton? Mr. Duncan? Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Nadler? Mr. Lobiondo? Mr. Lobiondo votes no. Ms. Johnson of Texas? Ms. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Graves of Missouri? Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Cummings? Mr. Hunter? Mr. Hunter votes no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes yes. Mr. Crawford? Mr. Crawford votes no. Mr. Capuano? Mr. Capuano votes aye. Mr. Barletta? Mr. Barletta votes no. Mrs. Napolitano? Mr. Farenthold?
No.
Mr. Farenthold votes no. Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Lipinski votes aye. Mr. Gibbs? Mr. Gibbs votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Mr. Sears? Mr. Sears votes aye. Mr. Denham? Mr. Denham votes no. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Meadows? Mr. Carson? Mr. Carson votes aye. Mr. Perry? Mr. Nolan? Mr. Nolan votes aye. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Titus? Ms. Titus votes aye. Mr. Sanford? Mr. Sanford votes no. Mr. Maloney? Mr. Maloney votes aye. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes no. Ms. Estee? Mr. Rokita? Mr. Rokita votes no. Ms. Frankel? Mr. Katko? Mr. Katko votes no. Ms. Estee? Ms. Estee votes aye. Mrs. Bustos? Mrs. Bustos votes aye. Mr. Babin? Mr. Babin votes no. Mr. Huffman? Mr. Graves of Louisiana? Mr. Graves votes no. Ms. Brownlee? Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mrs. Comstock? Mrs. Comstock votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Rouser? Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Payne? Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Bost? Mr. Bost votes no. Mr. Lowenthal? Mr. Lowenthal votes aye. Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes no. Ms. Lawrence? Ms. Lawrence votes aye. Mr. LaMalfa? Mr. Lamousa votes no. Mr. Desaulnier? Mr. Desaulnier votes aye. Mr. Westerman? Mr. Westerman votes no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Mitchell? Mr. Mitchell votes no. Mr. Faso? Mr. Faso votes no. Mr. Ferguson? Mr. Ferguson votes no. Mr. Mast? Mr. Mast votes no. Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis votes no.
Mr. Chairman, now am I recording?
All members have been recorded. Mr. Nadler?
Mr. Landler is not recorded. Mr. Nadler votes aye.
Ms. Frankel? Mr. Garam,
Ms. Frankel votes aye.
Mr. Garamundi?
Mr. Garamendi votes aye.
Mr. Meadows?
No.
Mr. Meadows votes no.
Mr. Perry?
Mr. Perry votes no.
Any other members need recorded?
Huffman, aye.
Ms. Norton? Ms. Norton?
Ms. Norton? Ms. Norton votes aye.
Mr. Huffman?
Aye.
Mr. Huffman votes aye.
Any other members need to be recorded, need to vote? Mr. Sanford?
Mr. Sanford votes no.
Any other members need to have a recorded vote? Going once? Going twice? We can report the vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 24, the nays are 34.
The amendment is not agreed to. I recognize Mr. Cohen for UC request.
I would like to ask for unanimous consent to withdraw my request for a roll call on 43.
Without objection, so ordered. Now, the next one will be Mr. Nolan, 42. Call the roll.
Mr. Schuster?
No.
Mr. Schuster votes no. Mr. DeFazio? Mr. DeFazio votes aye. Mr. Young? Mr. Young votes no. Ms. Norton? Ms. Norton votes aye. Mr. Duncan? Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Mr. Lobiondo? Mr. Lobiondo votes no. Ms. Johnson of Texas? Ms. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Graves of Missouri? Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Cummings? Mr. Hunter? Mr. Hunter votes no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes yes. Mr. Crawford? Mr. Crawford votes no. Mr. Capuano? Mr. Capuano votes aye. Mr. Barletta? Mr. Barletta votes no. Mrs. Napolitano? Mr. Farenthold?
No.
Mr. Farenthold votes no. Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Lipinski votes aye. Mr. Gibbs? Mr. Gibbs votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Mr. Sears? Mr. Sears votes aye. Mr. Denham? Mr. Denham votes no. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Meadows? Mr. Meadows votes no. Mr. Carson? Mr. Carson votes aye. Mr. Perry? Mr. Perry votes no. Mr. Nolan? Mr. Nolan votes aye. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Titus? Ms. Titus votes aye. Mr. Sanford? Mr. Sanford votes no. Mr. Maloney? Mr. Maloney votes aye. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes no. Ms. Esty?
Aye.
Ms. Esty votes aye. Mr. Rokita? Mr. Rokita votes no. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel votes aye. Mr. Katko? Mr. Katko votes no. Mrs. Bustos? Mrs. Bustos votes aye. Mr. Babin? Mr. Babin votes no. Mr. Huffman? Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Graves of Louisiana? Mr. Graves votes no. Ms. Brownlee? Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mrs. Comstock? Mrs. Comstock votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Rouser? Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Payne? Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Bost? Mr. Lowenthal? Mr. Lowenthal votes aye. Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes no. Mrs. Lawrence? Mrs. Lawrence votes aye. Mr. LaMalfa? Mr. LaMalfa votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier? Mr. DeSaulnier votes aye. Mr. Westerman? Mr. Westerman votes no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Mitchell? Mr. Mitchell votes no. Mr. Faso? Mr. Faso votes no. Mr. Ferguson? Mr. Ferguson votes no. Mr. Mast? Mr. Mast votes no. Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis votes no.
Any members not been recorded? Mr. Bost?
Mr. Bost votes no.
Mr. Johnson?
Mr. Johnson votes yes.
Any other members need to be recorded? Seeing none, I ask the clerk to report the vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 25, the nays are 34.
The amendment is not agreed to. With that, the Fourth Amendment will be Titus, number 13. Call the roll.
Mr. Schuster?
No.
Mr. Schuster votes no. Mr. DeFazio? Mr. DeFazio votes aye. Mr. Young? Mr. Young votes no. Ms. Norton? Ms. Norton votes aye. Mr. Duncan? Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Mr. Lobiondo? Mr. Lobiondo votes no. Ms. Johnson of Texas? Ms. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Graves of Missouri? Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Cummings? Mr. Hunter? Mr. Hunter votes no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes yes. Mr. Crawford? Mr. Crawford votes no. Mr. Capuano? Mr. Capuano votes aye. Mr. Barletta? Mr. Barletta votes no. Mrs. Napolitano? Mr. Farenthold?
No.
Mr. Farenthold votes no. Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Lipinski votes aye. Mr. Gibbs? Mr. Gibbs votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Mr. Sears? Mr. Sears votes aye. Mr. Denham? Mr. Denham votes no. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Meadows? Mr. Meadows votes no. Mr. Carson? Mr. Carson votes aye. Mr. Perry? Mr. Perry votes no. Mr. Nolan? Mr. Nolan votes aye. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Titus? Ms. Titus votes aye. Mr. Sanford? Mr. Sanford votes no. Mr. Maloney? Mr. Maloney votes aye. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes no. Ms. Esty?
Aye.
Ms. Esty votes aye. Mr. Rokita? Mr. Rokita votes no. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel votes aye. Mr. Katko? Mr. Katko votes no. Mrs. Bustos? Mrs. Bustos votes aye. Mr. Babin? Mr. Babin votes no. Mr. Huffman? Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Graves of Louisiana? Mr. Graves votes no. Ms. Brownlee? Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mrs. Comstock? Mrs. Comstock votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Rouser? Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Payne? Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Bost? Mr. Bost votes no. Mr. Lowenthal? Mr. Lowenthal votes aye. Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes no. Mrs. Lawrence? Mrs. Lawrence votes aye. Mr. LaMalfa? Mr. LaMalfa votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier? Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Excuse me, Mr. DeSaulnier votes yes. Mr. Westerman? Mr. Westerman votes no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Mitchell? Mr. Mitchell votes no. Mr. Faso. Mr. Faso votes no. Mr. Ferguson. Mr. Ferguson votes no. Mr. Mast. Mr. Mast votes no. Mr. Lewis. Mr. Lewis votes no.
Any other members need to be recorded? Any other members need to be recorded? Seeing none, the clerk can report the vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 25, the nays are 34.
The amendment is not agreed to. That, the next amendment is DeFazio, 53. No? Oh, sorry about that. I crossed this off before I got to it. So it's Huffman, 56, I'm sorry. The clerk can call the roll.
Mr. Schuster?
No.
Mr. Schuster votes no. Mr. DeFazio? Can't hear him. Mr. DeFazio votes aye. Mr. Young? Mr. Young votes no. Ms. Norton? Ms. Norton votes yes. Mr. Duncan? Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Mr. Lobiondo? Mr. Lobiondo votes no. Ms. Johnson of Texas? Ms. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Graves of Missouri? Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Cummings? Mr. Hunter? Mr. Hunter votes no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes yes. Mr. Crawford? Mr. Crawford votes no. Mr. Capuano? Mr. Capuano votes aye. Mr. Barletta? Mr. Barletta votes no. Mrs. Napolitano? Mr. Farenthold?
No.
Mr. Farenthold votes no. Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Lipinski votes aye. Mr. Gibbs? Mr. Gibbs votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Mr. Sears? Mr. Sears votes aye. Mr. Denham? Mr. Denham votes no. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Meadows? Mr. Meadows votes no. Mr. Carson? Mr. Carson votes aye. Mr. Perry? Mr. Perry votes no. Mr. Nolan? Mr. Nolan votes aye. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Titus? Ms. Titus votes aye. Mr. Sanford? Mr. Maloney? Mr. Maloney votes aye. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes no. Ms. Esty? Ms. Esty votes aye. Mr. Rokita? Mr. Rokita votes no. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel votes aye. Mr. Katko? Mr. Katko votes yes. Mrs. Bustos? Mrs. Bustos votes aye. Mr. Babin? Mr. Babin votes no. Mr. Huffman? Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Graves of Louisiana? Mr. Graves votes no. Ms. Brownlee? Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mrs. Comstock? I'm sorry, Mrs. Comstock? Mrs. Comstock votes no. Mrs. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Rouser? Mr. Rouser votes nay. Mr. Payne? Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Bost? Mr. Bost votes no. Mr. Lowenthal? Mr. Lowenthal votes aye. Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes no. Mrs. Lawrence? Mrs. Lawrence votes aye. Mr. LaMalfa? Mr. LaMalfa votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier? Mr. DeSaulnier votes aye. Mr. Westerman? Mr. Westerman votes no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Mitchell? Mr. Mitchell votes no. Mr. Faso? Mr. Faso votes no. Mr. Ferguson? Mr. Ferguson votes no. Mr. Mast? Mr. Mast votes no. Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis votes no.
Any other members wish to be recorded? Mr. Sanford? How is Mr. Sanford? He's not recorded.
Not recorded. Mr. Sanford votes aye.
Any other members need to be recorded? Seeing none, the clerk will report the vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 27, the nays are 32.
The amendment is not agreed to. With that, the DeFazio Amendment Number 53, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Schuster?
No.
Mr. Schuster votes no. Mr. DeFazio? Mr. DeFazio votes aye. Mr. Young? Mr. Young votes no. Ms. Norton? Mr. Duncan? Did you hear him? Mr. Duncan? Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Mr. Lobiondo? Mr. Lobiondo votes no. Ms. Johnson? Ms. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Graves of Missouri? Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Cummings? Mr. Hunter? Mr. Hunter votes no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes aye. Mr. Crawford? Mr. Crawford votes no. Mr. Capuano? Mr. Capuano votes aye. Mr. Barletta? Mr. Barletta votes no. Mrs. Napolitano? Mr. Farenthold?
No.
Mr. Farenthold votes no. Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Lipinski votes aye. Mr. Gibbs? Mr. Gibbs votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Mr. Sears? Mr. Sears votes aye. Mr. Denham? Mr. Denham votes no. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Meadows? Mr. Meadows votes no. Mr. Carson? Mr. Carson votes aye. Mr. Perry? Mr. Perry votes no. Mr. Nolan? Mr. Nolan votes aye. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Titus? Ms. Titus votes aye. Mr. Sanford? Mr. Sanford votes no. Mr. Maloney? Mr. Maloney votes aye. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes no. Ms. Esty? Ms. Esty votes aye. Mr. Rokita? Mr. Rokita votes no. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel votes aye. Mr. Katko? Mr. Katko votes no. Mrs. Bustos? Mrs. Bustos votes aye. Mr. Babin? Mr. Babin votes no. Mr. Huffman? Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Graves of Louisiana? Mr. Graves votes no. Ms. Brownlee? Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mrs. Comstock? Mrs. Comstock votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Rouser? Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Payne? Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Bost? Mr. Bost votes no. Mr. Lowenthal? Mr. Lowenthal votes aye. Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes no. Mrs. Lawrence? Mrs. Lawrence votes aye. Mr. LaMalfa? Mr. LaMalfa votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier? Mr. DeSaulnier votes aye. Mr. Westerman? Mr. Westerman votes no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Mitchell? Mr. Mitchell votes no. Mr. Faso? Mr. Faso votes no. Mr. Ferguson? Mr. Ferguson votes no. Mr. Mast? Mr. Mast votes no. Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis votes no.
Any members need to be recorded? Any members need to be recorded? Seeing none? Oops. Oh, Ms. Norton?
Ms. Norton is not recorded.
Ms. Norton.
Ms. Norton votes aye.
Any other members? Any other members? Seeing none, the clerk will record the vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 25, the nays are 34.
With that, the amendment is not agreed to. And now the final vote will be on the Norton Amendment, number 33. The clerk will record the call the roll.
Mr. Schuster?
No.
Mr. Schuster votes no. Mr. DeFazio? Mr. DeFazio votes aye. Mr. Young? Mr. Young votes no. Ms. Norton? Ms. Norton votes yes. Mr. Duncan? Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Mr. Lobiondo? Mr. Lobiondo votes yes. Ms. Johnson of Texas? Ms. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Graves of Missouri? Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Cummings? Mr. Hunter? Mr. Hunter votes no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes yes. Mr. Crawford? Mr. Crawford votes no. Mr. Capuano? Mr. Capuano votes aye. Mr. Barletta? Mr. Barletta votes no. Mrs. Napolitano? Mr. Farenthold?
No.
Mr. Farenthold votes no. Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Lipinski votes aye. Mr. Gibbs? Mr. Gibbs votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Mr. Sears? Mr. Sears votes aye. Mr. Denham? Mr. Denham votes no. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Meadows? Mr. Meadows votes no. Mr. Carson? Mr. Carson votes aye. Mr. Perry? Mr. Perry votes no. Mr. Nolan? Mr. Nolan votes aye. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Titus? Ms. Titus votes aye. Mr. Sanford? Mr. Sanford votes no. Mr. Maloney? Mr. Maloney votes aye. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes no. Ms. Esty? Ms. Esty votes aye. Mr. Rokita? Mr. Rokita votes no. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel votes aye. Mr. Katko? Mr. Katko votes yes. Mrs. Bustos? Mrs. Bustos votes aye. Mr. Babin? Mr. Babin votes yes. Mr. Huffman? Mr. Huffman votes yes. Mr. Graves of Louisiana? Mr. Graves of Louisiana votes yes. Ms. Brownlee? Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mrs. Comstock? Mrs. Comstock votes aye. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Rouser? Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Payne? Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Bost? Mr. Bost votes no. Mr. Lowenthal? Mr. Lowenthal votes aye. Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes no. Mrs. Lawrence? Mrs. Lawrence votes aye. Mr. LaMalfa? Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier? Mr. DeSaulnier votes aye. Mr. Westerman? Mr. Westerman votes no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Mitchell? Mr. Mitchell votes aye. Mr. Faso? Mr. Faso? Mr. Faso votes aye. Mr. Ferguson? Mr. Ferguson votes no. Mr. Mast? Mr. Mast votes no. Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis votes no.
Mr. Chairman, change my vote to no.
Ms. Comstock votes no. Mr. Faso? Mr. Faso votes no.
Any other members need to be Mr. LaMalfa?
Mr. LaMalfa votes no.
How am I recorded?
Mr. Schuster is recorded as a no.
Any other members? Any other members? Seeing no other members, the clerk can record the vote or report the vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 30, the nays are 29.
The amendment is agreed to. With that, we are moving on to the next amendment. Mr. Rokita is amendment number, hold on, wait a second, hold on. Sorry, Ms. Johnson is recognized for an amendment. Ms. Johnson is amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent for it to be considered.
Without objection, so ordered. Would the clerk designate the amendment?
Amendment number 13, offered by Ms. Johnson.
Ms. Johnson is recognized for 5 minutes to explain her amendment.
Thank you. Well, when I traveled to Ottawa this year with the purpose of touring the NAV Canada's operations, I was stunned to learn that there was less than 1,500 airports throughout all of Canada. In case members are not aware, there are more than 2,000 airports and heliports in the state of Texas alone. Yet Canada privatized its air traffic control system and transferred its assets over to NAV Canada. The corporation paid the Canadian government nearly $1.5 billion in Canadian money for those assets. I have endeavored to find out the value of our own air traffic organization assets, but most estimates seem to ignore several important factors, such as...
Gentlelady will suspend. The committee will come to order. Can members keep their conversations to a minimum? Can members keep their conversations to a minimum? Thank you. The gentlelady deserves to be heard. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, because if they listen, they're going to vote aye on this one. Some estimates seem to ignore several important factors, such as real property values or leases and service contract obligations. There's even disagreement over how the government would assess the value of these assets, let alone whether it's fair. This is why my amendment would direct the FAA to conduct a final assessment of the total value of these assets, including facilities, equipment, and real property. In keeping with transparency and accountability, the amendment would also require the GAO to conduct its own independent audit in order to ensure that the FAA assessment is accurate. I believe that at a minimum, we should determine the fair market value of these assets before we even consider conveying such a large portion of public property to the new corporation. Taxpayers and aviation users have invested billions of dollars into our nation's airspace, which has granted us the benefit of having the safest and most complex airspace in the world. We should have an empirical and practical understanding of the value of these assets before thinking of giving them away, and certainly not for free. My amendment is really a common sense opportunity to gather all the facts before we embark upon one of the most historic and consequential transfers of public assets to a private entity in our nation's history. I strongly urge my colleagues to support this amendment so that we can make an educated and informed decision going forward. In my opinion, this chamber cannot sufficiently perform its due diligence without this information. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and yield back.
Any other members wish to be recognized? Ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the gentlelady from Texas for offering the amendment, and I strongly support it and urge its passage. Earlier today, Mr. Nadler offered an amendment to require the ATC Corporation to pay for all the assets. It will be given free of charge as proposed in the bill before us today. Unfortunately, that amendment failed like it did last year. This amendment, however, offered by Ms. Johnson, will require the FAA to conduct an assessment of all assets of the ATO, including real property and equipment. Upon completion of the assessment, the DOT's Inspector General will conduct an independent audit of that assessment. Earlier this year, we heard from DOT IG Scoville that our air traffic control infrastructure was worth about $13.7 billion, not including the real estate. This figure will only go up when we add in the property value associated with ATC centers across the country. In addition, taxpayers have invested more than $50 billion into the system over the last 20 years. So I do not support the plan to privatize our skies, but I do support my colleague's amendment that will provide a fair and accurate assessment of what our ATC system is truly worth. So with that in mind, I'd urge my colleagues to support this amendment. And I yield back. Thank you.
Any other members wish to be heard? Mr. Mitchell?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Throughout today's markup at various points in time and previous hearings, we've talked at length about, quote, assets of the air traffic control system. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle wish to view any money that have been spent over the last 30 or 50 years as quoted asset without recognizing the loss in value that has occurred over time, or the fact that a number of these property assets referred to also have liabilities. Liabilities in terms of brownfields, liabilities in terms of even ability to surplus out equipment due to hazardous materials. They see a dollar spent as a dollar that should be recovered somehow, and this is simply another effort to try to put a dollar value on it. We've dealt with this question several times in this process in markup. We have dealt with our perspective on what should be, how we should move forward in air traffic control and privatizing that, and I, frankly, at a loss of why we continue hashing it over. I urge my colleagues to vote no and move on with the vote so we can proceed. Thank you, and I yield back.
Anybody else wish to be heard on the amendment? Seeing none, I want to thank the gentlelady for offering the amendment, but I'm afraid that I'll have to oppose it. I understand and appreciate the intent of the amendment, and I know the chairman wants to work with the gentlelady and any other interested members on the scope and form of a similar inventory and assessment. And if the gentlelady would withdraw her amendment, I'm sure that we could work or definitely commit to working with her on the concept as we move to the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can't imagine that we would want to pass this along without knowing its value, but I will withdraw it and work with you and see if we can. Did you hear me?
Okay. Withdrawn. All right, with that, we will commit to, I'll definitely commit the chairman to working with you. I know our side would definitely be happy to work with you on as we move forward.
Thank you very much. I just can't imagine us passing this over without knowing the value of it, regardless of whether they're brown fields, green fields, or what other color fields. We should still know the value of what the total is, and so I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. What do we got? Mr. Lipinski. The chair now recognizes Mr. Lipinski for an amendment.
I have an amendment at desk designated number 39. I ask unanimous consent to be considered as read.
The clerk will designate it.
Amendment number 39, offered by Mr. Lipinski.
I ask unanimous consent to be considered as read.
Recognized, yeah. Without
Thank you, Mr.
objection,
Chairman.
you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Demand for air travel is at an all-time high and forecasted increase. And data from the Bureau of Transportation Statistics shows that airlines have improved the performance metrics. But a series of recent incidents has called attention to the need to improve protections for airline passengers. Last month, we held a hearing in this committee after a number of incidents, including the one in which Dr. Dow was dragged off of a flight in Chicago. The video shocked everyone. There are a few other videos of incidents that occurred on planes. We held this hearing and talked about the need to make sure passengers are protected. Unfortunately, airlines' contracts of carriage provide passengers with few options when they face long delays because of events that are the fault of airlines, such as an involuntary bumping or a computer malfunction, which has happened over 30 times in the last couple of years. When these events occur, the airline should need to do everything they can to help the passenger make it to their destination on another airline, get food when they are delayed for an extensive period of time, or get a hotel room so they don't have to sleep at the airport. My amendment would direct the U.S. Department of Transportation to work together with the industry on a rulemaking that would first require airlines to seek alternative air transportation for their passengers, and also, which is called interlining, something that used to be very common, but is not common with airlines today. It would also require that airlines accept for a reasonable fee passengers from another air carrier when they have the extra capacity to do so. This is so that when a flight may have a lengthy delay, an airline goes to another airline looking for an alternative method to get a passenger to their destination, that this can be worked out at an equitable price. Because many passengers get stuck at airports when the events occur, this amendment would also require airlines to ensure that passengers have access to essential needs, like access to medical care and restrooms, no matter when or where the delay occurs. Because sometimes this does not happen. The airports may shut down some of these the care that in restrooms that passengers normally get at the airport. The amendment would also require meal vouchers and hotel accommodations during lengthy overnight delays that occur between 10 p.m. and 3 a.m. The amendment would prohibit airlines from charging passengers to change flights if the lavatory aboard their aircraft is not working. Now, these measures would not be onerous on airlines, but would go a long way to improving protections for airline passengers. After our hearing last month, I would hope we could do something to give our constituents assurance that on their next family vacation, they don't have to worry about winding up tired, hungry, and sleeping on an airport floor. These are things that can be done. It would help not only give passengers more assurance, I think it would make our whole system work better, make passengers happier. I think in the long run would make airlines also, things move more smoothly for them. Passengers would not have the fear of having some of these things happen to them. And so I ask my colleagues to support this common sense amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman for offering an amendment. I unfortunately have to oppose it. The underlying bill includes a provision that addresses the situations this amendment is intended to address. The bill requires air carriers to prominently disclose passengers what services will be offered in the event of a widespread disruption that impacts air travel. The underlying bill also contains a number of consumer protections that are widely supported by stakeholders and members alike. It's imperative that we have the right balance. Therefore, I urge all members to oppose this amendment. And with that, I yield to Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a brief statement that I support this amendment being offered by the gentleman from Illinois. It brings up many good points, focusing on consumers and the customers, the folks we represent, and encourage people to support this amendment.
Thank you, John. Any other members wish to be heard? Seeing none, I just would again remind members that much of this is included in this amendment is in the bill, underlying bill. So I'd ask all members to oppose. And with that, any amendments to the amendment? No amendments to the amendment. That question is on Lipinski Amendment 39. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
The gentleman's requested a recorded vote. We'll roll the vote till later. Next amendment is the Johnson Amendment, number 35. Mr. Johnson has an amendment at the desk.
Amendment number 35 offered by Mr. Johnson.
Without objections to order, Mr. Johnson is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, which would ensure the safest national airspace possible by discouraging the use of weaponized drones. In July of 2015, lawmakers and the public began to express concerns about the weaponization of drone technology after a college student built a drone capable of firing live ammunition from a mounted .45 caliber semi-automatic handgun. More recently, at least one state legislator has proposed legislation allowing the use of weaponized drones by local law enforcement, which is something that concerns me greatly. My amendment takes a step towards addressing this issue and ensuring public safety by further clarifying the authority of the FAA administrator to treat the operation of an unmanned aircraft system equipped with a weapon to be a careless or reckless operation. This amendment would give the FAA the civil and administrative enforcement authority needed to ensure a safe national airspace. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yield.
With that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for yielding back, and I need to oppose the amendment at this point, but we share with the gentleman the concerns about aviation safety and weaponized drones. However, it comes to our attention that certain beneficial drone applications, such as avalanche control, may require a weapon in some instances, but we'd like to work together with you to improve drone safety. So if the gentleman's willing to withdraw, we'll commit to working with you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm definitely willing to withdraw this and work with with you and the other members so that we can come to something that is reasonable and fair.
I thank the gentleman for withdrawing, and with that, as I said, we'll commit to work with you. The next amendment at the desk will be Mr. Lowenthal's, number 18 is at the desk. We're passing out the amendment. It's been revised,
Yes.
so give us 30 seconds to get this passed out. Gentleman from California, may proceed.
Thank you.
Oh, designate the amendment, I'm sorry.
Amendment number 18 offered by Mr. Lowenthal.
And will be considered as read, and without objection, Mr. Lowenthal is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk. The amendment requires the FAA to work with community stakeholders in the Los Angeles region to establish a regulatory framework to address helicopter noise pollution in Los Angeles County residential areas. I've worked with Representative Schiff and others to address this persistent issue for our constituents. Further, the amendment will require the FAA to provide a Spanish language option for the current Los Angeles Helicopter Noise Initiative's automated complaint system website. This will allow many in our community who may be affected by helicopter noise to participate in the FAA complaint system. Mr. Chair, the revised amendment now also includes the FAA working with community stakeholders in Mr. Cirrus's district of New Jersey, and I would yield to Mr. Cirrus anytime, if I might. Would you like to?
I couldn't hear the gentleman, I'm sorry.
You want to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Lowenthal. Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is a persistent problem in my district. Due to the fact that so many people visit New York City, they love this idea of flying and looking at the skyline. Of course, the skyline looks much better from the New Jersey side. So we get all the helicopter traffic, mostly over the county that I represent. Some of these helicopters, we have tried to work on this issue for over a year. Some of the helicopters fly as low as 300 feet. Sometimes you could probably wave to the pilot. But it's so many, and the community is just really upset about the noise. And originally they were going down the middle of the river, but apparently the view is much better as you get closer to the New Jersey side. So they decided to change route. So I just hope, and I just hope that we can address this through the FAA. And they can take a look at this and see how it's impacting the lives of people in this area. You know, the area that the helicopters are going through is called the Gold Coast, which is that area which is across from New York City. And it's probably one of the driving engines for jobs and real estate in New Jersey. And we have this issue of helicopters constantly going over this area. So I thank my colleague from California, and I thank you, Chairman, for consideration of this. Thank you. Amendment.
Gentlemen, Mr. Lowenthal controls the time, and how much time does he have left? Mr. Lowenthal, did you yield back your time?
Yes, I yield.
Okay, with that, Mr. Graves is recognized. And then,
I don't know where to start, Mr. Chairman. And I respectfully have to disagree with my two colleagues on the other side of the aisle on this. And what I worry about is when we start restricting, and again, this goes back to kind of the basis of everything that we're trying to do to prevent restriction of airway or airspace and airports. And it's a serious problem because what worries me more than anything else is the slippery slope that goes along with this. And it's, I think this is just a very dangerous amendment, and I understand what, I guess I kind of understand where you're coming from as far as the noise, but I do have to respectfully oppose this and would urge my colleagues to oppose it as well. Thanks.
Mr. Payne is recognized. And Mr. Payne can yield to Mr. Cirrus if he wishes to.
I yield to Mr. Cirrus.
LBO, speak closer to the
Mike.
mic. I can't hear you.
The danger in this is that the helicopters, some of them are falling in the area already. And that's the real danger because they're flying right over people's head. And the restriction only applies basically to the tourist helicopters that want to see the skyline. You still have all the defense forces, all the security. Everybody still can use the airways. But the problem here is all these helicopters that tourists take in order to see the skyline. And we have had already a couple of accidents where helicopters are falling in the area. Thank you.
Yep. Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to...
Mr. Payne controls the...
I'd like to just weigh in on this since my district is also next to Mr. Cirrus' district. And the problem comes into my district as well. I would say to the gentleman on the other side of the aisle, the slippery slope was when the helicopters stopped going down the middle of the river and started getting closer to the homes. That was the slippery slope. Obviously, you do not have this in your district, and your constituents have not inundated your office with this type of problem, but we are concerned about quality of life, lives, and making sure that our residents understand that we are here to protect them regardless of what the issue is. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, gentleman, for yielding. Again, I have to agree with my colleague from Missouri, Mr. Graves, and if it's a safety problem, and that's when the FAA kicks in. It's not just about noise; it's about safety. And if there's a safety situation, then that's again when the NEPA process kicks in, when the FAA kicks in. Again, the committee's position has been that the aircraft regulator should be again for safety purposes. Again, the efforts to put in place voluntary mitigation restrictions are the preferred approach to this. So again, I would have to oppose the amendment. With that, any other members wish to be heard? Seeing none, any amendments to the amendment? All those in favor of the Lowenthal amendment, say aye. All those opposed, nay. Nay. Opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
I request a recorded vote.
Mr. Lowenthal requests a recorded vote, and we will have at a later time, we will have that recorded vote. With that, Ms. Titus, Amendment 11, there's an amendment at the desk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk designated Titus number 011, and I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 11, offered by Ms. Titus.
Ms. Titus is recognized for 5 minutes to explain her amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a really simple amendment. It's all about consumer protection. We believe consumers deserve to know what they're paying and who is charging them what when they make a purchase. That's why I'm happy to see Section 505 in the underlying bill, which includes provisions to ensure disclosure of any taxes and fees being assessed by the federal government. What's not included, however, are fees that might be assessed by this new Air Traffic Control Corporation. Consumers have just as much a right to know how much they're paying in fees to use the air traffic system as they do to know what they're paying in taxes for security or whatever other purposes. So I would ask my colleagues to support this amendment, ensure that all charges, all taxes, and all fees, regardless of whether they're from the federal government or from this new private, public, whatever it is, corporation, are available to the consumers so they can see what they're paying and who they're paying before they make a purchase. It's just that simple. They deserve to know. So I ask my colleagues to support this. I thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady for offering the amendment. I will have to oppose it. The new corporation will charge user fees for air traffic control service provided on a per aircraft operation basis rather than a per passenger basis. Air traffic service fee is not calculated under a per passenger basis, and every plane that flies has a different number of passengers, so you could never, unless you calculated it on the way down and when it landed, or when you filled the plane up and you had 100 or 150, it's really, I don't believe it's workable. The underlying bill includes requirement that the new corporation publish its fee schedule and any proposed fee change. Additionally, there's a regulatory review and approval process with notice and comment period for any increase in air traffic and services. Again, I don't believe this is workable because, again, every plane's going to have a different number of passengers, and so making that calculation is not going to be something that's workable. So again, I oppose the amendment. Any other members wish to be heard? Seeing none, any amendments to the amendments? Seeing none, questions on Ms. Titus' amendment number 11? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. Gentlelady is asking for a roll call vote. We will hold the roll call vote at a later time. Amendment 51, Mr. DeFazio has an amendment at the desk.
Amendment number 51, offered by Mr. DeFazio.
Without objection, so ordered. Mr. DeFazio is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. This would repeal Section 828 of the FAA Modernization and Reform Act of 2012 that codifies essentially what used to be called at the FAA the tombstone mentality, that we don't take an action until people die, then we say, oh, yeah, we really should have been requiring that. And that historically, in the bad old days, was a problem at the FAA. In this case, the FAA has extraordinary and dire concerns about lithium batteries aboard aircraft, but Congress, at the behest of either the Chinese battery manufacturers or the American producers of products that use lithium batteries, whatever, has said that instead of following our normal pattern, where the United States of America leads the world when there's an extraordinary safety issue which threatens either people in the air, whether it's passengers on a commercial aircraft, whether it's pilots flying a cargo plane, or people on the ground who might be underneath, has said that we cannot adopt any standards on lithium batteries that have been not adopted through the ICAO, which is a lowest common denominator international organization subject to the consent of very progressive nations like China and others. It's a consensus-based organization. Now, so Congress, in that FAA bill, said that we cannot exceed their standards. They have adopted, at least now, they've finally adopted, it took a while, some minimal standards. After a few years ago, the manufacturers went to an aviation conference and said, oh, by the way, nothing on an Airbus or a Boeing is capable of repressing a substantial lithium battery fire, and the plane will go down and all aboard will die. And those under it might die too, depending on where it crashes. So ICAO finally adopted a standard that says, they shouldn't be aboard passenger aircraft. It's not an FAA rule. It's not mandatory. At this point, to the best of my knowledge, all of the U.S. passenger airlines are complying. But if someone on the low budget end decided, hey, we can make a heck of a lot of money by carrying lithium batteries because no one else is doing it, there's no restriction. There's no rule that says they can't do that. In addition to that, we have had instances where cargo planes have crashed with fatal results. UPS Flight 6 took off from Dubai, 2010. The lithium batteries ignited. The official report, cockpit was filling with persistent continuous smoke and fumes 4 minutes after the first fire warning. 4 minutes after that, the environment was full of continuous blinding smoke, so thick the crew could not see the instruments inches in front of them. 21 minutes later, the airplane was out of control and crashed into the ground. The pilots were killed. Luckily, it did not crash on an apartment building or a populated area. 29 minutes from the first sign of the fire. Then there was Asiana Cargo Flight 991, another 747 that crashed in Korea Strait, 2011. 800 pounds of lithium batteries on board. You don't need 800 pounds of lithium batteries to take down a plane. You only need 8. This amendment says that basically says we are not going to prohibit the FAA from adopting stricter rules on the transport of lithium batteries aboard cargo or passenger aircraft and making it the law of the United States of America leading the world. I mean, these lithium battery and device manufacturers could certainly put their stuff in containers and put it on ships, not quite as critical of an environment as the cargo hold of an aircraft at 40,000 feet. So, these common sense standards were basically a result of work done at the FAA Test Center. That's the crash site. I don't know if we have the FAA the Test Center video, but they showed how unbelievably volatile this stuff is, stuff that only a terrorist would hope that they could get on board an airplane. Obviously, these events have not been common. The FAA Test Center came up with standards that they would like to see adopted by a rule, but they haven't been. Also, for some bizarre reason, the Pipeline Hazardous Safety Materials Agency wants to represent U.S. aviation interests before the ICAO on this matter. I think it would be most appropriate to have the FAA at the table instead of the Pipeline Hazardous Safety Materials Agency, whoever they are. So the amendment would also require they be our lead representative. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, gentlemen. Recognize Mr. Westerman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose this amendment, and we have acted in the past to address this. The 2012 provision of the FAA Authorization Act that generally prevents DOT from adopting lithium battery regulations that are more stringent than ICAO's remains valid and should not be repealed. The provision is a balanced approach that still allows DOT to issue regulations that exceed ICAO requirements if the Secretary has credible evidence that lithium batteries would substantially contribute to an onboard fire. This amendment would also put exclusive powers in FAA's hands, despite hazardous materials transportation being multimodal and affecting all modes of transportation. The Secretary of Transportation is statutorily directed to represent the United States in international forums for transporting hazardous material in international commerce. The Secretary has discretion to delegate this authority to a departmental agency or administration of her choice. DOT has indicated to us that it prefers to have this discretion rather than having FAA designated as the representatives. Mr. Chairman, I urge all members to join me and oppose this amendment. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Any other members wish to be heard? Seeing none, any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, questions on Mr. DeFazio's amendment number 51. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. Nay. According to the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Mr. DeFazio asks for a recorded vote. We'll do it at a later time. With that, the next amendment is Mr. Johnson, amendment, I'm sorry. Ms. Johnson, number 15, has an amendment at the desk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have amendment at the desk and ask unanimous consent for it to be heard.
Without objection, so ordered, the clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment 15 offered by Ms. Johnson.
Ms. Johnson is recognized for 5 minutes to explain her amendment.
Thank you very much. Many members today have expressed their various concerns with the legislative proposal before us today. Among those concerns that I have, and I've already expressed it, is the future of the FAA contract tower program. The FAA contract towers account for half of all towers and handle almost 30% of all tower operations nationwide. The state of Texas is home of 23 FAA contract towers, including the Dallas Executive Airport located in my congressional district. And this is not to mention the 252 other airports nationwide with FAA contract towers that support air service and general aviation operations across the country. Contract towers are important not only for civil aviation, but also for Department of Defense readiness and training, and Homeland Security and law enforcement operations. And I'm pleased to see that H.R. 2997 calls for consultations with the Department of Defense and Homeland Security on the impact of a tower closure. However, I believe we need to take a step further in including in language that would protect contract towers from arbitrary closures. This is why my amendment would prohibit the ATC Corporation from closing any contract tower without written approval by the airport operator. Without it, we could potentially see FAA contract towers closing left and right without real oversight. Since FAA contract towers are so vital, I think it is important that we incorporate critical reforms that would protect contract towers while providing the flexibility to the corporation to shutter the towers when it is appropriate. Not only is this important for civil aviation and national security interests, but anyone with constituents in rural or underserved communities really should support this amendment. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. I recognize Mr. Bost.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I thank the gentlelady for offering this amendment, but I'm afraid I must oppose it. You know, contract towers are critical to the safety provisions of all air traffic services across the country. The underlying bill contains a robust process for considering any changes in operations to contract towers. The process includes a three-tier review that includes airports, the local community, corporations, and the secretary. This is significantly more protection than contract towers have today. When a Washington bureaucrat can unilaterally cancel any contract within 30 days' notice, while I appreciate the intent of the gentlelady's amendment, I must urge all members to oppose the amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Any other members wish to be heard? No other. Mr. Graves is recognized. No other members wish to be recognized. Any other amendments to the amendment? The gentlelady from Texas wishes to be recognized.
Mr. Chairman, with a little nudge of assurance that we will address this issue at a later time, I will draw this amendment.
Well, I thank the gentlelady for doing that. And again, I would encourage her to, let's get together and look at the underlying bill, and I think you'll see a lot of protections in there. So thank the gentlelady for withdrawing. Mr. Cohen, as an amendment at the desk, number 42.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would you like just to accept this one? It's pretty easy and just makes the flight attendants have an opportunity to have judging their staffing level requirements. It's similar to what you've got in here for fatigue, but it doesn't go quite far enough, and it just adds a level of having staffing level requirements be a review of flight attendant staffing level requirements. They've got a lot more to do now than they used to have to do. Now, they, of course, they used to have to give out food. They don't do that anymore. Now they pick up a lot of newspapers. They come through. That's an additional responsibility. But as the flights have gotten, more crowded and more people with disabilities and more seniors flying and all, they've got more and more work to do. And they obviously, it's a serious problem about their role. And I would ask that we either approve the amendment or you accept it in the bill en bloc, because it comes right under the fatigue risk management plan that's offered here, except this goes a little further and has a staffing level review requirement as a component of that plan. There's no regulations, no changes to staffing requirements, no changes to the fatigue management plans, simply a review that's overdue, and I hope that we could do that without having to go through the necessity of a roll call vote and support the flight attendants.
I thank the gentleman for offering the amendment. However, I must oppose the amendment. There is already language in the bill that directs commercial air carriers to develop a robust fatigue risk management plan that works to mitigate fatigue concerns. Addition of this requirement undermines the intent of the provision, creating a thorough and effective fatigue risk management plan for each air carrier. Therefore, I urge all members to oppose the amendment. Any other members wish to be heard on the amendment? Does the gentleman wish to withdraw his amendment?
At the risk of I don't want to upset the flight attendants because I offered it for them, but I know the vote's going to be 25-34 if we're all here, so knowing the outcome, I'm going to withdraw it.
I appreciate the gentleman withdrawing. And with that, the next amendment is Mr. Garamendi has an amendment at the desk, number 21.
Amendment 21.
Yes, sir. Without objection, the clerk will designate.
Amendment 21 offered by Mr. Garamendi.
And with that, Mr. Garamendi is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't take 5 minutes. This has to do with unmanned aerial vehicles. We've had a discussion about this earlier today. This is an effort to try to make sure we know who the owners of them are, and it would require a registration of ownership at point of sale. I understand there's some opposition to this wonderful and absolutely terrific idea. That being the case, we nonetheless need to know who owns these vehicles. when they crash, when they harm somebody, or when they are doing things in the air that they're not supposed to. We ought to be able to find out who the owner is. This amendment is specifically to accomplish that. Nevertheless, since this issue has been taken up and the authority for the FAA to provide some mechanism to determine the ownership is in process, I'm going to let this amendment go and I will withdraw it. So, Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the amendment.
I thank the gentleman for withdrawing the amendment. Appreciate it greatly. And with that, the next amendment is Ms. Titus, number 12, as amendment at the desk.
Okay. Well, thank you again, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at...
Would this gentlelady, would members speak more directly into their mics? I don't know if people out there I can't hear a lot of what you're saying, so I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, excuse me. I have an amendment at the desk designated as Titus number 012. I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will designate.
Amendment number 12 offered by Ms. Titus.
Ms. Titus recognized for 5 minutes to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We all want government to work better and more efficiently, and I think we all agree that sometimes the regulatory process can create more problems than it solves. But there are certainly other cases, especially like under the jurisdiction of this committee, where regulations and rulemakings are not only helpful, but they're critical to progress. That's why I've introduced this amendment along with my colleague from Connecticut, Ms. Esty. I thank her for her support, which would exempt regulations and rulemaking related to UAS from the requirements of Executive Order 13771. This executive order subjects all new federal rulemaking and regulations to a 2-for-1 rule. For every new regulation, 2 existing ones need to be removed. Now, that's a great happy hour special in my district in Las Vegas, but when it comes to regulating UAS industry, it just means unnecessary delays and hurdles. So time and time again, we've heard from witnesses discussing how we're losing ground in this industry to the rest of the world. Our drone technology is not keeping up. Our regulations are being outpaced by technological developments. Well, Executive Order 13771 may be well intended, but I think that it will hurt our ability to innovate and unleash technology. We've got to provide some guidelines. That's why my amendment is supported by the Association of Unmanned Vehicle Systems International and the Small UAV Coalition, which is made up of some of the leading technology companies, including Intel, Amazon Prime Air, Air Maps, and Google X, just to name a few. The language in this executive order specifically states that Congress has the power to make exemptions, so you don't have to worry about it being contradictory to the executive order in any way. I just think this is one of those necessary and common sense exemptions or exceptions that we need to make. It also does nothing to impede our own rulemaking abilities, just quite the contrary. Without this amendment, I'm afraid we're going to see significant delays in implementing a number of the amendments and provisions in the underlying bill that have been advocated by people on both sides of the aisle today. So I would urge my colleagues to join me in support of this amendment, exempting our UAV regulation process from this 2-for-1 executive order provision. I yield back.
I appreciate the gentlelady offering this amendment. However, we must oppose this amendment. We do not typically legislate exemptions to executive orders. The executive branch must carry out the laws that we pass, but the president has discretion in some areas. This amendment would interfere with that discretion in a way that is inappropriate. So again, I thank the gentlelady for amendment, but I urge all members to oppose. Any other members wish to be heard? Seeing Mr. Weber is recognized.
Well, I want to echo that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. And I appreciate the lady offering it, appreciate the language in it that says we have that power. But as the chairman's already pointed out, we don't legislate exemptions to executive order. We wouldn't appreciate him telling us the same thing, I'm sure. So I'm going to echo what you said. I hope the members will oppose the amendment, and I will yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Any other members wish to be heard? Seeing none, any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, questions on the amendment by Ms. Titus. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. Gentlelady asked for a reported vote or recorded vote. We will hold that recorded vote at a later time. Next amendment is Mr. Lipinski's amendment number 38. Mr. Lipinski has a amendment at the desk.
Amendment number 38, offered by Mr. Lipinski.
I ask unanimous consent that it be considered as read.
Without objection, so ordered, and the clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 38, offered by Mr.
Mr.
Lipinski.
Lipinski is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a simple amendment that will foster an industry dialogue around improving the critical computer systems that airlines rely on to drive their operations. Since 2015, there have been over 30 widespread disruptions of airline computer networks that resulted in canceled flights and displaced thousands of passengers. We need an objective review to determine which functions are critical to the normal operation of the airlines and how well the computers that handle those functions are prepared to recover from a service disruption. This amendment requests a GAO study to determine the commonalities and differences of computer network architecture used by air carriers. The goal of the study is to identify operationally critical functions and the most common causes of airline computer network disruptions. The amendment also establishes a government and industry working group to share lessons learned and develop voluntary best practices for improving the ability of computer networks to rebound after an incident. Finally, the language would direct airlines to submit the computer network resiliency and recovery plans to the FAA. Submission of these plans would be for a very low administrative burden for airlines. And this language makes clear that the plans are not subject to FOIA, therefore any proprietary information would be protected. Mr. Chairman, as I said, there have been over 30 widespread disruptions of airline computer networks since 2015. The most recent was not in the United States, was British Airways, which caused great disruptions over a holiday weekend. And I think this would be very helpful just to make sure it's not a big burden, but to make sure that the computer networks are less likely to have problems and cause these big disruptions. And with that, I will ask for support and yield back.
Thank the gentleman for offering this amendment. However, I must oppose the amendment. The cybersecurity and resilience of the aviation system is a priority for this committee, and we've included language in the previous FAA extension and the FAA bill on this issue. However, the language in this amendment is problematic on a number of levels. The language establishes an airline industry computer network resiliency working group, which would have the Department of Homeland Security participating. It also has causes the House Science Committee to become involved in it. It's not the role of the DHS to weigh in on the resiliency of the airline's computer network, nor the other science or the Science Committee in the House. So I therefore urge all members to oppose this amendment. Any other members wishing to be heard? Seeing none.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Yes, the gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Obviously, what we've done in the past has not really worked, but I understand I will withdraw this, ask unanimous consent to withdraw this amendment.
I greatly appreciate the gentleman.
How much do you appreciate it?
I greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much, and we look forward to working with the gentleman, and we will on a number of these issues. Thank you. Next amendment, Mr. Nolan, number 44, amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read.
Without objection to order, the clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 44, offered by Mr. Nolan.
And Mr. Nolan is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, the United Airline incident where a seated passenger was forcibly and rather violently removed off his flight disturbed many, if not everyone here in this room this evening. And following that incident, it caused the Congress and the American people to take a really hard look at our airlines and their practice of overbooking and how they deal with that. Mr. Chairman, it's only fair that if an airline chooses to overbook, that they do so at their own risk and not at the risk and the inconvenience of a paid and a confirmed customer. Therefore, my amendment simply requires that all denied boarding truly be voluntary and ensures that the airline pay whatever compensation is needed to convince a passenger to give up their seat at their own will. It's a common sense amendment. I urge my colleagues to support it.
I thank the gentleman for offering the amendment. And in light of recent unfortunate incidents, the committee has taken the appropriate steps to ensure involuntary denied boarding situations run smoothly. The bill includes a provision that prohibits involuntarily bumping as a passenger from a flight once they are on board the aircraft. It also ensures that passengers who are involuntarily denied boarding are taken care of by the airline. Consumer protection provisions included in this bill are widely supported. Prohibiting involuntary denied boarding in all circumstances will pose a safety risk, as there are times when the airline must utilize a policy to address weight, balance, and other safety concerns. Therefore, I'd encourage all members to oppose this amendment this time. Thank you. Any other members?
Mr. Chairman.
I'll withdraw the amendment.
The gentleman withdraws his amendment. I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. Thank the gentleman.
Thank you.
Look forward to continuing working with you.
Thank you for your willingness to work and cooperate and help us get that into the law.
Thank you, Mr. Nolan. Gentleman withdraws.
He's going to put it in the language.
Next amendment, Mr. Lipinski, number 42. Mr. Lipinski has an amendment at the desk.
I have an amendment at the desk designated number 42.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 42, offered by Mr. Lipinski.
Mr. Lipinski is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My bipartisan amendment, which I'm offering with Mr. Perry, would ensure parity between AIP and PFC projects, ensure a high standard of quality by requiring PFC projects to utilize qualifications-based selection standards, better known as QBS. QBS is an open, competitive procurement process for architectural, engineering, and design-related services that ensures that public agencies receive the technical expertise, innovation, and experience necessary to maximize project quality and protect taxpayer dollars. QBS promotes technical innovation and quality. Airport operators are demanding more specialized and engineering services from the industry. Using QBS, project sponsors have the chance to fully define the scope of work during the selection process, fostering innovation and cost-saving approaches to problems. These cost savings are very real, as a study by the University of Colorado and the Georgia Institute of Technology found quantitative evidence that QBS-based projects experience fewer change orders and construction cost escalation versus the industry standard. There are also real benefits for small business by using QBS standards, as these businesses can compete in a forum that allows them to demonstrate their niche expertise, local know-how, and management involvement. This committee previously supported QBS requirements on highway and transit projects, AIP projects, and most recently on Clean Water State Revolving Fund projects in the Word of Bill enacted in 2014. Moreover, as I mentioned earlier, QBS already applies to architectural, engineering, and design-related services on projects funded through the AIP program. This amendment would apply QBS to projects funded through passenger facility charges, ensuring a uniform and consistent standard regardless of the federal funding source. Our amendment is strongly supported by the American Council of Engineering Companies, and as an engineer, I proudly offer this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I will yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Recognize Mr. Rouser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the gentleman for offering this amendment, but I must oppose it. The 2012 FAA bill included a provision expressing that the sense of Congress that airports should use qualifications-based selection procurement processes. However, I remain opposed to applying federal requirements to locally collected funds. It's my understanding that airports in almost every state already use state or local QBS processes when planning construction projects, meaning this amendment would apply burdensome federal regulatory and paperwork requirements with very little return. How often has that happened? Applying more federal requirements to local money will only ensure that money doesn't go as far as it otherwise would have. In the interest of protecting local airport money, I urge all members to oppose the amendment.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. Westerman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would also like to thank the gentleman for bringing this amendment. Also, as a professional engineer, I would like to speak in favor of this amendment. one of the main purposes of QBS is to make sure that you have qualified individuals designing projects that affect the safety, health, and welfare of people using those systems. It's, if you think of this in terms of medical, you wouldn't want to just go with the lowest bid on your surgeon. You wouldn't want to go with the lowest bid on your oncologist. And when we're talking about people's safety and health, it's important that those providing those services are qualified to provide the services. I'm actually kind of surprised to see this because I know that a lot of states already require QBS on professional services, but if there are exceptions where people's health and safety are at risk and there's not a requirement for professional services, and I think we should add that requirement. And I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Any other members wish to be heard? Seeing none, as Mr. Rouser already pointed out, that almost every state is already using state and local QBSs in the process when planning construction projects, meaning this amendment, again, Mr. Rouser pointed out, will apply some burdensome federal regulations. Applying more federal requirements to local money will only ensure the money doesn't go as far as otherwise. So I would urge all my colleagues to oppose the amendment. And with that, any of the members wish to be heard? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on Mr.
Chairman?
Lipinski.
I ask you his consent to withdraw this amendment.
You got it.
You sure?
Yes, sir. I appreciate it again. I'm going to
How
say that lots. We'll talk later.
A little more.
We'll talk later.
Do we have a right to object to that, or? No, I take it back.
I thank Mr. Lipinski for withdrawing the amendment. Again, appreciate it. Lipinski 44. Mr. Lipinski has another amendment at the desk. Without objection, so ordered, the clerk to designate.
Amendment number 44 offered by Mr. Lipinski.
Mr. Lipinski is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
I am going to, this should make you really happy. I'm just going to ask to withdraw it right now before I say anything, because I thought that was the agreement.
Well, with that, I'll call up Lipinski 37 then. Mr. Lipinski, the clerk will designate Mr. Lipinski's 27, I'm sorry. Mr. Lipinski, what, is it 37 or 27? Oh, so we got a 27 and a 37 for Mr. Lipinski. So number 27 is first. Designate the amendment.
Amendment number 27 offered by Mr. Lipinski.
He's recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment. And I'll really appreciate you if you withdraw this one too, but it's up to you, sir.
You're really pushing it, aren't you?
Mr. Chairman, can you appreciate him on block? I'm just asking.
Next time we're going to do a Lipinski in block amendment. Mr. Lipinski's recognized.
It would shorten things a lot if you did that and accept it. All right, this amendment ensures that there is consistent level of consumer protection for airline customers no matter where they choose to purchase their tickets. Specifically, the amendment would require large ticket agents with annual revenue of $100 million or more to adopt minimum customer service standards related to providing prompt refunds, disclosing cancellation policies, notification of itinerary changes, and responding to customer complaints. These requirements already apply to airlines. Large ticket agents earn significant profits from selling travel to the public, and they account for roughly half of air travel tickets sold. Without this provision, there's no guarantee that consumers will be protected. This is especially true for our online ticket agents, where the personal relationship with the consumer is extremely weak. Given their roles in selling and ticketing air travel to the public, large ticket agents should have the same relationship and requirements to consumers that airlines have, and consumers should have the same level of protections, regardless of where they purchase air transportation. Specifically, the amendment will require DOT to consider extending the following rules to large ticket agents. Provide prompt refunds where ticket refunds are due, including fees for optional services. Provide an option to hold a reservation at the quoted fare without payment or to cancel without penalty for 24 hours. Disclose cancellation and seating policies and notify customers in a timely manner of itinerary changes. As I said, these are things that the airlines already do, and I think that when a consumer is purchasing a ticket, no matter where they purchase it from, they should have the same expectations, the same protections. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman. I recognize Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've signed letters in support of further customer service within this industry. I think we have to have consistency. I think we have to ensure that no matter where a customer buys a ticket, they have to be assured that they're going to get great customer service on the back end from, be it the airlines, be it third-party vendors. And this is about a customer service issue. We sat in this room not too long ago to talk about customer service within the airlines. I will support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman. Any members wish to be heard? Seeing none, I at this time oppose the amendment. This amendment would require the Secretary of Transportation to issue a final rule related to large ticket agents. While I do believe the customer service standards for large ticket agents should be subject to rulemaking process, I also believe the new administration should be allowed to review the pending final rule on this issue that was developed by the previous administration. Therefore, I would urge all members to oppose. Any other members wish to be heard? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on Mr. Lipinski. 27? 27. Mr. Lipinski, 27. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The
Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
The gentleman has asked for a recorded vote.
Could have just accepted it, and we wouldn't have to
Can only
go
be
through
so
that.
appreciative. But the gentleman asked for a recorded vote. We will hold that recorded vote at a later time. Believe it or not, Lipinski 37. Mr. Lipinski has an amendment at the desk. Without objection, so ordered. Would you please designate Mr. Lipinski's amendment?
Number 37?
37.
Amendment number 37, offered by Mr. Lipinski.
Mr. Lipinski is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
UAS are well suited to handle post-disaster operations such as search and damage assessment. But in order to make UAS a viable technology to fulfill these roles, there are some situations where operators will need to quickly obtain temporary waivers from certain restrictions or flight rules. Section 2207 of the Extension Act directed the FAA to publish guidance and procedures for processing of exemptions to allow both public and civil operators to operate UAS in response to emergencies. The bill gave the FAA 180 days to develop this guidance, but has not yet been published. The FAA currently requires civil operators to obtain support from a public entity, like a police department, to conduct post-emergency operations. But in many cases, civil UAS operators can begin operating almost immediately after an event, even before an incident commander is established. When safety of life is in question, there are certain operations that should be subject to a lower threshold of review. I'm very disappointed the FAA still has not provided clarity to the industry on how to quickly approve these operations. This amendment would also promote the growing UAS industry by ensuring that they can be efficiently integrated into the national airspace system. The FAA extension also enables the FAA to designate certain facilities as critical infrastructure. But the bill did not define that term, and there are legitimate concerns that the lack of specificity could lead to a flood of requests for a critical infrastructure designation for areas or facilities that have nothing to do with public safety or national security. This language would require a notice and comment period for such requests to provide increased transparency and accountability and ultimately ensure that UAS maintain safety. But I understand that the committee may have some concerns with this amendment. It's a good policy, and these minor tweaks to existing statute are long overdue. The UAS industry is a growing economic engine that has significantly benefits for safety and efficiency. So I withdraw my amendment. Well, let me weigh on that and see if anyone has any other comments. So I will yield back the balance of my
Any
time.
other members wish to be heard on this? If not, the gentleman is willing to withdraw, but I'll say before he withdraws, I think these are complex set of issues surrounding drones at chemical refineries and chemical plants. I believe there needs to be common sense rules, so I'd be more than willing to work with the gentleman as we move forward and have the discussion, make sure we're working towards a path forward.
I thank the chairman for that, and we really need to get the FAA to come out with those. We really need the FAA to do what they were supposed to have done. I appreciate the gentleman's commitment on this issue, and I ask unanimous consent to withdraw this amendment.
I thank the gentleman. You have my commitment. Thank you very much. Okay. Unanimous consent to in-block amendments. I ask unanimous consent to consider the following amendments in block and to allow any member to be recognized for 2 minutes on the in-block amendment. The list of amendments are the following amendments. Lipinski 43, Bost 1 as modified, Rouser 1, Lipinski 34, Barletta 17, Garamundi 26, Cohen 45, Nolan 37, Nolan 41, Wilson 20, I should say Nolan 37 is modified, Nolan 45 is modified, Wilson 27 is modified, and DeSaulnier 23 as modified. Is there an objection? Without objection, so ordered. Do any members wish to be recognized on the in-block amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Lipinski is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. The First Amendment 34 is a non-controversial amendment, part of an effort to make FAA's low and zero emission technology and vehicle programs for airports more accessible to U.S. airports. The FAA's Voluntary Airport Low Emission, or VALE program, was first created in the late 1990s, and this amendment seeks to reflect the new technologies that have been developed over the last 2 decades. Additionally, this amendment makes improvements to the current FAA Zero-Emission Airport Vehicles, or ZEV program. Amendment number 43 merely provides transparency in the FAA's direct procurement. I'd like to note that this committee has previously strongly supported improving agency transparency. I offered an amendment to the same provision to the House Word of Bill that we marked up in 2016, and that was adopted in the manager's amendment, so I appreciate the chairman accepting this amendment here. The FAA's acquisition management system policy provides it with flexibility in many facets of procurement. While the agency states that it will comply with the tenets of the Buy American Act as part of its best value determination, it does not publish annual reports on its procurement of foreign items. This amendment will do that. I thank the chairman for his support. I will yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Boss is recognized on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for recognizing me. And the amendment number 1 modified, I also want to thank my colleague from Illinois, Mr. Lipinski, for joining me in offering the amendment, which we talked about earlier in the day, which is the Buy American issue. The purpose of the amendment is to ensure transparency and protecting specific Buy American waivers. Current FAA publishes a list of nationwide waivers, but no such requirement exists for project-specific waivers. When taxpayer dollars are spent, those funds should be used to purchase American-made products, particularly American-made steel. The amendment will better help ensure that in this case. It will provide interesting stakeholders 10 days to review comments on project-specific Buy American waivers before they are issued. And I urge the adoption of the amendment, and I yield back. Thank you.
Mr. Boss, hold it. You yielded back. Mr. Cohen is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the committee, the chair, ranking member, and everybody else involved in getting this SEED Act incorporated into the en bloc amendment. We've worked on this for several years. It'll require the FAA to publish regulations to establishing minimal dimensions for passenger seats in terms of health and safety. So the pitch, width, and length will have minimum standards set for the safety and health of passengers. I want to thank the airlines, American Airlines, for not opposing the amendment, and Southwest as well as Delta. And I want to thank everybody else involved in this. Mr. Adam Kinchener was really helpful as being a sponsor, and I want to thank him, and I want to thank all the members of the Academy and my family, and I'll never, I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Rouser is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to talk long because I want to get out of here. My amendment simply makes a clarification to the FAA Extension Safety and Security Act of 2016, which required the FAA to adopt regulations regarding the marking of towers that were not previously subject to FAA requirements. Again, this is just simply a clarification and resolves a big problem for a number of people, and I appreciate your support. And Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you including it in this in block. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Cohen would like to offer 2 documents for the record.
They're from-
Letters on support of, I believe it's his.
Yes, 2 of them from Flight Attendants Association,
Yes.
and 1 of them from another travel agency, and just to put them in the
So,
record.
without objection, these are offered into the record for Mr. Cohen. With that, Mr. Garamundi is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for putting this particular amendment into the en bloc group of amendments. This one deals with the men and women that work the ticket counters. Requires the airline industry to, together with the FAA, to develop a mechanism to protect them from all of the assault, verbal and otherwise, that they receive, and to allow it to go forward, setting up a system that they can have some assurances that they will be safe in their job. And with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank Mr. Garamundi. You were good to your word, 30 seconds. Beautiful. With that, are there any other members who wish to be heard on this en bloc amendment? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the en bloc amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed signify by saying nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. We have 2 amendments left, and then we have six amendment votes plus passage, so 7, I guess it is. So with that, we'll go into the final 2 amendments. And the first amendment is the gentleman from New York, Mr. Maloney, is recognized. He has an amendment at the desk.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. Ask unanimous consent that it be considered as read.
Without objection to order, the clerk will designate.
Amendment number 29, offered by Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can be very brief. I appreciate you working with me on several critical components of this bill, including legislation I authored with my colleague, Mr. Faso from New York, which will help ensure the safety of children in air travel. I recognize that there are a bunch of amendments to go, so let me get to the point. My amendment is a very simple one, and it's not. It doesn't put us in the middle of some of the more heated discussions we've had here today. It simply would enable small hub airports to use their federal AIP funds towards construction of federal inspection facilities. That's it. So Stewart International Airport, which is in my district, is seeing an increase in service routes and in overall traffic, and as such will be required to construct a federal inspection facility to handle some more of that traffic. That, of course, makes sense and will ensure passengers and their belongings are being properly screened before entering New York. It'll improve safety and ensure the farms in the Hudson Valley are protected from any pests or invasive species and the rest. But what doesn't make sense is restricting Stewart's federal dollars from being spent on construction of this federal inspection facility. The airport is categorized as a non-hub airport right now, but actually succeeding increasing their employments, and that may find an increase in their categorization to a small hub airport. And because of FAA regulations, they will become unable to use their AIP funds for improving the airport. So I think the idea that an airport can't use its federal funds to do a federal inspection facility should probably confuse a lot of members here. I know it doesn't make sense to me. So the amendment won't increase the cost of the bill in any way, but will simply correct this issue and ensure that the folks I represent in the Hudson Valley will continue to see Stewart Airport grow, create jobs, and increase the economic activity in the region. And who can be against that, really? And so, with the enthusiastic support of my colleague, Mr. Lowenthal, who is so enamored of my remarks, can hardly contain his enthusiasm, it's my hope that we can count on each of you to support the amendment. I yield back. I can go on if there's a desire for more.
Does the gentleman yield?
I yield back.
I appreciate what the
And I would be happy to withdraw the amendment, Mr. Chairman, in the interest of time for the commitment that you would work with me.
Thank you. You have that commitment.
I couldn't thank you
appreciate the
more.
gentleman. Thank you. I appreciate the gentleman withdrawing, and
You
I
bet.
will commit to working and try to figure out how to help you in this regard. That, the final amendment. It's not Don Young, so don't anybody get too worked up. The gentleman from Missouri has an amendment at the desk, number 23. Without objection, order, the clerk will designate what the amendment is. I don't know.
Amendment number 15, offered by Mr. Graves.
Mr. Graves is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment is, well, it's about safety is what it's about. And I've harped on this, and I hope people listen to me. And just to let everybody know they're going to be off the hook, I'm going to withdraw the amendment. This is about the pilot hours for the first officer. This is the right seater, which we changed a few years ago as a result of the Buffalo accident, the Colgan accident, in which we raised it to 1,500 hours to be an ATP in the right seat, which unfortunately has resulted in a lot less safe pilots that are entering the airlines. And I think I'm the only ATP or airline transport pilot that's on the committee, and I know exactly what it takes to get an ATP, and exactly what it takes to in the standards. And to be quite honest with you, the two pilots that were flying that aircraft both had well over the required amount of hours. One had 3,379 hours, and one of them had 2,244 hours. Now, again, this is in the name of safety. Same as the folks, I know there are folks out there, and I very much respect what they're grieving and what happens when you lose a loved one in an airplane accident, but I worry about that too. I worry about that with my family. And what my amendment did, and again, the unfortunate part is we're going to withdraw it, is it was going to change the way, it wasn't going to lower the amount of hours, but it was going to change the way we accumulate those hours, or the way ATP students accumulate those hours, and give that discretion to the FAA in the name of safety. For instance, we capped the number of simulator hours at 50, which makes no sense whatsoever, because you can simulate anything in a good simulator. So what we have right now is we have pilots that are going to Emory-Riddle, whatever the case may be. They're graduating with all their ratings and all the endorsements that they need. They've got 300 hours, and they're unemployable by the airlines. So what they do is they go out and they rent a Cessna 150, and they start drilling holes in the sky, just trying to build hours. That's what they do, folks. That's what many of them do. The irony of the whole part of it is it only requires 250 hours to be a flight instructor. So you got kids teaching kids, in many cases, how to be pilots, and then they go out and they get the worst kind of hours. The best kind of hours you can get is sitting in the right seat next to a competent, experienced pilot in the left seat, which we wouldn't change that anyway. That's always going to be a 1,500-hour ATP position. All this amendment did that created all this uproar and all this commotion was with the restricted ATP process, and allowing the FAA to be able to change the way they accumulate those hours. I want good hours. I want good training. That's what that came down to. It was a bad recovery from a stall. In fact, it was no recovery from a stall is what happened in that accident, which another irony of all ironies, the FAA doesn't even require DLearns to get spin training today when it comes to teaching pilots, or for that matter, when it comes to stall training. They don't want it to happen. They don't want stalls. They want pilots not to get into a stall situation. Well, the problem is eventually you do. And if you don't know how to get out of it, then it becomes a real problem. So we got some bad training going on out there, folks, and we need to clean this up. And I hope we can work together sometime and get the political and the emotional aspects out of this and figure out a way to move forward. I've been flying a long time, and there are people out there with 20,000 hours that I will not get in a cockpit with to save my life. And to be quite honest with you, it comes down to that. But there are also people out there with 300 hours, which, by the way, we send kids into combat with 300 hours. There are people out there with 300 hours that I'll fly with any day because it's about the presence of mind, and it's about how they handle an emergency and about how they handle a situation. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would yield back the rest of my time, and I'd ask unanimous consent to make a closing statement. Or speak out of order.
Did the gentleman withdraw his amendment?
Oh, yeah.
Gentleman withdraws, and I'll recognize Mr. Mitchell for a very brief comment.
Mr. Chair, I agree wholeheartedly with the concern that's expressed in the amendment that's now withdrawn. I'd encourage at another date that the committee take that matter up. We're facing a impending shortage of pilots, and I agree with the training concerns. What you can achieve through a simulator is incredible, a lot more than you can many times achieve in the air. And I would encourage that we address that issue as we're going to face a pilot shortage here very quickly. And without that, we're going to have a real problem. So I appreciate the moment. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. We do have one more amendment. I forgot to mention it. Mr. Sanford has an amendment. He's going to be very brief. Mr. Sanford.
Yeah, I'm not even going to ask that the amendment be read.
Without objection, designate the amendment.
Amendment
Mr.
28
Sanford's
offered by
recognized.
Mr. Sanford.
Again, I asked it not be distributed, not to be read. I just want to talk about it for 1 second, Mr. Chairman. Given this, I understand the sensitivity of balancing a big bill like this, so I'm not going to offer it, but I do want to speak on it. I think it's an important theme, and that is in 1982, the Airport and Airways Improvement Act required that all revenue generated in an airport basically stayed at that airport in terms of capital and operating improvement. 11 airports were exempted based on the fact that they had existing obligations, which made sense at that time. Well, here we are 35 years later, and those airports are still exempted. And we saw more than $1 billion in 2015 alone go to other things. And so we have a capital crunch within airports, and yet we're allowing $1 billion to go out the door toward other activities. And I just don't think it makes sense. I don't think it's fair. You have 382 primary airports around this country. 11 are exempted. That leaves 371 other airports, in essence, holding the bag. And I would ask at some later chance to address that issue with you, Mr. Chairman. With that, I'd yield back.
And the gentleman withdraws. The gentleman withdraws. I appreciate that. And with that, I recognize Mr. Gray to speak out of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, for the last 3 years, those of us on this committee and representatives from across the aviation industry, we debated the necessity of comprehensive air traffic reform. And last year, the bill worked through T&I to comprehensively reform America's ATC system. If you remember, I felt that it was ultimately the wrong approach at that point in time, and it created more problems than it solved. But since then, I've had numerous discussions with Chairman Schuster regarding FAA reauthorization and the best approaches for keeping the skies safe and free. And I commend the chairman for his genuine commitment to addressing my concerns and working through those issues. But because of that commitment, our ability to find a compromise and our shared desire to shape a bill that's in the best interest of aviation in our country as a whole, I'm here today to support the legislation. I've been a pilot for virtually my entire life, and I've been interacting with people in this community for over 2 decades now. From daily conversations with other pilots to my personal experiences that I've had, I've extensively, in fact, I extensively understand the specific issues that are facing this industry. And these are the areas where I have focused all my attention on during this debate, and I feel very confident that we have addressed them. Those issues are important to all of us, to the GA community, guaranteeing absolutely no fees to be levied any segment of general aviation, Part 135 and Part 91, maintaining parity on the governing board, protecting access to the airspace, air traffic control services or air traffic services in airports, protecting those from all segments of the aviation industry, or protecting them for all segments of the aviation industry, and ensuring the long-term sustainability of the Airport Improvement Program, or AIP, which is the main source of funds for our small airports that every one of us have. With those issues off the table, the final question is a simple one. Do we trust the government or a private entity more efficiently to manage our nation's air traffic control network. And as a conservative, the answer to me is an easy one. The federal government should not be managing the ATC system. The public sector has never been defined by its efficiency, and the private sector has always been better positioned to oversee a project that's completed on time and under budget. The FAA is no different. No federal agency, including the FAA, has been properly equipped to successfully deliver a long-term capital project like NextGen because there simply are too many barriers in the federal government procurement process, not the least of which is the funding uncertainty created by the political process that we do in here with extension after extension or whatever the case may be, and I know we can do a whole lot better. When we talk about FAA reauthorization, I think about protecting the skies so that all of aviation continue to fly safely, securely, and freely. And this is the beginning of a long process. This is what, step 2 in a 10-step process? And we're just in the very, very beginning, obviously. Regardless, I support the bill before us today, and I look forward to working with the chairman and my colleagues across the aisle to ensure that we have a final product that is positive for all of aviation, and this bill makes its way as it makes its way through Congress. But with that, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate it, and thanks for the time.
Thank the gentleman. Now we're going to move to the votes. There are 6 votes requested. Lipinski 39, Lowenthal 18, Titus 11, DeFazio 51, Titus 12, and Lipinski 27. With that, the clerk will call the roll on the first Lipinski 39.
Mr. Schuster?
No.
Mr. Schuster votes no. Mr. DeFazio? Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Young? Mr. Young votes no. Ms. Norton? Mr. Duncan? Mr. Nadler? Mr. Lobiondo? Mr. Lobiondo votes no. Ms. Johnson of Texas? Mr. Graves of Missouri? Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Cummings? Mr. Hunter? Mr. Larson? Mr. Crawford? Mr. Capuano? Mr. Capuano votes yes. Mr. Barletta? Mr. Barletta votes no. Mrs. Napolitano? Mr. Farenthold?
No.
Mr. Farenthold votes no. Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Lipinski votes aye. Mr. Gibbs? Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Mr. Sires? Mr. Sires votes aye. Mr. Denham? Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Meadows? Mr. Meadows votes no. Mr. Carson? Mr. Perry? Mr. Perry votes no. Mr. Nolan? Mr. Nolan votes aye. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Titus? Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Sanford? Mr. Sanford votes no. Mr. Maloney? Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall? Mr. Maloney? Mr. Maloney passes. Mr. Woodall? Ms. Esty? Mr. Rokita? Mr. Rokita votes no. Ms. Frankel? Mr. Katko? Mr. Katko votes no. Mrs. Bustos? Mrs. Bustos votes aye. Mr. Babin? Mr. Babin votes no. Mr. Huffman? Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Graves of Louisiana? Mr. Graves votes no. Ms. Brownlee? Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mrs. Comstock? Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes no. Mr. Rouser? Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Payne? Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Bost? Mr. Bost votes no. Mr. Lowenthal? Mr. Lowenthal votes aye. Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes no. Mrs. Lawrence? Mrs. Lawrence votes present. Mr. LaMalfa? Mr. LaMalfa votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier? Mr. DeSaulnier votes aye. Mr. Westerman? Mr. Westerman votes no. Mr. Schmucker? Mr. Schmucker votes no. Mr. Mitchell? Mr. Mitchell votes no. Mr. Faso? Mr. Faso votes no. Mr. Ferguson? Mr. Ferguson votes no. Mr. Mast? Mr. Mast votes no. Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis votes no.
Any other members wish to
Mr.
be
Chairman, how am I
recorded?
recorded?
Okay, keep your hands up. Mr. Nadler.
Right here.
Mr. Nadler votes aye.
Ms. Johnson.
How am I recorded?
Ms. Johnson is not recorded.
I vote no.
Ms. Johnson votes no.
Mr. Larson.
Mr. Larson votes no.
Mr. Capuano.
Mr. Capuano is recorded as aye. Mr. Capuano votes no.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Mr. Maloney is recorded as present.
I will vote aye to counterbalance Mr. Capuano.
Mr. Maloney votes aye.
That's hard to do, Maloney. Mrs. Frankel.
No. Ms. Frankel votes no.
Mr. Gibbs. Mr. Crawford.
Mr. Gibbs votes no.
Mr. Crawford.
No.
Mr. Crawford votes no.
Mr. Denham.
Mr. Denham votes no.
Any other members? Ms. Estes.
No. Ms. Esty votes no.
Any other members not recorded? Any members? Mr. Johnson.
How am I recorded?
Mr. Johnson is recorded as aye.
I'll change my vote to a no.
Mr. Johnson votes no.
Mr. Cohen.
Balance my act and vote no.
Mr. Cohen votes no.
Any other members? Mr. Garamendi.
Mr. Garamendi votes no.
Any other members wish to be? Mr. Lowenthal. Mr. Lowenthal is aye to no. Mr. Lowenthal, is that correct?
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Any other members wish to record or wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk can record the vote. Ms. Comstock's just walking in. Ms. Comstock has not been recorded before we tally the vote. Ms. Comstock, how do you vote?
Ms. Comstock votes no.
The clerk can report the vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 8, the nays are 46.
The amendment is not agreed to. The next amendment is Mr. Lowenthal, number 18. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Schuster?
No.
Mr. Schuster votes no. Mr. DeFazio? Mr. DeFazio votes aye. Mr. Young? Mr. Young votes no. Ms. Norton? Mr. Duncan? Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Mr. Lobiondo? Mr. Lobiondo votes no. Ms. Johnson of Texas? Ms. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Graves of Missouri? Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Cummings? Mr. Hunter? Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes aye. Mr. Crawford? Mr. Crawford votes no. Mr. Capuano? Mr. Capuano votes aye. Mr. Barletta? Mr. Barletta votes no. Mrs. Napolitano? Mr. Farenthold?
No.
Mr. Farenthold votes no. Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Gibbs? Mr. Gibbs says no. Mr. Gibbs votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Mr. Sears? Mr. Sears votes aye. Mr. Denham? Mr. Denham votes no. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Meadows? Mr. Meadows votes no. Mr. Carson? Mr. Perry? Mr. Perry votes no. Mr. Nolan? Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Titus? Ms. Titus votes aye. Mr. Sanford? Mr. Sanford votes no. Mr. Maloney?
Aye.
Mr. Maloney votes aye. Mr. Woodall? Ms. Esty?
Aye.
Ms. Esty votes aye. Mr. Rokita? Mr. Rokita votes no. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel votes aye. Mr. Katko? Mr. Katko votes no. Mrs. Bustos? Ms. Bustos votes aye. Mr. Babin? Mr. Babin votes no. Mr. Huffman? Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Graves of Louisiana? Mr. Graves votes no. Ms. Brownlee? Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mrs. Comstock?
No.
Mrs. Comstock votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Rouser? Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Payne? Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Bost? Mr. Bost votes no. Mr. Lowenthal? Mr. Lowenthal votes aye. Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes no. Mrs. Lawrence? Mrs. Lawrence votes aye. Mr. LaMalfa? Mr. LaMalfa votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier? Mr. DeSaulnier votes aye. Mr. Westerman? Mr. Westerman votes no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Mitchell? Mr. Mitchell votes no. Mr. Faso? Mr. Faso votes aye. Mr. Ferguson? Mr. Ferguson votes no. Mr. Mast? Mr. Mast votes no. Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis votes no.
Mr.
Any
Chairman,
other members? Mr. Lipinski?
Aye.
Mr. Lipinski votes aye.
Mr. Nolan?
Mr. Nolan votes aye.
Any other members need to be recorded? Any other members need to change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk can record the vote, or report the vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 24 and the nays are 30.
The amendment is not agreed to. The next amendment will be the Titus Amendment, number 11. The clerk will call the roll. And I would encourage members to pay attention so we can get through this quickly, please.
Mr. Schuster?
No.
Mr. Schuster votes no. Mr. DeFazio? Mr. DeFazio votes aye. Mr. Young? Mr. Young votes no. Ms. Norton? Mr. Duncan? Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Mr. Lobiondo? Mr. Lobiondo votes no. Ms. Johnson of Texas? Ms. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Graves of Missouri? Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Cummings? Mr. Hunter? Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes yes. Mr. Crawford? Mr. Crawford votes no. Mr. Capuano? Mr. Capuano votes aye. Mr. Barletta? Mr. Barletta votes no. Mrs. Napolitano? Mr. Farenthold?
No.
Mr. Farenthold votes no. Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Lipinski votes aye. Mr. Gibbs? Mr. Gibbs votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Mr. Sires? Mr. Sires votes aye. Mr. Denham? Mr. Denham votes no. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Meadows? Mr. Meadows votes no. Mr. Carson? Mr. Perry? Mr. Perry votes no. Mr. Nolan? Mr. Nolan votes aye. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Titus? Ms. Titus votes aye. Mr. Sanford? Mr. Sanford votes no. Mr. Maloney? Mr. Maloney votes aye. Mr. Woodall? Ms. Esty?
Aye.
Ms. Esty votes aye. Mr. Rokita? Mr. Rokita votes no. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel votes aye. Mr. Katko? Mr. Katko votes no. Mrs. Bustos? Mrs. Bustos votes aye. Mr. Babin? Mr. Babin votes no. Mr. Huffman? Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Graves of Louisiana?
No.
Mr. Graves votes no. Ms. Brownlee? Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mrs. Comstock?
No.
Mrs. Comstock votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Rouser? Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Payne? Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Bost? Mr. Bost votes no. Mr. Lowenthal? Mr. Lowenthal votes aye. Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes no. Mrs. Lawrence? Mrs. Lawrence votes aye. Mr. LaMalfa? Mr. LaMalfa votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier? Mr. DeSaulnier votes aye. Mr. Westerman? Mr. Westerman votes no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Mitchell? Mr. Mitchell votes no. Mr. Faso? Mr. Faso votes no. Mr. Ferguson? Mr. Ferguson votes no. Mr. Mast? Mr. Mast votes no. Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis votes no.
Any members need to be recorded? Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hunter?
No.
Mr. Hunter votes no.
Any other members need to be, Mr. Woodall?
Mr. Woodall votes no.
Any other members need to be recorded? Any members need to change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk can report the vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 23, the nays are 33.
The amendment is not agreed to. The next amendment is the DeFazio Amendment Number 51. The clerk will record or call the roll.
Mr. Schuster?
No.
Mr. Schuster votes no. Mr. DeFazio? Mr. DeFazio votes aye. Mr. Young? Mr. Young votes no. Ms. Norton? Mr. Duncan? Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Mr. Lobiondo? Mr. Lobiondo votes aye. Ms. Johnson of Texas? Ms. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Graves of Missouri? Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Cummings? Mr. Hunter? Mr. Hunter votes no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes yes. Mr. Crawford? Mr. Crawford votes no. Mr. Capuano? Mr. Capuano votes aye. Mr. Barletta? Mr. Barletta votes no. Mrs. Napolitano? Mr. Farenthold?
No.
Mr. Farenthold votes no. Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Lipinski votes aye. Mr. Gibbs? Mr. Gibbs votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes aye. Mr. Webster votes no. Mr. Sires? Mr. Sires votes aye. Mr. Denham? Mr. Denham votes no. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Meadows? Mr. Meadows votes no. Mr. Carson? Mr. Perry? Mr. Perry votes no. Mr. Nolan? Mr. Nolan votes aye. Mr. Davis? Mr. Titus? Or excuse me, Ms. Titus? Ms. Titus votes aye. Mr. Sanford? Mr. Sanford votes no. Mr. Maloney? Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes no. Ms. Esty?
Aye.
Ms. Esty votes aye. Mr. Rokita? Mr. Rokita votes no. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel votes aye. Mr. Kako? Mr. Kako votes no. Mrs. Bustos? Mrs. Bustos votes aye. Mr. Babin? Mr. Babin votes no. Mr. Huffman? Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Graves of Louisiana?
No.
Mr. Graves votes no. Ms. Brownlee? Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mrs. Comstock?
No.
Mrs. Comstock votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Rouser? Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Payne? Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Bost? Mr. Bost votes no. Mr. Lowenthal? Mr. Lowenthal votes aye. Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes no. Mrs. Lawrence? Mrs. Lawrence votes aye. Mr. LaMalfa? Mr. LaMalfa votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier? Mr. DeSaulnier votes aye. Mr. Westerman? Mr. Westerman votes no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Mitchell? Mr. Mitchell votes no. Mr. Faso? Mr. Faso votes no. Mr. Ferguson? Mr. Ferguson votes no. Mr. Mast? Mr. Mast votes no. Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis votes no.
Any other members? Mr. Davis?
Mr. Davis is not recorded. Mr. Davis votes no.
Any other members wish to?
Mr. Chairman, was my vote recorded as a yay?
Who was talking?
Maloney,
Oh,
New York.
Mr. Maloney?
Mr. Maloney is not recorded.
Yay.
Mr. Maloney votes yay.
Any other members wish to be recorded? Any other members wish to change their votes? The clerk can report the vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 23, the nays are 33.
The amendment is not agreed to. The next amendment is the Titus amendment number 12. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Schuster?
No.
Mr. Schuster votes no. Mr. DeFazio? Mr. DeFazio votes aye. Mr. Young? Mr. Young votes no. Ms. Norton? Mr. Duncan? Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Mr. Lobiondo? Mr. Lobiondo votes no. Ms. Johnson of Texas? Ms. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Graves of Missouri? Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Cummings? Mr. Hunter? Mr. Hunter votes no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes aye. Mr. Crawford? Mr. Crawford votes no. Mr. Capuano? Mr. Capuano votes aye. Mr. Barletta? No. Mr. Barletta votes no. Mrs. Napolitano? Mr. Farenthold?
No.
Mr. Farenthold votes no. Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Lipinski votes aye. Mr. Gibbs? Mr. Gibbs votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Mr. Sears? Mr. Sears votes aye. Mr. Denham? Mr. Denham votes no. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Meadows? Mr. Meadows votes no. Mr. Carson? Mr. Perry? Mr. Perry votes no. Mr. Nolan? Mr. Nolan votes aye. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Titus? Ms. Titus votes aye. Mr. Sanford? Mr. Sanford votes no. Mr. Maloney?
Aye.
Mr. Maloney votes aye. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes no. Ms. Esty?
Aye.
Ms. Esty votes aye. Mr. Rokita? Mr. Rokita votes no. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel votes aye. Mr. Katko? Mr. Katko votes no. Mrs. Bustos? Mrs. Bustos votes aye. Mr. Babin? Mr. Babin votes no. Mr. Huffman? Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Graves of Louisiana? Mr. Graves votes no. Mrs. Brownlee? Mrs. Brownlee votes aye. Mrs. Comstock? Mrs. Comstock votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Rouser? Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Payne? Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Bost? Mr. Bost votes no. Mr. Lowenthal? Mr. Lowenthal votes aye. Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes no. Mrs. Lawrence? Mrs. Lawrence votes aye. Mr. LaMalfa? Mr. LaMalfa votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier? Mr. DeSaulnier votes aye. Mr. Westerman? Mr. Westerman votes no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Mitchell? Mr. Mitchell votes no. Mr. Faso? Mr. Faso votes no. Mr. Ferguson? Mr. Ferguson votes no. Mr. Mast? Mr. Mast votes no. Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis votes no.
Any other members wish to be recorded? Any members wish to change their vote? The clerk can report the vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 23, the nays are 33.
And the amendment is not agreed to. With that, final amendment is the Lipinski Amendment number 27. The clerk can record the vote or call the roll call.
Mr. Schuster?
No.
Mr. Schuster votes no. Mr. DeFazio? Mr. DeFazio votes aye. Mr. Young? Mr. Young votes no. Ms. Norton? Mr. Duncan? Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Mr. Lobiondo? Mr. Lobiondo votes aye. Ms. Johnson of Texas? Ms. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Graves of Missouri? Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Cummings? Mr. Hunter? Mr. Hunter votes no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Crawford? Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Capuano? Mr. Capuano votes no. Mr. Barletta? Mr. Barletta votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano? Mr. Farenthold?
Yes.
Mr. Farenthold votes yes. Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Lipinski votes aye. Mr. Gibbs? Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes yes. Mr. Sears? Mr. Sears votes yes. Mr. Denham? Mr. Denham votes no. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Meadows? Mr. Meadows votes no. Mr. Carson? Mr. Perry? Mr. Perry votes no. Mr. Nolan? Mr. Nolan votes aye. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis votes yes. Ms. Titus? Ms. Titus votes aye. Mr. Sanford? Mr. Sanford votes no. Mr. Maloney? Mr. Maloney votes aye. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes no. Ms. Esty?
Aye.
Ms. Esty votes aye. Mr. Rokita? Mr. Rokita votes aye. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel votes aye. Mr. Katko? Mr. Katko votes aye. Mrs. Bustos? Mrs. Bustos votes aye. Mr. Babin? Mr. Babin votes aye. Mr. Huffman? Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana? Mr. Graves votes yes. Ms. Brownlee? Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mrs. Comstock?
Yes.
Mrs. Comstock votes yes. Mrs. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes yes. Mr. Rouser? Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Payne? Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Bost? Mr. Bost votes yes. Mr. Lowenthal? Mr. Lowenthal votes aye. Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes aye. Mrs. Lawrence? Mrs. Lawrence votes aye. Mr. LaMalfa? Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Desaulnier? Desaulnier votes aye. Mr. Westerman? Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Mitchell? Mr. Mitchell votes no. Mr. Faso? Mr. Faso votes no. Mr. Ferguson? Mr. Ferguson votes no. Mr. Mast? Mr. Mast votes no. Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Mr. Hunter, how's he recorded?
Mr. Hunter is recorded as no.
Aye.
Mr. Hunter votes aye.
Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson was a no.
Mr. Larson is not recorded.
Any other members wish to record their vote?
No. Mr. Larson votes no.
Any other members wish to record their vote or to change their? It was both. Any other members wish to be recorded? Any other members wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk can report the vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 38, the nays are 18.
With that, the amendment is agreed to. Are there any other amendments? Seeing none, I recognize Mr. Lobiano for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that H.R. 2997 as amended be approved and reported favorably to the House.
The questions on the motion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, but the chair requests a roll call vote. So roll call vote is requested. Sufficient number of members have been requested a roll call vote pursuant to Rule 5, the rules of the committee. We will now call roll call on final passage. Huh? Clerk will call the roll. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Schuster?
Yes.
Mr. Schuster votes yes. Mr. DeFazio? Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Young? Aye. Mr. Young votes aye. Mr. Norton? Mr. Duncan? Mr. Nadler? No. Mr. Nadler votes no. Mr. Lobiando?
Aye.
Mr. Lobiando votes aye. Ms. Johnson of Texas? Ms. Johnson votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri? Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Cummings? Mr. Hunter? Mr. Hunter votes aye. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Crawford? Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Capuano? Mr. Capuano votes no. Mr. Barletta? Mr. Barletta votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano? Mr. Farenthold?
Aye.
Mr. Farenthold votes aye. Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Lipinski votes no. Mr. Gibbs? Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes yes. Mr. Sears? Mr. Sears votes no. Mr. Denham? Mr. Denham votes aye. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes yes. Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Meadows? Mr. Meadows votes yes. Mr. Carson? Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Perry? Mr. Perry votes yes. Mr. Nolan? No. Mr. Nolan votes no. Mr. Davis? Ms. Titus?
No.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Sanford? Mr. Sanford votes yes. Mr. Maloney?
No.
Mr. Maloney votes no. Mr. Woodall?
Yes.
Mr. Woodall votes yes. Ms. Estee?
No.
Ms. Estee votes no. Mr. Rokita? Mr. Rokita votes no. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel votes no. Mr. Katko? Mr. Katko votes yes. Mrs. Bustos? Mrs. Bustos votes no. Mr. Babin? Mr. Babin votes yes. Mr. Huffman? Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana? Mr. Graves votes yes. Ms. Brownlee? Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mrs. Comstock? Mrs. Comstock votes yes. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes no. Mr. Rouser? Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Payne? Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Bost? Mr. Bost votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal? Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes aye. Mrs. Lawrence? Mrs. Lawrence votes no. Mr. LaMalfa? Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier? Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Westerman? Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Mitchell? Mr. Mitchell votes aye. Mr. Faso? Mr. Faso votes aye. Mr. Ferguson? Mr. Ferguson votes aye. Mr. Mast? Mr. Mast votes yes. Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis votes aye.
How's Mr. Davis recorded?
Mr. Davis is not recorded.
That's right.
Mr. Davis votes aye.
Any other members need to be recorded? Any other members wish to change their votes? Lipinski would be greatly appreciated. No other members wish to be recorded? Seeing none, the clerk can report the vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 32, the nays are 25.
With that, the bill is agreed to and reported favorably to the House. I ask unanimous consent that H.R. 2997, as amended, ordered, reported today, will be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute incorporating any amendments adopted without objection, so ordered. I ask unanimous consent that the staff be authorized to make any necessary technical clarifying conforming changes to H.R. 2997 as amended, order reported today to reflect the action of the committee without objection, so ordered.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I recognize Mr.
Pursuant to Clause
DeFazio.
2L, House Rule 11, Clause D, Committee Rule 7, I notice my intent to file supplemental, minority, or additional views talking about why this legislation is ill-intentioned on the report to the House on H.R. 2977, 21st Century Air Act.
Without objection, so ordered. I ask unanimous consent that the chairman, after consultation with the ranking member, has the authority to strike, revise, or any provision H.R. 2997 is amended, reported today that would cause a sequential referral to another committee or would cause the bill to be subject to Budget Act or Rule 21 Cutco. Point of order. Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to the Clause 1 of the Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the committee authorize the chairman or his designee to offer such motions that may be necessary in order for the House to go to conference with the Senate on H.R. 2997 as amended, order reported by the committee today or similar Senate bills without objection to order pursuant to Rule 5 of the Rules. The Committee of Transportation Structure. The chair notes the presence of a quorum and for actions taken on the committee today. With that, the Committee on Transportation Infrastructure has completed its business today and it's adjourned.